Fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is absolutely destroying our opponent here with the Caro-Kann. And so we have the Caro-Kann on the board. My favorite, most known opening. We have the advanced variation. What will we see? We see the cheeky pawn move here. And it's a 6-minute game of chess with 3-second increments. So I'm going to explain far more about this in the end. But you got to push the pawn 2 squares, okay? You push the pawn 2 squares, you make the pyramid, we go for the pawn push. And that's the most trying move right there. You know what? I don't actually know what to play here. So we're just going to throw in this check. I'm fairly certain that it's going to be okay. Okay. And then, what do we play here? I'm always afraid of this. We pin the knight. That's what we do in this position. We pin the knight. We go for this. That's what we do. I hope. I sure hope I know what I'm talking about. And so... this variation, I don't know everything. But what we're generally trying to do here is bring my knights. That is the game plan. So we're going to bring the knight. If this happens, we're going to wiggle all the way back, maybe to this square. The queen can generally come out to here, but not right now because we don't want to trap my bishop. Okay? So we got to figure out what we're doing with this bishop first. And I think this pin is just dreadful. And so I can step up. If he traps me, I trade. So we're not going to go for it. Oh, did I just walk straight into this? Come on, bro. I need to get better at chess. I literally just walked right into this. Then I step over. Then he attacks. Yikes. Yikes. Ooh. This check is going to be terrifying when he gets my bishop. So I think I might have to play something like this. Not to mention. We were trying to figure out what to do with this bishop. I think that was a terrible move by our opponent right there. I think that was a terrible move. I'm going to take with the bishop because we're covering this. But once this knight moves, this pawn is hanging if this bishop is still in the way of the queen. So this pawn is defended by this knight, which is actually a weird configuration. So he should probably just move the bishop maybe. Yeah, moving the bishop would probably make the most amount of sense. Because once I kick this knight, if he jumps in, I'm winning a pawn like this. Okay. Dude is just terrific at chess. What a bummer for us. We have to kick this knight out. We cannot let this knight hang out, harassing my side of the board. So we are literally just going to kick the knight out. And the knight's going to go back. And I think I survived. I'm okay with giving up my bishop. He can jump in. If we take, he has this check. It's about time we castle, don't you say? It's about time we castle. And we're up a pawn. We will move my least active piece, the last piece that I have not moved. So now it is in the action. Pushing this forward seems a little bit risque, and I don't really want this knight to move, so we are just going to play this. If he plays here... Not really sure what I want to do about that. Maybe I should have thought about my move for just a second longer. Oh, if he pushes, I take. If he takes, I take. He comes in. That's scary. Really, without any hesitation, I think we're going to just take this. Right? Now this pawn is hanging, so... I think I'll survive. Pawn is defended. He can play something like this. He can get active. This knight is very scary. Okay. I'm thinking we are really worried about the queen coming in. So something like this might be in the cards. So I think we play this. Then we're threatening this pawn. Is this stupid? Active with the queen. We're up. That prevents this because of the rook. We're attacking this, then we're attacking the knight. We're preventing ideas of this. This would work. But we can just step back. But then he's got these ideas, which get scary. Okay, so he steps back. What I believe is going to be really beneficial for me. We don't want his knight coming in. But what we're going to do is just aim to trade off the pieces. This is the open file, and I intend to fight over it. And if he does not capture, Then I'm putting my rook on this square. And then if he captures, I got to pass pawn. So quick calculation, that is the game plan. He wants to do the same exact thing as me. I think I jump forward and I'm attacking this pawn. This is a little bit scary as well. Is giving him a passed pawn, like take. I think jumping in is going to be okay. He doubles up. That really forces my hand on that one. I can go here. We really don't like this position. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I think I just give him the passed pawn. This is going to be a headache to deal with. Do I step forward? He steps over. Then I step over. No, if I play this, he jumps in with the knight. This square is a little bit of a cause for alarm. Pushing this hangs this pawn with check. Jumping in attacks this, but then my knight is like far. I can pin the knight, and if he jumps in, I take the queen. So this move might make a fair bit of sense. And I'm not sure. Ooh. Not convinced that was a great move. His knight can definitely get in. And that's just scary for all sorts of different reasons. But I'm up a pawn. If he lets me get up 2 pawns, then I don't care about him having the passed pawn. I'll be able to do something about it. So if he doubles, I take. He comes in, but then I take your pawn. Or I take your pawn in the middle, and that's... No. He would capture back with this pawn. Then it's safe. But then my knight's over here. Take. Then he pushes. So I can just take. The knight's coming in. I take this pawn. We just trade the queens. I'm up a pawn, right? We take here. The knight comes in. I take this. Then what's this knight trying to do? Jump in like this. Then I take. He takes. I'm not convinced. Did he really calculate everything there? He can get in. Like, if he doubles, I can grab this, and then I'm just up 2 pawns. And if he doubles, I can take this. I think I'm just going to go for this, right? Or we go like this. And then we come back. Here. I come back. If you push, I block like this. You take. We're going for this pawn. You double, and I take. I think we're going to be chilling. 2 pawns is a lot of pawns. My knight on the side of the board sucks. Make no mistake about it. Okay. For one, I think I have this first. This is actually kind of scary. So I have to step over here. Then take. So we might want to just get rid of this rook first. Then he has the passed pawn. That's actually really easy to defend. If I play this check and I step up. This check is almost definitely coming. Need to bring the knight back. This is where we want my knight. That is what we're trying to do here. He also just has... one step closer with the knight. I think that makes a fair bit of sense. No? Sure hope I'm not hanging anything. And I'm really trying to go like this. Because if we trade down and you're up a pawn, it's a draw. But if I'm up 2 pawns, I just don't see a way that you can win. We step in and jump in like this. Boom. 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 I also have a tempo winning move on this rook. Then he doubles, but then I slide in like this. He takes, 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 takes. $56. We got 3-second increment. Don't worry. I play a lot of bullet. I got this under control. We are in a rook and pawn endgame where I'm terrified. We don't want him to win this pawn. We jump in, we're attacking this. Like, what are you going to do? Push? I think I just take. And I'm not 100% sure, like, you take. You don't want to give me a passed pawn. But now I'm not convinced. I will just take, and bring the king. And at that point, I know that I'm winning. We take. You get a passed pawn. Potentially, so do I. Okay, so he doesn't want to give me a passed pawn. Do we want to trade that knight? I can question the knight. I can step forward. Step forward. We step forward. The idea is to kick this knight out and make him take. $35 seconds. I need to play faster. Okay. We're going to go. You take with something. I'm just going to take this. You can get behind it, but I go here, here, here. Defended. Yes. I push this. And it pries apart. We're going to just pry apart this position. One tiny step forward at a time. Because we need this king getting in. We're going to take like this. That breaks the pawns. We step forward like this because the king wants to get in like this. So yes, you can kind of stop me. But I'm fairly certain you run out of moves before I do. I step forward. Like, what are you even trying to accomplish with that? I'm coming in to kiss, like, give your little pawn a kiss, my friend. Held. Like, yes, you can touch. My rook is uber passive. I can create a passed pawn over here. I can step forward, and if he defends it, let's do that and just kind of get his rook to step back. He's gonna repeat, obviously. Oh, he gives me a check. Activity. We're threatening the rook. The rook's got to do something. You got to stay on this file. I think I pushed this. We push this. Now I'm going to make a pass pawn over here. Outside pass pawn, my friend. You can play this, but I'm literally just going to invest in my pass pawn with my king. Good luck stopping me. You run this way. I step in for this pawn. We use this as a decoy. There's probably a million different ways to win this. You guys, I probably missed some stuff at this point, but the idea was to have an attacking game. Was that an attacking game of chess? I don't know. This is just how I play chess. We just, play chill, grab some pawns, and win in an endgame. Now, to be fair, my last two opponents have both been under 1900, like 1880, and I only really play casual because every time I play, I record a video, and I just don't want to face cheaters, and people don't cheat in casual. So, fun fact: a tip for you. I have this, right? You step up, I step up. That's scary. This rook is annoying. I probably just give up something at some point. I step forward, right? I don't think that's going to work. He can just check me into oblivion. Okay, we're coming back. We're coming back. We will push this pawn one square at a time. This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous position. I have two outside passed pawns. That took away this. I can sacrifice this, right? At some point I can. And your king can't really come help because I will probably just grab this. It's not so clear. I just don't want to hang anything. I can push this. Let's do another round of shuffling to gain some time. That could be scary. But really what we're doing is we're shuffling these moves. Here. Okay. Now, officially, I cannot repeat the position again. I think we push this. I'm not sure, bro. We step here to touch this. Yes, he can get this. I'm so just confused right now. What if we just put my... What if we completely change the plan and we bring my king back to block this? Does he have a way of attacking? Okay, we cover. Yes, he can push this. He pushes, I take. If he goes here... Bro, are you kidding me? I hate chess. Now I lose this. We step forward. Bro. Absolutely unbelievable, this game of chess. Oh my goodness. If I throw this away, I'm going to be so upset. We go here. He covers. I step in and I grab this. You have to play this. I step here. You step here. We touch this. We're going to sacrifice this pawn to grab this pawn. Right? And then we focus on this 2-on-1 situation in the middle of the board. We play this. Here. He's going to give me a check. I'm going to have to step up. This is not super fun. We step here. We give a check. We're going to go here. If he attacks this pawn, we step back. And I'm really threatening this now. Now I'm just absolutely winning. Absolutely winning. We'll go ahead and give him some time because I'm confident. We're going to take this. If this happens, we're just putting it on a square. Here. Here, here, here. Are you kidding me? He's blockading me, bro. Now he's going for this. I shouldn't have given him time. I should really just... I don't even know what I'm trying to accomplish. He can attack my pawn. This is ridiculous. How long have we been in this endgame? I don't know what I'm doing. We're going this way, bro. What if I bring... I think I need my king. You can't take. You can't take, bro. My pawn will run. We step back. Still defended. Jesus. I'm trying to come this way, bro. This is what we want. this, and we're chilling. We're trying to come up to go here. Push. I push, right? No, I don't. Oh my god, I gotta step back. This is not a draw. I know it is not a draw. I think I gotta start giving checks. I haven't given a check in a while. Let's try that out. He's gonna hit me with the 50 move nonsense. He loses on time. I'm embarrassed at that endgame. I think, you know, we probably made close to 50 moves at that point where nothing had happened. I did not know how to win that endgame. Trying to bring the king here didn't work. I just kept getting checked into oblivion. I need to figure, like, check, forces him back. I threaten a rook trade. I don't know. I went about that the completely wrong way. Look at all of these moves. We're up. I need to look at this with the computer. You guys need to look at this computer with me. That was harder than it looks, okay? I know you guys are screaming at me like, oh, bro, but that was harder than it looks, and I'm not that smart. So, let's see how I was actually supposed to win that. And getting to this point, I mean, I think was pretty solid. Not knowing how to convert this is embarrassing, but getting to this point, I think was pretty solid. So let's check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And if you notice, I am wearing a robe because I went on a date with a Vietnamese girl, and I ordered the wrong thing. So I ordered this special all you can eat. So it ended up being $75 each. And the total bill was $190. And I got a little at the end. So is that what I wanted? The answer is no. But now I have time to show you the game in its full entirety, okay? So I have analyzed this, and I have recorded 2 different videos trying to explain this and the best parts, and the end game was literally just beyond me. There was a few tactics, and we're going to fly through this opening real quick. We're playing the Caro-Kann advanced variation. When you see this, all you got to know is push the pawn 2 squares. I'm going to show you this real quick. If you don't push the pawn 2 squares, and you push this forward, boom, 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 boom. Your bishop is trapped, okay? You got to give it up for something, and it sucks. Okay. If you play the pawn 1 square, you get boom, boom, boom. You can either go here and get forced back here, or you can go back here all by yourself. Going back all by yourself is better, but we're not going to ever do this because you're going to push the pawn 2 squares. Then he pushes forward, you defend with the queen or bring the knight, and either way he's capturing, and this happens, and you have essentially a really bad position, okay? A really bad position. So all of that can and will happen if you do anything else other than push this pawn 2 squares. So some people say you need to like understand the meanings behind moves in the opening. I don't think it's true. Just push it 2 squares. Everything else that I explained will never happen to you. Push the pawn 2 squares. That's all you got to know. You don't need to know what's going to happen if you pushed it 1 or you don't push it at all. You're never going to find out because I tested it and tried it for you and lost many games to those other variations, and it's not going to happen to you because you watched this video. And so boom, boom, boom. This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be pinning the knight. It's okay. Now I know the idea. We pin the knight. He captures. I capture back. That check would have been fine. We develop a knight. We develop a knight. And this pawn in the middle of the board is simply hanging. Okay? I can just grab it. This is pinned to the queen, so you're not going to capture back and lose your queen. And the discovery check doesn't work because that square is defended by the knight that took the pawn. It goes boom, boom. Okay? And if he jumps in with the knight, I can attack the queen. You capture back. Then I step all the way back. Okay, whatever. Either way, I'm winning a pawn. Long story short, I'm winning this pawn. This pawn is hanging. Okay? We scoot around. Boom, boom. And I question this knight. And in this situation, he jumps forward. Now, what you don't want to do is trade a bishop for a knight. What you almost always want to do is trade a bishop for a knight and a pawn. Now, if it is a central pawn, specifically this is the most annoying pawn that he has in the position, and we get rid of it. So yes, I lost the light square bishop, but I got a knight and a pawn. And not only that, he doesn't have a dark square bishop. So losing my dark square bishop doesn't even suck that bad, okay? So we are chilling. We're up a pawn. We're making some moves. And right now, this pawn is hanging tactically for the second time. We can take. If he takes here, we take here, deflection to move the queen away from attacking the knight. We take back on the bishop, and if he attacks the knight, there's a lot of different things we can do, but the simplest is like just come back, and we lose the pawn, but we're chilling, okay? I miss it. I trade off equally, and I'm still winning because I'm up that pawn. And so now if you see the evaluation is like -1, that's because I have a pawn. Tactically hanging for the third time, right? Third time, I can take the pawn because this rook was never actually defending that pawn or attacking my knight, because if he ever takes the knight, I'm just going to take your rook with check, and that sucks. So you can't even do it. So tactically, the knight is hanging again. Do I see it? No. Instead, I move my queen closer. He's got this tactic where all this can happen. Neither of us saw it, so we don't really need to talk about it, okay? We step forward, he steps back. Yet again, he moves a defender of this pawn. But lo and behold, it is literally hanging again because now my queen is on this square. So I can take it again if the knight takes. Boom. And I mean, for one, it's going through here. So the best move is to really just step back, but then we just trade off equally. Then I grab the pawn. I could plug the open file, whatever. It's all winning. So was that the fourth time that pawn was hanging? It was the fourth time. 4 times, tactically, this pawn was hanging in the position. 4 times in one game. Each tactic was different, and I missed every single one of them. So that is just not the sign of a strong chess player. So we trade off the queens. We grab a pawn on the side of the board, and then first tactic for our opponent to find. We step here. Now, the simple idea of this is a good square for my knight, and you trading knights gives me a pass pawn, and me trading knights simply means that you're just losing more because I'm winning. Now, unfortunately, he has this move. Jumping in, defended by the rook, threatening a fork of all my everything. So the best move is to really just step up, but then he just grabs my rook. So by the way, it's just attacking my rook. So if he jumps in, it doesn't matter which way I go, if I go here or if I go here to defend this square from the knight fork. Well, let's just go here. He jumps in with the fork anyway. I take, but that moved my rook up to undefend the other rook. The same tactic that I had on him earlier. Bada boom, bada bing. He missed it. Okay. 5 minutes. All right, let's just skip forward a little bit. We trade some knights, we trade some pawns, and I know in this position I am completely, absolutely winning. So we push this pawn to get my king in. Cool. He doesn't want to take and let my king get in. We're just going to take and separate your pawns. His pawns are now separated. He has 3 pawn islands against my 3 pawn islands, but 2 of my 3 pawn islands are 2 pawns. Okay, we push this forward so I have a square for my king so I can get into the position. If I can get my king here, I'm attacking this pawn. That is the idea. Boom, boom, boom. We get in. Then I figure, let's step forward with my king. Step forward with the king. Then I figure, let's step back with the king. Then I figure, let's step forward with the king. Then I figure, let's push a pawn, because that is the best move, because we're making a pass pawn, and then I have 2 outside pass pawns ready to turn into queens. Should be an easy way, should be an easy road to victory, right? No. The answer is no. Now, what I did here is I did a little bit of time farming. Shuffling the king back and forth. Time farming. It's a real chess term, but it's something you can actually do. And so essentially the idea here is to get checked a few times just so I can gain some time on the increment. So I could have gone all the way up, but I guess I got scared of like my king getting stranded and cut all the way off. So I didn't do that. Not this time. But I go up 1 square just to get checked, to step back, to get checked, to then make the move that I was originally normally going to play. Cool. And I gained a little bit of time from doing all of that. Now, in this situation, I do the same exact thing. We step up, we get hit, and instead of stepping back, this is the best move and the move that I want to play in the position, but instead we go boom, 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 boom. And that's a lot of moves that if are played quickly, look, I got 17 seconds, boom, 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 boom. Then I play the original move that I meant to play, but now I have 25 seconds when I make that move instead of 17, okay? Now, we start pushing the pass pawn. Let's just get into this. We're scooting around, and I blunder. I blunder it away to a draw because both of my pawns are undefended on this rank. So I push forward, and my rook isn't actually defending this pawn because he can just take it, and I can't take the rook. The rook's not actually hanging because, well, it is, but then he just makes the queen. So my rook needs to stay on the back rank. I can't go up taking things. So long story short, this happens. He makes a queen, okay? So I have to go back and defend, which I do promptly. And what he needed to realize is to grab this pawn and lose this pawn, and this position is holdable. This position, boom, 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 everything like that is holdable, which is impossible for a 1900 rated chess player to know. So instead, he defends his asset. This pawn is his asset, and I can understand him not wanting to give it up, Plus with 40 seconds, I've got 7 seconds. But now I step forward and I defend my asset. So now you've got an asset and I've got an asset. But at the end of it all, I have 1 extra pawn. Yes. Yes. Okay. So we start pushing the passed pawn. We're doing a shuffle. And literally, I cannot explain to you how stupid I am. In this situation, he literally showed me how the tactic worked. I pushed my pawn forward and he just took it. And I wasn't able to take the rook because he would promote to a queen. This is literally the same tactic. I take the pawn and you can't take the rook because I make a queen. I got confused because it's on the other side of the board and I'm the one doing it and it's not being done to me. But I am so bad at chess. He literally showed me how the tactic worked. I understood it and I saw it. And then I have the position to do it right back to him and I don't. So I don't know how many games of chess I need to play to not make stupid moves like this, but I can straight up just grab this pawn because this rook is not defending it because he needs to stay on the back rank just like my rook was. Instead, I hang the queen. Okay? I'm still doing okay. All right? I'm still up a pawn. So I'm still up a pawn, so I'm still doing okay. So it's a draw, but I'm the one fighting for a dub. Okay? Now, I'm trying to figure out how to position my pieces. We're getting checked, but I grab this pawn. And now, I step forward, I step over, and I challenge you. I'm going to tell you what I did. I took this and I played against Stockfish on the highest level. No, I ran through this exact position with the computer so the computer could show me the best way and the best idea of how to win this position. I did that 2 or 3 times, and then I played the computer 2 or 3 times. Literally, I got a draw every single time. So this is harder to play than you would think. It's harder to play than you would think. 1 pawn is pretty much always a draw. 2 pawns with the king blockading them is also a draw. So you can throw it away to a draw pretty easily. Like I did just there. It's all zeros. But neither of us know that. And so we got to make some moves. I'm not giving up because I got 2 extra pawns. So essentially I can just keep making moves till I lose the 2 pawns. And that's when I'll give up. I'll still, even if I got 1 pawn, I'll still keep going because I'm the one it's a draw, but I'm the one that could potentially win if one of us blunders. So we're shuffling around. And I challenge you to try and find like the way to win this. Okay? I'm trying to figure out what to do with this king. We step up. We're stepping around. I'm coming over here. And why is this move throwing it away to a loss? Boom. He's coming in. 2 attackers on my weakness. It forces this move. It seems like the right idea to me, right? I mean, you're literally as active as you can possibly be. You're cutting the king off. You're taking the pawn. Seems like the right move. It throws it away to a loss. So the reason for that is maybe I can run up this way and support this. I forget. We cover. And here, I think I need to step up. Actually, no, stepping back is fine, but stepping up is also fine. So stepping up and just giving this up, you can't actually take it. So like if I step up and you take, I just take. And so I think I realized that at some point. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. This is where he lost on time. And I made that pawn capture on move 75, and now it is move 94. So essentially, I have 30 more moves to figure out how to win this endgame. And I got to let you know, I don't think that I have it in me. The right idea is to give this check, okay? And then if the king steps up, you step in, you can give another check, and you slowly but surely you start pushing the pawns. Played perfectly, I think it takes far more than 30 moves because you've got a rook and you can just give a million checks. And definitely a human can throw in some extra checks that aren't actually the best moves, but you can just throw in some checks to waste some time and make more moves to get towards the 50 move rule. That was 12 minutes of analysis. I can't believe I didn't get this like an actual win, but I challenge you. Take this position. Boom, boom, boom. Take this position right here. White plays this, and then it's your move as black. Play against Stockfish, and if you can win this, I'm proud of you. Kudos to you, because I just couldn't do it, and I even watched how to do it with the computer. And so we could run through it, but I don't want to waste any more of your time. And I think it's too complicated for me to really explain. But long story short, what you do is at some point you give a check. And if the king goes this way, you step in somehow, and you give a check supporting this pawn push in a way where he's not going to take this pawn. It's hard to do. It's hard to do. Please subscribe. I hope that convinced you that I'm the best chess player to watch on YouTube. So thank you so much for watching my video. It's been a pleasure playing for you. And wish me luck in this date. I've been shooting some shots recently. So we'll see what's happening. All right. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much, and get out here. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back. And thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is bullying someone that is slightly lower rated, and I'm going to explain my thought process and why the moves that he makes are bad and why the moves that I make are good, and probably I'll make some bad moves as well. And I'm just going to share a secret with you. There are really 2 or 3 things that I have done that got me good at chess. So one of them is watching chess videos. I would recommend Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Sorry, his name's hard to pronounce. And then Will Taylor Chess. Will Taylor Chess plays attacking, aggressive chess, and that is what I want to emulate. I want to learn how to play like him, and he's much better than I am. And watch those two people. Don't watch Gotham Chess. He's just going to give you entertainment. He's not going to give you like hardcore information that is going to get you better at chess. Hate to say it. Some of his older videos, yes. So what we're doing here is we have the bishops opening. You don't see this move really played often at a higher level because I'm not really sure of the reason, but I know that there is this line. If he takes with the pawn, are you ready to learn something? We sacrifice the bishop. He has to take. If he doesn't, we just get out of there. He lost the right to castle. We got back. So that is what we're going to be playing. We step all the way back. His king is exposed. He can't castle. And we got back the pawn that we gambited essentially in the beginning. So this guy's being attacked. Generally, that is the natural development square for the knight. So I can do two things. I can defend the pawn, or I can push it forward in his face. And if I push it forward in his face, what is he really doing with that knight? He's got to kind of go back. You know what I'm saying? He can't go here or here. He can't go here. So he kind of just needs to go back. So you need to be very weary of developing your knight when there's a simple pawn push that can attack it. Furthermore, you also need to be a little bit nervous. Not nervous, but you shouldn't play moves like this bishop check if the pawn can just come forward and attack you, because then you lose a tempo. So he pins the pawn to my king. Very reasonable move. I think we're going to pin the knight. And if he pushes forward, I might even take. Then he takes. I can also pin the knight. So I think his position is just going to unravel quickly because there's this pin. I mean, we don't want him taking our pawn. That would be rather unfortunate. So, I mean, I can pin the knight, but then he just comes in with check. So I could just develop the queen and hold on to this. I mean, and then I can take. But what if I go here and he takes? I develop a knight? What do I do? I think we're just going to step forward and defend the pawn. His knight is still in kind of the same situation where it needs to step back, and I really like that. We just don't want to lose our pawn with check, with the prospects of like trading off the queens. So yes, he steps back. And kind of just like that, he took away an escaping square for the king. That was a crucial square that the king could have gone to. This diagonal is pretty much mine. So if I give this check, you always want to look for checks. And so I'm looking at this check. Yes, we hang the pawn, but how do you block that? Well, you can't block it on this square with the queen because my bishop. You can't run to the side, and if your knight comes back, then I really want a way to defend this pawn. So I think we're going to go here. The knight comes back. We can't really take, but then we develop here. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Here, here, develop over here. Then he can take. I don't want that to happen. And doing this stops all my fun ideas. So, I mean, check here. Step over with the knight, but then he grabs my pawn. And then where is my attack? Unfortunately, we might just have to play practically here. And just hold off. Maybe even going this way would have made sense. So he wants to just get into the position. We're going to attack the queen, because I can develop a piece with tempo on the queen. This is defended. Right now his bishop doesn't really see anything, and we're just really trying to touch these diagonal squares. And so he's really only got a few moves, and I can even just push this gosh darn pawn down your throat, bro. We push this pawn. Then where's the queen going? Then I'm walking in with this check. And is that checkmate? Am I crazy? We push this. It's defended. So I think we just push this pawn down his throat. And once we get it here, it's checkmate. Because he can't scoot over. So we just attack the queen. I'm not 100% sure if I'm missing something here. But we push forward. This diagonal, have you ever seen a checkmate like that? I mean, that is checkmate, correct? We give him a check. You can't go anywhere and you can't take it. Absolutely ridiculous. I have never, ever in my life seen a checkmate like that. I've never done a checkmate like that. I straight up just pushed a pawn down the board and checkmated the enemy king with the queens and everything still on the board. That is absolutely wild. That was only 6 minutes long. So I definitely couldn't figure out what to do, but I guess like everything worked out. So the line that I was trying to show you in the beginning, we'll do it without the computer. The line I was trying to show you is when the king captures, because then you have a whole heckin' lot of fun. We still had fun, but you have more fun. You come out here, attack the queen, and you get this bishop. Okay? Then he normally pushes this pawn. You can grab this pawn, or you can give a check. Grabbing this pawn is just fine, and then it goes on from there. But essentially, most people are going to just capture this bishop. You give the check, you win this bishop because they're going to push this pawn. I did that in the wrong order, but let's check with the computer, see how accurate that was. Not sure. I know that this move right here, boom, this is not really a good move. It just has like a 50-50 chance of getting you a crushing position. So at the cost of getting an equal position, the main line is they capture, you bring the knight, they develop their knight, you take, he takes, and then you attack the knight. And it's a completely equal position, but you got, it's an equal position. So let's check with the computer, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and that game was only 11 moves long. So hopefully that was long enough of a game to explain some stuff. We definitely got some principles, but we didn't get really any end game or middle game technique. Middle game, you can call it that, but that was a weird game. I got a checkmate with my e-pawn, bro. Like, what? So in the bishop's opening, this is one of the best moves, and people haven't faced this a lot. So right here, this move is only played, 4% of the time. So the bishop's opening is played like 8% of the time, and then of that 8%, 4% of the time do they see this pawn push. So long story short, unless you play a whole heckin' lot of chess, people have not seen this. And so I would recommend picking a opening that is down on the list. Can you see down here where it's changing? Pick something down there, like in this position. For black, bro, do not just pick this because it's the best move. You can pick something else, not that move, but the knight, something that is not like mainline theory that your opponent has studied a whole lot of. And so when you get better, you can focus more on the mainline stuff. So the bishop comes out. We go for this. If he takes with the bishop, we attack it with the knight. He defends it. We grab the bishop. He jumps in. And then we attack the knight with our bishop, and he has to step back. We have the bishop pair. We're down a pawn. We have a lead in development. It's an equal position. So you're down a pawn, but you kind of have the bishop pair in an attack. So at the cost of that, getting an equal position, sometimes, just sometimes, they take with the pawn. Then you have this sacrifice, where if they step over, you run all the way back, like what happened in the game, and you just have a 1.4 advantage. I was about to say minus 1.4. You have a 1.4 advantage, and you're good to go. If they take, you come out with your queen, he's going to block with this pawn. Even if he goes back, you just hit him with this check. So if he hits you with the pawn, you grab this bishop. A lot of different things can happen here, but long story short, it's +1. You're going to grab this pawn, more likely than not, also attacking this rook. The king can't castle. He's very naked. His pawn structure sucks, and you are very quickly, this is just like an example, you're very quick to develop your pieces. Like, say this happens, say he does something else. You're very quick to castle opposite, and he just has a headache of a position to defend, okay? So none of that happened. Capture, capture. He didn't want the bishop, and we get into this position. So now he develops this knight. And when you develop a knight like this, and there's a pawn ready to push forward, you have to ask yourself, are there available squares forward rather than just going back to where you came from? So I think pinning it makes the most sense, but this is sketchy. It's not a good move. I have a +2 advantage now because I attack the knight. You really have a few options. Bring the knight back or pin the pawn to the king. Either one is sketchy. And so this looks like it's an open square, but it's not because of this check. Okay? So you can't play this. We're just gonna win it like so. Okay? So that looks like an open square, but it's not. The other squares are actually taken. Okay? Actually taken. I don't know why I marked this square. But okay, he pins it. Cool. Now it's unpinned. This is an option yet again. And so, like I said, he's got the option of going back where he came from or going back over here. Going back here is better because you want to run this way. Doing this kind of trapped your king with no moves. Your king has 0 moves, and you don't want to be in that situation. I mean, I guess he had 1 move the other way. So the difference is the king has at least 1 move, okay? So he blocks it off. Now, the best move is to step over with the king. Now, we're not super worried about this pawn coming with a check. That was the main thing. We're not going to have to trade the queens now. Now we can give this check or develop this or do whatever, and we're not worried about this whole moving my queen away and this coming with a check on my king. Now my king is here, so that's a hard to play move. Either way is actually quite comfortable. I thought about this for basically like a minute and a half and decided not to do it. And I play another move that is still winning, okay? Now, we want to develop our pieces. So we don't want to develop this knight and get in the way of our bishop. So we want to develop our bishop first. The reason that we don't develop it here is it gets in the way of the knight. Here is taken by a pawn. Here just doesn't do a whole lot. And here attacks the queen. Obviously, this is the best move. So we play this move. Now he's in a situation where he can move the king, but then the pawn advancement becomes a thing. Or he blocks to the knight, which is hard to do because he's going to have to just completely give up the knight. And so one other tidbit. When your queen gets attacked like this, when your queen is attacked, your king is weak, and the opponent has a heavy attack like this, if you have 4 minutes and 40 seconds, spend at least like 30 seconds considering the top 2 or 3 moves, okay? Or 4, or whatever, however you want to calculate. Dude spent 8 seconds plus 5, so he spent 13 seconds. 13 seconds on this move. And then immediately, I see this move. We just push it forward. We are literally just shoving this pawn down your throat. Now you're in another situation. Now instead of losing the knight like you were going to lose before, you're going to lose the queen. Because if you step over, I'm going to take it. And if you do anything else, checkmate is coming with the e-pawn all the way down the board on e7, checking the king. Have you ever seen something like that? I have literally never done that. I need to take a picture of this and just like show some people that care about chess because that is interesting. A pawn checkmate supported by the queen and a diagonal cut off by the bishop. Ridiculous. Have we traded any pieces? What did we trade? We traded a pawn, right? And that's it? I have all of everything. No, he has everything. Except a pawn. We're down a pawn. What did we trade? I'm so stupid. Either way, that is how you play chess and win. I'm sorry that video was a little bit short. At some point here, he was supposed to realize. So my blunder of the game, stepping over with the king so that moving the queen so this doesn't come with check becomes an option. Hard to see. Hard to see. You don't generally want to play a move like that unless you have to. And I guess this was a situation where I wanted to. This being almost just as good is fine, except he could have pushed the pawn and then this idea doesn't work. So I still just have a good position. Now, he just needed to think about like what is going on in this position. And I get it. He wants to develop this piece, but this would have made far more sense because you really don't want my pieces arriving on this square right here because that's just problems all day. So, boom, boom, boom. Checkmate with a pawn. Crazy checkmate. Thank you so much for watching my video. It was a pleasure playing chess. I hope you learned something from it. If you did, please subscribe. And if not, just watch every single other video of mine or anybody else's on YouTube, and you'll get good at chess, I promise. That's how you should do it. Watch like 3 videos, play 1 game. Okay. Watch 2 videos, play 1 game. Or just 1 and 1. I don't know. Watch a video, play a game. Watch a video, play a game. But I would definitely recommend watching videos of people that are slightly better than you. Way better than you. I gotta be honest. Sometimes Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky is like talking about some stuff, and I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm like, okay, that was too much for me. But it's not always like that. So thank you so much for watching. I'm not gonna take up any more time. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Is developing the queen now a reasonable move? If he comes in, I get him with this. He takes. Terrific. I hang a pawn. It is what it is. No reason to cry about it. I think we're going to just naturally develop some pieces at this point because I blundered already out of the opening. So, it's not a good situation for me. Facing a 2,000 rated opponent with a minor disadvantage. If I push forward, he's just going to go up a pawn again. What if I launch forward in the center? Oh, this sucks. We're going this way. We're going this way. He's got an extra pawn, but it's kind of stupid. That's what I'm telling myself. He can just hit me with this check kind of at will, and I have to develop this way. Yes. The knight can come forward. And then we just do a lot of trading. Okay. I think he's going to go for this, which I actually don't hate it. He could also kind of just like, no, he couldn't. Okay, so we're doing this. I lost the right to castle, but we got rid of his light square bishop for a knight. And I guess he doesn't really need to take here either. He could try and use this to jump in and attack me, but I would step like this. Then he would attack me here. But then I can take this, attacking this knight. Then he would take, and then I step up. Then this knight would probably jump in with check. I would step back to defend the pawn. My position sucks. Make no mistake about it. My position sucks. Well, I think this was the whole reason I pushed this pawn, is to go this way and put my bishop there. So that is what we're going for. If he takes, we can take with the bishop. We're going to castle. What if I come in here? Does he have like a great way to defend this pawn, actually? Like if I can do something with this knight. Taking is absolutely not what I want, to give him this huge, I lose the game if I take that knight. Okay. That hung this pawn. You can just get over, but then the knight's hanging. So, you gotta be careful when you play a move like this. If this comes over, I take. My king's not over there. I'm going for it, bro. I am going for it. Okay. I think we step on over. We take this opportunity to bring a little rook to the party. My queen is chilling on your 7th rank, or your 2nd rank, my 7th rank, however you want to call it. But this bishop, my friend, that's that light square bishop that I have and you don't. And your bishop is essentially a pawn. Now, my bishop is staring at a knight that I'm never going to want to capture. He could play something like this. That's scary. Bro, can I just grab this pawn? Am I ridiculous right now? If he attacks here, I can take. And if he takes... because this works. No, it doesn't. I go here. Bro, do I just grab another pawn? I'm so greedy for this. So unbelievably greedy for this. But who's up a pawn now, Mr. 2000? Who's up a pawn now? My queen is pawn goblin. And so, my adorable, cute little bishop is being attacked. I don't love it. If I do this, he just kind of gets a passed pawn. So I don't love that either. But, bro. Another pawn? Another pawn? Really? You want to allow that? He takes, I take. At this point, I don't care. We trade the queens. Bro. Call me whatever you want. But we're taking another pawn and defending this so that when this happens, the knight is defended. This ruins my pawns. I can simply just trade a rook as well. Okay, so that loses my queen. So, you see the fork? So, I think we have to play this. If he takes, I mean, we're chilling. And now I could kind of kick him out and then step forward, and my bishop has a new life on this diagonal. And now we're just in an end game where I think that I'm doing quite well, except I'm down a minute on the clock. And I wanted, if you made it this far in this video, I wanted to share something with you. Hopefully I don't lose, but I'm a big fan of cryptocurrency. So first of all, let me show you this. So that applies pressure to my knight. You hate to do it and fix his pawn structure and give this bishop new life. Either way he takes, the bishop gets new life, and my bishop does not. We push forward. I mean, I'm not sure if that is really reasonable. Probably that diagonal is what's going to need to be played. This move, but then he can kind of just mobilize. I can also threaten a queen trade and just let him trade and take in the middle. I can also go for... I can play this as well and attack the queen. But then he gets this with check. I step over and he would get this pawn. A little bit complicated. Here, here. I don't know what to play. 1 minute on the clock. This I don't think works. Does this make any sense? If he takes, I take. He takes, I defend. If I play and he goes for here, I go for this. Not sure if that was right. This pawn is also undefended, so if he plays something fancy later, he can attack it. So I want to push this forward, but right now this is like a little hidey hole for my queen. So I can still hide back here. Aside from that, I've only really got a lot of moves forward. So yeah, he attacks my queen. I think I can step forward. If he goes for this, I take the queen. So here, kind of threatens a queen trade. We go for this. Here, here, here. He gets in, attacking my two pawns. Don't love it. What about this? I hide back here. I hate that move. I hate that move. I need to put my pawn there. And I want to get this idea, okay? This is something that can happen in the endgame. But really right now, he just hung his queen. He didn't need to resign. I would have probably given him the take back just to make the video better. But I think that I was going to go on to win. I'm not sure really where he was even trying to... I guess he straight up just didn't see it. But 11 minutes. Did I show you what I was trying to show you? I like cryptocurrency. I got this thing. It's a Ledger wallet. And yes, I put my microphone inside a gym water bottle, so it makes it taller. And so I've had Bitcoin since like 2016, okay? And back then it was just like $3,000 or $4,000, not too much, not too little. And so I'm just a big fan of cryptocurrency. Bitcoin hits a new all-time high. That same like few $1,000s, how can I show you this? Bro, 17,328. And then I also have like another 3,000 in Robinhood. That is a shit ton of Bitcoin. That is more Bitcoin than I should have. But we got it. And then this thing like live updates. Is there a way that I can just like, see? Live update. Did a little something, something. Boom. I lost $1. There you go. You saw it for yourselves. Let's minimize this. In this position, I mean, he's hanging the queen, but I think that I'm going to be able, like, that attacks this, yes. Obviously, the queens see each other, but I think at this point I can push because nothing's attacking this. So, like, say the queens didn't see each other somehow, I think I can push this and I'll be all right because the rook is defended by the queen, and I'm ready to play something like this. And furthermore, when I push this, I have two pieces defending this. I have all of my pieces defending this pawn. So this pawn push, I basically have a 2-on-0. I'm up 2 pawns, but it is literally a 2-on-0. I'm going to trade the bishops. I'm going to trade the rooks. We're going to just go into an endgame, and these guys will still be hanging out. And I'll probably go for like a plan like this. Like boom, boom, something like that. And then the game becomes about the passed pawns, and I'll force a trade. And so, not sure how accurate that was. Definitely going through the opening, I was in a little bit of trouble. I'm almost guaranteed. I just hung a pawn, but dude, you get scarred when you develop the bishop. like one step back, you develop the bishop here, and the queen comes out, and it's just -1 for you, and it's so hard to defend because he's just got so many attacks. It's not good. And so let's find out how to play that more accurately, and I will see you over there. Oh, hello, and here we are in the analysis, and thank you so much for watching that game. Sorry he hung the queen. Something that I just straight up don't understand about Stockfish is it's saying this is the best move. It's definitely not, right? And so I cranked this thing up to the full depth. Now it knows, okay, e4, that is guaranteed the best move. And so we go into the Caro-Kann, the main line. Maybe I need to change the settings. I don't know if you guys can see this, but we're going to bump it down to the Stockfish different level. Caro-Kann, main line on the board. Capture, capture, and then this isn't, it's not the best move, it's the third best move, I think, but if it's the most played, the second most played after knight f3. And so, oh my goodness, do I hate this line. And as you can see, I still don't know how to combat it effectively because I'm scarred. I'm scarred from developing the bishop. Look, if you develop the bishop, the queen comes out, and bro, I'm going to let you know, black wins 37% of the time. And I'm part of that 37%. I don't think I have ever won a game from this exact position. And so I'm scarred from bringing the bishop and the queen coming out. So I just kind of intuitively thought, like, what if I just bring my queen out first and all the ideas stop? Unfortunately, it just hangs a pawn. So he takes a pawn. It's defended by the knight. I can't take it back. The queen is not attacking it. I'm straight up just down a pawn. But something important in chess is people are really focused on the opening. Like, to me, the opening is almost the least important. Is the least important. You don't have to say least. It's a double negative. I think it's the least important part of the game because you're not going to win in the opening. You're probably not even going to win in the middle game. You're going to win or lose in the end game. And so I firmly believe that the middle game and the end game is far more important than the opening. So we'll look out of the opening. Our opponent has a 1+7. I actually play the best move because I'm figuring I can't really push this or he gets a pass pawn. Some ideas, like, I don't know. So we get hit with a check. I can confront it with my bishop, but this leaves the idea for tickling the bishop, and now it is almost -3 for me. If he just maintains the attack, he's chilling. He can also take with the knight that attacks my queen, so I got to do something else, and then he could survive with the bishop. And then he still has the bishop. He didn't trade the bishop for the knight. So the reason that I go for this and give him a little tickle is he's thinking, take, okay, dude can't castle anymore. Or I take back here and undevelop my piece, and then it's not being active. So either one, I can't castle or I undevelop a piece. And he goes for it, and that throws the advantage from basically 2.7 to 1.8. We capture, and now we're just chilling. We can castle, and it's an equal position. And are you ready? This bishop was defending that pawn. It's scary to play a move like this, but you can do it when you have tempo on the knight. So if the knight is defended, like if you develop to here, then it becomes risky because you take and the rook comes over, defended by the knight, and the knight is defended by the bishop. When the bishop's here being a pawn, you can take this, and he can't scoot over because I take the knight. So we go ahead and we do that. And then at this point, we put a rook to the open file. I figured that the game is kind of going to be like this side is pretty locked. I don't know how to mark this side of the board. Boom. This side from here over is locked. And it feels like we're going to be fighting on this open file and this 1-on-2. Plus, this is where all of my pieces are kind of looking, okay? So I'm figuring the game is going to be played over here. He jumps back. I grab another pawn. Is it greedy? A little bit, but it is a perfectly fine move. He steps in, and oh my god, am I greedy. Grab another pawn. The reason for that is this knight is only defended by this bishop, so if he captures here, when I capture back, this knight is completely hanging. So not only am I grabbing a pawn, but I'm defending the knight. So after this capture comes in, I can take, and my knight's not hanging. So that is why I did all of that. We go ahead, and his knight is uber defended in the middle of the board, and we just trade it off. Because this knight is a problem. He is looking at a lot of important squares in my position, and I'm never getting rid of him, essentially. I'd have to push this forward and lock my bishop in jail. So we just trade a knight for a knight. I'm winning, so we're chilling. I scoot up here. Not the greatest move. It was basically going to separate my pawns, is kind of what was going to happen, like this. Then I have two pawns. Like, how am I going to defend all of that or whatever? But I'm still probably going to win. So that's why I did this. If you take me, it just separates my pawns, but we get rid of some of the strongest pieces on the board. We step back. Best move in the position. I don't really like my queen being here. I want to push this pawn so that I have, like, a defense, and this pawn is defended. And this is a weird place for my queen. I don't have a lot of moves, but he comes here and hangs his queen. And that's all she wrote. That's all she wrote. So, in the beginning, let's just memorize the next best move. Knight comes out, and I just developed a knight. If he captures, we capture. Then if the queen comes out, we defend the knight like this. Okay, that's all we got to know. That's all we got to know. In this position, don't bring the queen out. Develop your minor piece like normal. All right. Thank you for watching my video. If you made it this far, if you like Bitcoin, put something in the comments and it would be funny. And so thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Sorry he hung his queen, but sometimes it'd be like that. So I'll see you in the next one. I love you. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what I intend to show you is how to destroy a lower rated opponent, because that is who is sitting across the table from us, and we can see that he is not playing bullet like he should be. He is not playing blitz like he should be. He is only playing rapid, and I promise you, getting better at bullet and blitz is going to help you in rapid, because let's just see, how well does he even know his opening? If he brings the bishop out, he's in for a world of hurt. And so we were playing a 6-minute plus 3-second increment. That is just a straight up weak move on the side of the board. I think I can just go ahead and develop another minor piece. So now we've got 3 minor pieces and he's got 1. And so if he's not careful, he will just absolutely get steamrolled. So we want to be a little bit weary about pushing this and just letting him grab my my light square bishop. But what if I did something crazy like this and we just go for the attack? We just go for it. Probably that's not best practice. So we're going to go for this. Please don't capture my light square bishop, because this is looking at the weakest square in your position. So I really like this light square bishop. And we went with the bishop's opening. So I like to hang on to my bishop from the bishop's opening. And we'll see. Will he be a knight in shining armor in the end game? Or will he die early on in the opening for no avail, to ruin my pawn structure, essentially? So he can just go for this. I'll maybe scoot forward and he'll go for this. And we're going to do this. Potentially he pushes his pawn and he gets like a pyramid of pawns. It's not really good or bad for either of us. And it's going to let him get caught up in development. If he develops the knight, he's just walking into a pin. And if he pushes the pawn, then he can't develop the knight to this beautiful square. But really, my game plan as follows is to move my queen up and castle opposite. And, well, he hasn't castled, so there is no opposite. We are directly across from each other. And also, look at my face. Look how sunburnt I am. Can you see that? For a better reference, take a look at my hand. Look at that line, bro. Not good. I was playing soccer. Oh, it worked there. Boom. Dang. Okay. Your boy's burnt, because I'm the whitest person anywhere I go. I am the whitest. It's not even a competition. Ooh, I like it. So we're going to stick with the plan of just scooting my little queen up and getting ready to castle. So if he castles, we're going to castle. And, you know, I kind of like my position. I like this game so far. It's completely equal, but if we castle opposite, one other tidbit of information. Do I step back? He'll probably just step forward, but if I go here, he probably chases me around with the pawn. And then he's not going to castle this way. But then I can still castle this way. So I think we're chilling. But if he gets this and I step back and he changes his mind about castling this way, well, if I castle this way, he is very quick to just have, you know what I mean, all of these pawns on his 4th rank or my 5th rank, or very far advanced pawns. My pawns are not ready, have not advanced, and done anything substantial. And I'm just blitzing out moves, so I'm not even really thinking too much. I think we're going to step back for no particular reason. If I take, then he was going to take. So we're just going to go ahead. He can pin my knight, but I don't think I really care. I can also like apply pressure to this knight. He would essentially have to push this. And then, I mean, I trade the knights. I don't know if that's like good or bad for anybody. And we're just going to push a pawn on the side of the board, because I think he's a hankering to castle. That's what he's thinking about. He can also kind of develop the knight with tempo on my bishop. Great. Absolutely love it. We're going to just step back. He can plant his knight firmly in the middle of the board, attacking my pawn. In which case, castling this way becomes increasingly risque. This is the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. We're playing a game of chess today. We are playing a game of chess today. My king, we got this open file. I don't think that that was the greatest move in the world. I mean, if he takes, I just get an open file. It's kind of what I see. If he takes, I just get an open file. And I kind of like that. I can also get my knight one step closer to the action. I'll take it. That also prevents this. So pushing this pawn, don't think it's really good or bad. But we're still in like the essential middle game. We've traded off one piece. We have the imbalance of opposite side castling. And all of a sudden, this fork is what I see immediately. Only defended by this knight. So push, push very rapidly gets the idea of the fork. So we are just going to push this pawn. So this just loses on the spot because there's the fork to win the queen. So he's going to have to, you know, push this pawn essentially would maybe be an idea. But then maybe I jump forward with another knight and I slowly but surely start mobilizing my pieces. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? It's not looking so pretty anymore. I think I have time to tickle this guy. I think we got time to tickle him. Make no mistake. I just blundered horrendously. But I'm confident that we're still going to be able to wiggle our way out of this one. He could just... No, he couldn't move there. Bro, never give up. We're grabbing this queen. We're also grabbing this bishop. We're also going to ruin the pawn structure over here. We grab the queen. Most likely he takes back. Probably what he should do is save the... Oh, he can't even save the bishop. Oh, this is just getting beautiful. We take this defending the pawn. Oh my goodness. From completely lost to completely winning in a matter of 2 seconds. This pawn is weak. He's probably going to push it forward and plant his knight here. So one thing that I could do, I can also put my knight on this delicious, delicious square. We're not too worried about this guy, and we can always defend this open file like so. So I don't think it's such a terrible idea to go for this. He can't even immediately kick us out. So I think I'm just ready to jump in. So he is attacking this. Is stepping this way or this way more preferable? If I defend like this, that comes with a check all of a sudden because my knight is not defending it. So we step up. He steps in. He's attacking this yet again. There's a chance that I just don't care. I mean, if I step up, the knight's getting in. I don't see a great way. I can counterattack this pawn. And if he pushes forward, I mean, I jump in. I think this pawn is stupid and ugly as it is. So I don't know if I really care. I can also... Let's just put my knight in the middle of the board. I mean, like, come on. I'm going to make it work. And he can't even really kick me out in the most beautiful way because I'll take back with check and then he has to take back like this. And I'm just not convinced that opening this file is going to be a great plan of action for you. Okay. So he wants to just jump in. He wants to just jump in. This rook's going to do a great job of just defending everything like that. So what if I try and break this side of the board? Or we just put this on a little bit of a light square. Not sure if that was great. Where did all my time go? I mean, I'm up a minor piece for Christ's sake, so I think that figuring this out is going to be all right. We definitely both blundered our queens. How stupid am I? For one, he sacrificed the knight for the queen. I have to take it. I did not even consider that. He pins my queen. I step over. Man, that's good. I'm pinned this way, but the check is this way. Okay, it's my move again. What did he do? He pushed this pawn forward. I mean, I can jump in to get my knight here, and we kind of just go into an endgame type situation. I really like that I'm holding off his knight, though. So I think we're going to step back like this. We're kind of guarding this square is what we're worried about. Push, push, push is also a tiny bit problematic. I could step forward. Yeah, so I think I'm going to step forward. Just straight up push, push. I mean, 2 minutes. I can just bring my rook, bro. Like, you gotta play something like this. I can step up. Pushing, I just don't think is gonna work. He can double up, but we're gonna trade off some of your powerful pieces. And I'm not convinced that that is what you need to be doing, my friend. Yeah, he doesn't want to do it. I can just step up. What about something like this? I think we step forward. Because if he pushes, I can just push up. And we've got a really clogged and kind of ugly position. Yeah, so he's attacking it, but it's defended enough. And until that knight moves, I just don't think that I have a great plan. But I have this fork, so this is threatening the fork. Pushing here, I push up. Pushing here, I take. You ever try to bring the knight, I kill it. You would also be attacking my rook. Now there's a fork here. So he avoided this fork, but he just walked into this one. So we'll go ahead and throw that on him. We are now attacking both of his pieces. I didn't steamroll this guy like I had planned, but you just gotta never lose hope. You know what I mean? Never lose hope. Even after you hang your queen, if you're playing somebody a little bit lower rated, you can MacGyver something effective to happen. And oh dear lord, he can't even go for this cheeky pawn push. And I guess one thing to note is like my two rooks are here, so we should be like just kind of aware that a fork can happen. And man, even when I take this, he's just going to mobilize every single pawn in the position. And my attack never arrived. Like if he pushes this, we're going to go ahead and give him some time. So we are going to just take this. That was the whole idea all along. My rook is under attack. I mean, I'm fairly certain that that's just okay. If he hits me with this check, I can step up. This knight is so annoying. How do I win this? I'm scooting my bishop here to cover both of these squares. I'm trying to cover every single approaching square of this knight. Because he's got two of my pawns. So I'm up a minor piece. Or whatever you want to call it. I'm up 3 points of material. Let's put it like that. Can you guys see that little thing? I know it's pretty small. Sorry about that. And with 20 seconds, let's just go ahead and give him some more time. I don't want this guy to have a heart attack or anything. So just take your time. Take a deep breath. What's the game plan? You gotta conjure up some sort of attack. Yeah, that is the correct idea. Then getting in with this check. I mean, I'm not even 100% sure. My rook is pretty safe. I think we're going to just go for a pawn break. The knight coming in, I mean, I take, and I at least open the position a little bit. So I think we're going to just take there. I'm not sure which way he's supposed to take with, but that allows ideas of this. I can also mobilize this rook. Getting into the position is probably best practice. And what is this rook really doing on this square? So I think stepping over and grabbing the open file makes a fair amount of sense. If he plays this, I might just push forward. So what does that threaten? Check here, and I have to step back here. What if we just push forward? We push forward, take. He hits me with this check. I step back. That's risky. I kind of like the idea of like stepping back. What am I trying to do with this guy? I'm not even sure. So he pushes. I don't really want to take and just allow that check because that is a fork. So I think we're going to just push forward. He hits me with this check, but then I can take. If he hits me with this check, I step up. I'm not 100% sure. We step over. Dear Lord, this is getting scary. My rook is so trapped. We're going to attack this knight. He could go like here, here. We're going to take the knight. Defend like this. We hung the pawn, but we're going to step up. That's really what we're worried about here. We hung this pawn. I don't know if I care about it. We'll give him some time. We're going to step up here and grab that pawn. That was the threat. If he hits us with a check, we step back. If he hits us with this check, we block with the rook. We're going to give him some more time. We block with the rook. I think that was the worst idea ever. 16 seconds. I'll just give him some more time. Don't even really know what he should be trying to do. I can just mobilize my king. I can bring my rook. I think that I have a lot of winning options here. I have an extra bishop. Yeah, resigning is fair. There's really nothing that he can do. Because, I mean, once I attack this, what do? Push and give me a passed pawn? So my next move is essentially this. Even if he plays this, and then it can't even advance because my bishop is going to cover all of these squares. Advancing this doesn't make any sense. There's not too much that I need to explain about this. I'm up 2 pieces, so that is the end of the game. And so, yes, I definitely hung my queen, but we stayed optimistic, we stayed cheerful, we stayed active, you know what I mean? We continued to make threats. Like, man, did I see this? I didn't even consider this move. So, congratulations to the 8, we'll call him 1800. That's an 1800 level move right there. Bada boom, bada bing, bada bing. That is some calculation that I did not calculate. Now, I attack the knight. What do you do here? You're really just afraid of this fork. So, I think you just give up the knight. I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe the best move is to, like, step forward and just go for this pawn. Or come all the way back with the bishop, but then I just take. I'm not actually sure. Maybe just getting out of the way with the queen. You're going to lose your knight. You're going to lose the bishop, but you keep your queen. So I think you'd be chilling. And so let's check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are in the analysis, and I'm not quite sure how to feel about that game because I definitely hung my queen to an insane tactic that I did not even consider. And so we're going to go ahead and slide down here. I'm going to give you a look. There's a blunder. I got a red X on my resume. Big blunder. And the graph tells a tale of a boy who got lost in the woods, left for dead, eating insects, and then all of a sudden the hunters found him and he's going home. We played 90% accurate, our opponent 80% accurate, 1 blunder, 6 inaccuracies, 1 mistake, and that's all she wrote. And so there was really just one pivotal moment where he couldn't move that knight, and he definitely moved that knight. And so let's just hop into the game. Now, because we have such a symmetrical structure, if you note, these pieces are completely equal. This is my lead in development. So this pawn move is not good, but it's only forfeiting a third of a pawn. So it's not the end of the world. So just because your opponent plays like a weird pawn move on the side of the board, before he needed to. Like, now the bishop's got a place to go, so I'm not going to win the bishop. But he didn't need to rush into that. The bishop is not even trapped yet. But you know what? He's probably scarred. He's probably scarred of this knight coming over and grabbing this bishop, and he said, no more. We're pushing pawns on the side of the board. And you know what, bro? Me too. Me too. I feel you 100%. Now, in this position, I didn't even consider this move. I was like, oh, you're going to have to push the pawn forward, and then your knight can't go there, or you're going to have to walk into a pin. No, he doesn't. He can just play the best move. Kind of solves all the problems all at once. Now, I'm supposed to play a4. In this position, bro, not a chance that I'm playing that move. Sorry. Never in a million years. Maybe a3. But no. We scoot the queen up, which isn't a good move. But it comes with a simple idea of, if you castle this way, buddy, I'm going this way. So it looks like he's a fixin' on going this way, and I've already made up my mind that I'm going the opposite direction. So that's why we scoot the queen up. In contrast, the reason I don't go here to e2 is because the knight can jump forward and hit me. So my other knight, my f3 knight, is fixed on this square defending the advancement of the... Okay. Boom, boom, boom. My bishop gets hit, I step back. We look at each other, and I step back. He takes, I take. I'm supposed to grab the knight, but who cares? It's all completely equal. I'm still supposed to grab this knight because I'm basically just going to get battered around at some point. Like I did right here. I'm getting battered by this knight, so I step back. So I'm trading it on my terms is better than him like advancing his knight to better squares and attacking me. But whatever. It's totally equal. And we go ahead and we castle opposite. And so I did a lot of stepping back. I came into this game, pedal to the metal, and then all of a sudden he started making some moves, and I just undeveloped my entire lead in development, and now I'm actually losing, and then I castle opposite to the less safe side of the board. Like, this side of the board is safer. Look how safe his king is. He is surrounded by his armada. He's chilling in his mansion. My guy is behind a ruined pawn structure with my queen kind of feebly here on this crucial forking square, and I have an open file. So castling this way is just not good, but it definitely makes some more exciting chess. Now, here. Never in a million years did I consider this. Never in a, like, we step forward. He plays this mistake with an absolute diabolical, I'm trying to think of a good word to use. This is a diabolical move right here. He is lining up this sacrifice with a discovery check to win my queen. That, he is our arch nemesis right now. And so we can get rid of that. Boom. Just take the knight. The reason I don't do that is he can either just mobilize the pawn or mobilize the bishop. And so that seems scary. So instead, I go for what I want. And what I want is to move this knight to get this fork to get this queen. Okay? Kaboom. Have to take it. Completely losing in this position. That is why this idea in itself is good. Not defending against what the enemy wants is bad. And so he could even have a better advantage by bringing the bishop to attack the queen. Then I slide over, and he just starts bringing his pieces to the party. So, but this is a lot more straightforward. This is a positional thing. This is, you're going to win my queen, taking with the knight. So taking with the knight is better for a human. I have to take. He hits me with this discovery, and I can't even block because my queen is pinned. Look, it's sacrificed 3 different ways. There might even be another way that I don't see because I'm not that good at chess. Boom. Discovery. Absolutely ridiculous. Boom. Just look at that. How did he calculate that and wasn't able to calculate this next variation right here? Bro, if you were able to calculate everything that just happened, you can calculate that this is a 1-move fork that loses your queen. You just did like a 3 or 2-move discovery, sacrifice, double sacrifice. Bro, this is just a 1-move fork. Your knight is guarding this square. You can't let my knight go there, obviously. So I'm attacking the knight. All you got to do, there are a lot of moves here that are winning. He can put the bishop here and it's winning. He can put the bishop here and it's winning. He can defend the square with his rook. He can do it with the other rook. He can move out of the way with the king, even walking into this check. Literally everything in the position that he plays is good. He can literally do anything. What if he just steps back? Still winning. Still winning. He steps over with the king. Equal because it's a check. And then I get this. You're still probably winning because you have the queen versus all these minors. But whatever. There's a million things he can play in this position. The only thing that he can't play is moving the knight. Now I get the fork. And it's worse than that. I grab the knight. I grab the queen and my knight is guarding this bishop's escaping squares. So the bishop can't go anywhere or he's just going to get captured. So he has to grab the knight. So that sucks for you. And then I grab your bishop. And yes, he can like step in and grab the pawn, but arguably that's pretty scary because you're going to just jump in and I'm going to attack you and you go back here and I just take you, and I'm winning no matter what. So keeping the piece on the board is the correct idea. But now you're just down a minor piece. And so we put my knight on a good square. He grabs my pawn. Who cares? And I'm supposed to just go for a pawn break. But whatever. Everything is totally fine. He's got this huge structure fixing on putting his knight in the middle of the board. So I kind of want to guard this square heavily. Right now my knight is doing it, but you can kind of kick me out at some point, and then your knight gets in, and then there's just nasty ideas with your knight being in the middle of the board there. I can't kick it out with the pawn, so I don't want that to happen. So I bring the bishop back. Now I'm looking at this square with two pieces, okay? I bring my rook because I figure I'm about to get attacked on this side of the board, so if we just bring my pieces over here to defend off the attack, I'll win in the endgame. We then threaten a trade of rooks. We step up with the king. Now we're not on this super scary file. We jump into the position. We are threatening this fork. Sorry, bad arrows. You can see it. There's this fork if my knight gets there. So what he does is he gets out of that fork and just goes into this fork. Now there's a simple fork on this square doing the same thing. Don't know how he didn't calculate that. I think he probably just doesn't play bullet. And I can't talk bad about the dude. I hung my queen to that crazy tactic. That was insane. We grab the rook. He gets a 2-on-1, and my king is on this side of the board, and the rook is looking at my king, and the knight is getting ready to at least come over and do some ideas. So we get out of the pawn attack. He pushes the pawn. Now he's got a very strong structure. My rooks are kind of negated here. We scoot up to prevent the knight from coming to either square. So essentially what I'm trying to do is trade this bishop for this knight in any possible way. Even if I lose a pawn, then I win guaranteed because I have an extra rook. So there's a crazy tactic here where I can go into an endgame like this. How are you guarding this pawn? You're not. I just go into an endgame where I have two rooks, but that's a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. I don't think I would ever play that. Instead, I just go for a pawn break. We trade. Now we have an open file. We put my rook on such said open file. He brings his knight. We step back with the king because I got a little bit scared. And all we really need to do here is not take. That's really all we need to do. If we take, he hits us with this fork, and then all of a sudden I'm still winning because I have an extra piece, but it's not as clear. I'm still winning, but he's got a lot of pawns, and my pawns are really sucking. And yeah, so long story short, that's all I have to not do. So I pushed forward. Now he pushes forward. I can just take it with the rook. It's just saying take with the rook, split the pawns. We're chilling. But I step over. Now we're guarding this square from the promotion. He pushes it forward. Simple idea. I'm attacking your knight. If you don't move your knight, I'm taking it. He attacks my pawn. I take the knight. He takes this. I step back. We are guarding this checkmate. That's not even checkmate. I could have just taken the pawn. So I guarded against nothing. I lose a pawn. I take this pawn. Now we don't have to worry as much about my king. He hits us with this check. Either move is fine. We step back, check, block with the rook, and it's over. Trading is the worst thing in the world. He could have kept it on the board. He could have just kept it on the board. Just boom. I mean, he's still going to lose, but if I can hang my queen with like 5 minutes on the board, I can definitely hang a rook or a bishop or something. Maybe all of them. And when I got 14 seconds. So don't trade off your last active piece. Just make your enemy prove that they are going to win the game. Okay? You got a rook. And definitely, if there's no increment, then play on. Because if I have 14 seconds here... Oh, did he ran out of time? No, he resigned. But if there's no increment, bro, the rook is the most annoying piece in the world. The rook can literally make like 25 moves essentially very quickly and easily, and very forcing scary moves. So like you just attack something and you have to respond, or you give a check and you have to respond. That was enough analysis. Talking for 10 minutes about hanging my queen twice. Thank you so much for watching the video. If you enjoyed it, or if you enjoyed it, please subscribe. That's all I got to say. I scheduled a lot of videos. Sorry I hung my queen, but we got him back. We got the dub. Thank you so much for watching. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be going head-to-head with an 1882 playing the Caro-Kann. So we will be playing the advanced variation. I could go for the Alien Gambit, but in a 10-minute game of chess, I just do not think it's advisable. So we are going to go for the fantasy variation, which I don't have memorized at all, so that's probably bad for me, but we are going to just go for it. It's like it's like the 5th most popular move. I think he goes for this, and we develop the knight. That seems to be what I remember. We develop the knight. He develops his knight. But we capture. He takes. Okay, he goes for the pin. We break the pin. If he... I think we take. What do we do here? Defend the center one more. It's a pretty straightforward plan. I think we're just going to go for it. If he captures, I take. He takes, I take. He develops this knight. Somewhat of a problem. Just a tad bit. A little bit of a problem. If I take, and he takes, I take. He takes. Not great for me. Potentially we tickle here. He steps back, I tickle again. If this happens, we're doing this. This pin is a problem of defending this. He's got this capture. He's got this is also hanging. If he steps back, I literally might chase him. Because this pin is really an issue right now. But oh dear lord, what do I actually do? If he steps back, boom, boom, boom. And he's got a lot of pressure on this pawn all of a sudden. We just take, no? You go here, I step up. I'm not even going to calculate it, we're just going to take this bishop. He jumps in, I step up. Or I step all the way up. Okay, so he captures here. I think we just take this, no? And then if you take, I take. You jump in. I get active like this. Okay, this is kind of forcing. I'm doing quite well in the position. I take. I don't know what our opponent was thinking there, but I think we're gonna be all right now. I'm up a piece. It was a complete sacrifice. My king sucks, but I think I'm gonna be able to. That's scary. Absolutely, that is scary. But I can just play this. No. Force the queen trade. I'm playing this. I'm playing this. I will trade the queens in the middle of the board, my friend. I was a little bit worried about like some of these like diagonal type moves. And so if we trade these queens, I feel very good about this endgame. Like he's still got this. But I can just attack you. And then you got to get out of here. And I can attack you again. And then you really got to get out of here. And I can push you again. And then you got to really figure out what you're doing with this knight. This knight all of a sudden becomes a liability. So we trade. We take back with the queen. He's got this, but like I calculated, we attack you. Where do you go then? Here, the only move, right? I attack you again. You could go here, but I'm defended. I might just develop a piece at that point. And if you take, I take, and I'm up a piece. I'll lose my bishop for the knight, but I'll get activity and develop my pieces. He's got this. Yes. We defend. He attacks. I step back like this. I could just attack here. 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 Oh, he takes and it's defended at that point. I mean, instead of being fancy, I could just step back. This. Check. I step up. Let's be safe. He's still got this, but I mean, I can run away. And like this check, I mean, my king steps up. Ooh. Now I could go here. Kind of like the idea of that. And we gotta do something. Here, here, here. What about this? Check. Boom, boom, up. We're playing this. It's going to defend this F2 square. We don't want nonsense like this. Knight's defended. This guy is not defended. I'm getting quick to be able to develop this guy. If he plays this, I can capture. I'm also ready to bring this knight. I'm also getting ready to castle. Have I moved my king yet? I completely forget. Completely equal on the clock. He can castle. We develop. He can jump in. I'm stepping up. Then he's really kind of in a situation. He's going to have to decide what to do. And my pieces are defending each other. So he's got this, but I'll just move up. I will straight up just move up. Oh, then he can attack this. Okay, so I got to play this. Only move, right? I'm ready to castle. I think I got to like fast forward through this game. Okay, so I guess I can't scroll on the thing anymore. We got to remember, did I move the king? I don't think that I did. Okay, so he goes for this. We step up, no? We step out of this defending. We attack and defend. What else is going on here? We step up. If you capture, I can capture like this. He can play something like this, but we'll capture. Or if he plays this, I could capture here. And if he captures here, I capture here. I think I'm going to be all right. Like, all of my pieces are swarming my king, and we have no queens. So it's really just going to be like a tactical thing. If I'm able to trade down some pieces, I win. If he's able to like launch some sort of crazy attack, I'm going to lose. But I feel actually quite decent about what's going on in this position. At the very least, I can capture, take. I'll have to defend this first. So maybe I'm going to bring my rook. Like, my configuration of pieces is sloppy at best, but I don't hate it. I don't absolutely hate it. What do you do? Bring this? We go here. Take. Don't love that. We defend. He goes here. Move my rook. I think we go for this. If he doubles... I am literally surrounding my king with every single piece that I have. Like, every single piece that I have is surrounding my king right now. And I actually think if I'm able to move this guy, like if he doubles and I move this guy, take. I think I survive that. Or actually, does it work? Here. What are you going to do other than take? Push this pawn. I'm going to grab this first. Okay. I'm unsure what is the better move. I can take here, but what does that really accomplish? Let's just do this. It adds a defender to this guy. My rook is completely left out of the game. Maybe we do this. I'm going for this. It's a pretty straightforward threat. Like, that's my entire idea. He can get in, but I'm hitting this fork. Okay, we do this. We're attacking the rook and this guy. He has to step up. We take. We're going for this. This is defended enough different ways. This doesn't really work. It's defended too many different, freaking every single way in the position you could ever think of. And I'm going to be able to grab this bishop. And if I grab this bishop and like bring his rook over here, all of a sudden we have like gotten rid of so much stuff we need to be worried about. So for one, I can take this with check. Okay, I mean, just give up. I can take this with check for one. Like, take this with check. If you step up, I take this with check, and you have to come back, and then I take this. So he, what was he really supposed to do? I think he just needed to scoot the rook up one square, but I'm still taking this with check, then check. Then I attack. Probably you take, I take, you attack again. I'll defend. Let's check it with the computer and just see how accurate of a game was that. I feel like it was actually pretty solid. I was in trouble in the beginning, I felt like. Maybe not like tremendous trouble, but it wasn't. Let's change the scenes. Set up for Lichess. Bada boom, bada bing. Request a computer analysis. And we're going to take the moment of truth. How good am I at chess? One inaccuracy I see already. The computer is thinking, and the graph is off to a bad start because it shows that I had a very big advantage. And I'm not sure if I converted that completely the way that I was supposed to. We could do a little game of guess the accuracy. Like we guess what % accuracy it is. Okay, so let's just see this. Caro-Kann fantasy variation. Best move. Best move. Best move. Ooh, not the best move, but who cares? It's about equal. Then this. He's just sacrificing the bishop. I didn't believe in this. And we just go for the queen trade. No, it's not the best move. Like getting more active is defending the discovery check with the bishop. No. The easiest, best move to play. Get rid of the most powerful pieces. I know that I'm winning here. Jumping back with tempo on this. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Not the best move. This was better. I guess just defending the pawn. Could be a weakness at some point. Whatever. Ooh, castling out of it. Realizing that there was this fork. If he goes here. Oh, castling to add pressure to the fork. Okay, that's a complicated move. We're castling. That's fancy. We castle to allow this so that there's this fork because now we have added... Okay, you need to be real good at chess to find a move like that. And I'm just not that good. So stepping up with the king is the second best option. Keeping my advantage beautiful. We step over. I guess I could have taken 3 different ways. They're all about the same. We develop, and we get this fork. And yeah, we're gonna take this with check. Pretty much no matter what you do. Like if you step here, I'm going here. So I'm just getting in. I take this with check. If you step here, I grab the rook. If you grab this rook, I take. Then you grab this. I'm completely, absolutely crushing. I think that might be another 98% accurate game. Straight up, every move was the best move. Let's just see how accurate it was. Oh, it's still loading. It says 100% accurate. I was like, 100%? It can't be 100%. This thing needs to load just a little bit more. Please load. What's going on here? Wow. I feel like that was pretty accurate. And then here, like, okay, I'm tossing away some % of accuracy here to play the human best move. Like, if you're a human and you're winning, trade the queens. Could I have, like, defended and developed my pieces faster? Yes. But if we get rid of the queens, I am far more likely to win. He's not going to develop... Like, if we got into this position right here, and, like, just say a queen appears here and my queen appears here, that's a whole different game. That is a whole different game. I am actually getting attacked, and I'll need to figure my way out of it. But, yeah, everything was, like, pretty accurate. I'm thinking it was really, really high. Oh, my God, it's slowly loading in. 93% accurate. That took way longer than it needed to. 3 inaccuracies, 98% accurate, 25 average Santipan loss. Not the greatest. Where were my inaccuracies? I mean, if he captures, I just take back, no? I'm slightly losing. Okay, he's gonna get like a little bit of development. We're not scared of that. Okay, that inaccuracy, who cares? This inaccuracy, not an inaccuracy. I know that maybe it's not the best move in the position, but it's a way to trade the queens. Best move. Then, okay, stepping over here to apply pressure to this. But doesn't that just allow this check? And then I step up, and then there's this, and then I gotta like really kind of get fancy. Like kind of what I was thinking here. Like if I do this, I allow this check. Then I step up, and then this, yes. And then I got to get real fancy. I probably would have played this, where you can attack me again. Then my rook comes all the way over here. I did see this for a second, this configuration. I mean, it gets a little bit flimsy if I play something like this. I didn't want to go into any of that. It seemed too scary. I didn't want to like allow checks and stuff. So instead of that, I'm allowing the check, but I step up, and I've got at least my knight, because this guy is not going to be doing anything. So that is why I didn't want to bring my knight over here. Then he's not like helping in this situation. So sorry that it took forever to actually have the computer analysis. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here, or watch another one of my videos. I'll put it right here. Thank you so much. I love you. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's video, we're going to do what we always do. Smoke our opponent in a 10-minute rapid game. And I'm going to show you how to play chess, and I'm going to learn a little bit. You're going to learn a little bit. We are facing a 2000 on the dot, and I am 1898. So hopefully this can be a video of how to not get scared of high-rated opponents and absolutely destroy them. So we're going straight into the bishop's opening. First things first, we always check. Where are they from? Armenia. He's bad at bullet, he's okay at blitz, he's great at rapid. So what we want to do is keep an equal position and go towards the end game, where hopefully he slips up the end game. So we just kind of want to, the chances of me getting huge winning chances right off the bat are slim to none. So what we're going to do is just try and keep an equal playable position, and then just keep things going. And then hopefully once we get to a little bit lower on the clock, we'll be able to seek the advantage. Okay, so this right here is something that you're going to see in pretty much every game. Okay, so we're going to lose the light square bishop. That's cool. We were trying to avoid this pin. Now we're going to lose the light square bishop. And like a good chess boy, he doesn't actually take. He can do that whenever he so chooses. And so my options are basically as follows. I need to develop my last minor piece. I can go to all these squares. Sorry, these ones. What's the best one? We're gonna go here, because this pin is not actually a pin. It's basically just asking to be moved. Now the problem is, if I push this pawn, he will then feel so inclined to capture and ruin my pawn structure like this. So we're just gonna move my queen up a tad bit and see what happens. He's gonna capture here at some point. You know, I'm not convinced that that was a good move. We're gonna go ahead and just pin that, and hopefully we'll scoot around. If he pushes this pawn, it's greatly weakening his king, so I'm quite happy about that. Now he chooses, because he didn't know what to do over here. He's deciding, should I push this pawn or not? And this capture was going to happen one way or another. And so what's he thinking next? One other thing that we need to be a little bit cognizant of is this sacrifice, removing the defender of this knight, because right now only this pawn is defending the knight. And so if there's a situation where maybe his queen is attacking this sacrifice is something you always kind of you got to be a little weary of. Okay, so he does decide to attack. We're going to scoot back. We also have a little luft for my bishop, and this is always a good idea to push one of these pawns generally, so you have a place to go. We're going to scoot back. His knight's going to go here, and then we're just going to capture. And basically, we're going to absolutely get attacked, because right now he's probably going to take with this pawn, so that he has basically 4 pawns pushing towards my king. The thing that's really nice about this position for me is our kings are on the same side. So a pawn storm on this side of the board is going to be a little bit dulled down by the fact that he also has a king on this side of the board. I'm sensing that this knight is never really going to get into the action over here. So I'm thinking just bring this knight. Try and bring one more piece to the party over here. What's the game plan? He also has this pawn break. So I feel as if there's going to be a lot of tension on the king side of the board. So he's going for a pawn break in my best interest. If he takes back, this suddenly becomes weak. We're just going to go for it. Let's just not spend a million years. We're up 30 seconds on the clock. I think this is still a more or less equal position. One thing you're going to find in many rapid games of just any game of chess is in the opening, there's just a multitude of good moves that you can make. And so basically anything you do is going to be still equal. If I do this, it kind of allows his rook to get into the party, but I'm just not scared. Oh, his rook can't come in. My knight's defending that. So he's going to take back with his pawn. This guy is super weak, so I'm thinking maybe we scoot the queen up like this. Maybe we really grip down this square. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not 100% sure what to do. You know what? We're going to go here. And in some positions, I can take, and the queen is not defended. And I might just like vacate, you know, I was vacating the file for my queen. So probably what we'll see is like a developmental move of this bishop. I'll probably put a rook onto the open file. And I'm still sensing that this is a completely equal position. I mean, it's hard to say. My king, I feel like, is safer, but his prospects for attacking are far greater than mine. He also has the pawn breaks in the position. This is my pawn break, but I don't really have it because it just hangs this pawn. So this pawn is very, very important. He could even like scoot back. Okay. Okay, makes sense. I probably want to get this knight involved. So vacating the square for my rook to come over here. So the question is, which rook? I feel like the king side of the board, this whole side of the board is where all the action is going to happen. So I think I'm just going to bring my rook into the party. We're still kind of waiting for this developmental bishop move. It definitely needs to happen. And he has the bishop pair. So actually he might have a slight advantage over me. The only thing that's favoring me is not really a closed position because the pawns haven't really been advanced. Okay, so this is just an immediate threat on this. There's really two ways that I can defend that. Scoot up or scoot over. Or push. And if captures, captures. And then this is defended. No, I can't push because it's just this. Okay, so what's the better move? Up or over? I feel like over gives me options to bring the knight. We're going to scoot over. The reason for that is I have a place to put my knight. So if something crazy, like we really get attacked on this side of the board, I can quite quickly move my knight here, push this pawn, bring my rook over here, or even bring my other knight, and then I've got my king nice and safe. But somehow I'm getting attacked. I started with the white pieces, and it is absolutely our opponent here who's applying the pressure to us. And so our friend from Armenia is not joking around. And the complete queen side of the board is just dead. Okay, so he makes like kind of a waiting move. This rook is straight up doing nothing. So we're going to scoot up. I don't see any immediate threats or anything, so we're just going to try and make like a slight improving move. If I can double my rooks, then, I mean, there's really no way into the position. And look at these bishops. Look at these bishops just eyeing my entire position right here. And I'm not even sure, like, once I double the rooks, what am I going to do? All of the important squares are covered by the bishops, so I really have no infiltration. Like, it's just not going to happen. Okay, that move, like, needed to happen. And if I rush into this end game, where boom, 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 even his queen could take, we're just going to do it. Straight up, we're just going to do it. Maintain an equal position. Maybe this isn't how everybody wants to play chess. Maybe you want to be like a super powerful attacking player. But sometimes the way you win is just like make moves, just like easy moves. So again, we have a checkmate threat. If I scoot over, he could sacrifice, but then I take, and then his rook is defended. So I think we're going to just scoot on over. This is now hanging, per se. Oof, we hang a pawn in the middle of the board. Excellent. Excellent form. Now, what do we do about that? Well, I'm not going to lie to you. I am a little bit dry on ideas. We can just go for a queen trade. I don't think that that's going to favor me in any type way, being down the bishop pair and down a pawn. So let's see. I really don't know what to do here. And I don't think that there's any sacrifice in the position. And I'm slowly slipping away on time. So we're going to just scoot over. Probably he just goes back. But now he's got a pawn. And he can move the queen and push this pawn. And then he's just going to be in my position. And so... I mean, I just take, right? I just take. I don't think that that made any sense. Am I stupid? If I take... This is defended by the queen. We're just going to take it. Not even going to think too much. And he hangs the queen. Okay. Correct. I don't know what that was. He was applying the pressure. Absolutely, he was applying the pressure. And unfortunately, it's me calling the shots now. And so what we're going to do is rook into the position. We're attacking this pawn, we're attacking this rook. I can also throw in this check first, because we don't really want to see this pawn push. So let's just throw in the check. I mean, I've got a queen. If the king scoots this way, we just trade off the rooks. And so now I'm just going to show you how to convert a completely winning position. Is there anything that I need to be really, really scared of? Rook into the position. He kind of has to scoot back. Sorry about that. And then I'm just going to grab this pawn or grab this pawn. And then he blundered. Completely blundered. Well, the dude is not very good at blitz and bullet. So I think that's kind of what happened. He just rushed into it. Whatever he calculated here, like he just didn't see that the queen is defending this knight. So like I mentioned earlier, you can remove the defender of the knight, but I had a second defender. So it's defended twice. So that whole idea just did not work for our opponent. And so there we go. I beat a 2000. So now I have regained my elo. I am now 1900 again. So this is my second time being 1900, or actually my third. I got 1900 lost, and here we are again. But now that was plus 11 because I beat quite a high rated opponent, and so now I'm quite high. So definitely there was he was the one applying the pressure. So let's just check this out with the computer and see how I could have defended that position better. All right, I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and I'm not quite sure what to think about that game. I'm just happy to be back at 1900. It kind of more or less was an equal game. Then he was applying pressure and I had a losing position, and then just a catastrophic debacle where he just loses the queen for no reason. I don't know how a rated 2000 player can do that, but it is what it is. I played 90% accurate, 2 mistakes, 1 inaccuracy. One of them is not really too big of a mistake in my opinion. And then 4 inaccuracies, 4 inaccuracies and 2 blunders by our opponent. 71% accurate. That is not good against a 90% accurate game. And so the game itself was completely even. And so in this position right here, just one thing that you need to know, if you ever, I don't know what type of openings you guys play, but if you play this opening, this is something that you need to be aware of. So you need to play d3, because if you don't play d3 and you develop the knight, they have this sacrifice, you take back, and then there's this fork. And then you scoop back, he takes, you take, and then all of a sudden it's just in a completely equal position, but your pieces, it's just not good for you. Okay, that's all you got to know. So you don't want to ever go into that. It's just not good. So when the knight comes out, you have to play d3. This defends the pawn in the center. But the bad thing about it is then this move just becomes super, super quick to grab your light square bishop. It's a completely even position, so there's no need to be really scared about it. Only after we defend the pawn in the center with d3, then we can play knight f3, okay? They castle, we castle, he pushes, I push my pawn to prevent this pin, although this did open up some sacrificial ideas over here where he can lose his queen for no reason. We scoot back. Then the other thing is this situation of grabbing my light square bishop is not going anywhere anytime soon. So the appropriate thing to do is like prep the push in the center. He's like, you know, prepping this, and then he's going to have two pawns in the center. So this is a great understanding of the position. Like, there's no need to grab this. A lot of beginner players would go ahead and grab this right away. But what he's really hoping for is I push here, then he captures, then I have to capture back with this pawn. And capturing with this pawn and having this pawn structure is way worse than capturing this way and having this pawn structure, okay? Because I would get the open A file, and I would be capturing towards the center. So if I push, capture, and capture this way, this becomes weak. This isn't the greatest open file for my rook. So those are all of the reasons why we're just making moves. Now here, I think he didn't really know what he wanted to do. Did he want to push this pawn? So he just cashed out on this capture. Excellent move by our opponent. Then this is one of my inaccuracies. I can take here, he takes back, and then I capture. And I basically sacrifice the knight for two pawns. I weaken his king, and I have a lot of ideas of getting in. The reason I didn't go for that is the dark square bishop is inside the pawn chain. So he can just break the pin immediately. So what you generally want to do is sacrifice, take back here. The pin is active, and then you bring your queen to apply pressure, and he has to defend with the king, and then you figure out a way to just apply pressure to the pinned piece. The reason I didn't go for that is because if I capture, like, boom, 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 there's no pin. So and there's no easy way to get my queen in here without making a couple moves. And so the computer's saying that it's good because I just get rid of these two pawns and now I have attacking chances. The reason I didn't go for it is because I'm never going to win the pinned piece. And so hard to say from a human standpoint to ever make that sacrifice. The only time you ever want to make it is, say, the pawn is here, he develops the bishop, and then he pushes the pawn, and the dark square bishop is trapped outside of the pawn chain, okay? So, like, there's pawn here and the bishop here, and he can no longer come back to break the pin. Okay. And so we scoot back here, we take, and so what I was supposed to do is just break in the center. Why did I make a knight move to prep this? It was already prepped. I've got it defended with two pieces. It did not need to be defended by another piece, so that move didn't really make a lot of sense. Then we go for the pawn break, but I'm a step behind. It's still a completely even position. I go here, and then I have a slightly losing position. But what I'm supposed to do here that I completely missed is there's this attack is definitely the thing on the board. This rook and this bishop is going to take my pawn, and if the bishop takes my pawn, then the rook comes in here with check, and then I just lose the game. What I was supposed to do is be complete Mr. Stockfish and just completely disregard that attack. I'm supposed to take here. If he takes back with the queen, I grab this, and we just allow this. Is what it's supposed to say? Yeah, I just allow this, jump in with this crazy check where he captures back with something, but that opened up the line for my queen. Was I ever going to calculate any of that? No, there's not a chance. We sacrifice the knight, he takes back, I get the rook, he gets the pawn. I then sacrifice another knight so that I can see the bishop and get rid of all of it. Really, really hard to see. So that was my inaccuracy. I don't hate it for not seeing that. We're shuffling around. I'm not sure what to do here. I guess this would have made a lot of sense. I can attack the queen and also defend this. Okay, but I'm still losing, so all of it's losing. He just grabs my pawn. We double the rooks, and he goes for this sacrifice to grab this. He removes the defender. Of course, he removed one of the defenders, but he just hangs. And he's just cooked. Absolutely cooked. I did this because, I mean, this pawn push is a little scary. This is defended, so you might as well just check. And then this pawn push attacking my queen is no longer an option. So I played it a little bit slow. And then after this move, he resigns because He's completely cooked. Completely cooked. The best computer line is to just give up the bishop. And what you're supposed to do is go over here. But it's never going to work. It's never going to work. So say you go here. I just grab the bishop. Even if it's not the best computer line. You go here. But then I could bring my dude over. And if you capture, I capture back with the knight. And you're completely cooked. There's just absolutely nothing you can do. I'm just coming in. Check. Checkmate. I'm up a queen and a knight. So that's how you beat high-rated opponents. Don't panic and just wait for them to blunder. Everybody blunders, even 2000s. So wasn't the best tactical game out of everything. It kind of was just decided by a one-move blunder. But either way, thank you so much for watching. I know that was a very short video, but you guys are the best. I'll see you next time. All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. Today we're doing something a little bit differently. We're going to be playing one of my subscribers. His name is Sean. Where do you live, Sean?
I live in Texas, Central Texas, Round Rock.
Okay, and so basically we've played a bunch of bullet games together. This is going to be our first rapid game. We've got a 10+5. We're playing casual because we're boys. And so generally in this situation right here, I believe that this is the opening that he plays for bullet. And so we played a bunch of like 15 seconds. And you know, I don't see this opening too much, so we're going to do my patented custom opening where we put the bishops out, we put the knights behind, and look how fast he's playing. We're going to end this game with more time than we started with. We bring the queen out, and now here's the moment. We castle opposite. Well, he hasn't castled yet, but this is the general game plan, what's going on right here. And so it might be ill-advised to launch h4, but I think we're just going to go ahead and do it. Confront this pawn structure on this side of the board. We will trade. And I believe going ahead and pushing e5, we get a little thorn in his position. And I don't mean to steal the spotlight and just chat. This is just how I have been doing my YouTube videos. I just ramble incessantly. So I'm thinking about this future of my knight on d2. I don't think that he belongs where he is. So I'm thinking like b3, c5 might be his new home. Is kind of what I'm thinking. So we're going to hop in. We're definitely experiencing a little bit of a pawn advancement on my side. And I already traded off my pawn, so I don't have any more pawn breaks on that side of the board other than f4. I don't know. So we're going to just jump forward with the knight. We're attacking the bishop. And Sean, you like never play rapid ever? You'd like just play bullet?
I've probably played 5 rapid games in 6 years. Not many.
Well, don't worry. This will be a friendly match. If something goes astray, we'll swap it back. I'm thinking just going for a pawn break can't be a bad idea. But from my standpoint, I don't know if I should be giving you advice or anything, but your king is in the middle of the board. I have like a super strong center. My knight is more advanced than yours. Like you've got a really good square for your knight. Yeah, exactly. That's a really good square for your knight. But the problem with that, you couldn't move that knight because I'll pin your queen. If you see what I'm talking about, I'll pin your queen to your king. Like this.
This is true.
So that's like a, what is that called? Danger levels. You're like I'll attack your queen, I'll attack your queen. But basically what's gonna happen here is I'm gonna take your queen with check. You basically have to take back, and then in that time I'll have I'll be able to move my
queen again.
I'll move my queen again. So I'm fairly certain. I think like any move will make sense. I would have taken my rook there as well, but if you want, we can just make some propose a couple takebacks, and we can avoid all of that. Do you want to do that?
No, not at all. Like I have to learn how to not pre-move so fast.
So
it's very handy for 15-second chess, but not so much in
the reason. So your knight, you should have just traded that knight off.
Right. I should have taken the rook.
You should have taken the rook, because now your knight has like very scarce retreating squares. And so all of the retreating squares for that knight are basically occupied. I mean, you've got one more. So we're going to take here. You've got one retreating square with this knight. So you're pretty much in Operation Save the Knight, I would presume. The problem... That's actually probably a great move.
We'll see how-
So
Lose until you win, baby.
there might be something better, but I can just jump forward and trade the knights, and essentially, like, I can just simplify down into an end game that I'm guaranteed to win because I'm up a queen, essentially. Not up a queen. I'm up basically 3 points of material, but it's pretty significant. So we can do this check. You're forced to take. I take here. You can take that pawn back. And now I believe I just put my rook on this open file. And essentially I'm threatening to infiltrate with my queen. And
What?
you can do that. But I scoot over and I threaten over here. And then essentially you have to either scoot back or trade the rooks. And either one is not
You
one's
lose
not
out
super
on the
great.
rook from that, just in terms of the check. But yeah.
So at this point I feel like you have to play d5 or something of the sort, because your bishop is locked in and your knight is also locked in. And if you can't get your bishop and you can't get your knight,
D5? I don't see D5.
is that d5?
You mean
Yeah, pawn push.
yeah, but that's en passant. There's no recovery from the en passant.
Yeah, but there's also no recovery from your bishop is locked in jail, your knight is locked in jail, and then your rook is essentially locked in jail behind all of that. So you got to do something on that side of the board. Because essentially, I'm just going to play I believe that I'm just going to play f4, and we're getting ready for a brutal infiltration with my queen.
On F7.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sure.
So, I mean, I think I can just take back, and the situation is kind of more or less the same. We attack my rook. Makes sense. I mean, jumping forward with this check can't be a bad idea. I can push my pawn with yet another check. That's one option. I can take the pawn with another check. I'm not sure what's more accurate, but I can probably grab this pawn. Then you scoot back, then I hit you with a check.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And we do a little shuffle with the queen where
Rook H1.
I think that is essentially mate.
Yeah.
Because the bishop is pinned, so the bishop can't block. So how long was that? 7 minutes?
Dude. Crushed.
That's okay. Let's do another one. Well, you know what? Let's reduce the time.
I think you want to go faster? Yeah, okay.
Let's go faster. Let's do like a 5 minute, 5-0.
Okay, let's see here.
Because
And
the viewer is looking right now. If you see his rating right here, 2022 in bullet. So he absolutely plays fast.
increment still?
I suppose we could do just like 1 second increment,
Okay.
just to because it really does suck.
You didn't need any on that game for the record. It took less than 10 minutes, I'm pretty sure. But
Yeah, that took like 7 minutes.
all right, I'll play something more conventional, even though I'm strongly opposed to the. I mean, just for me, the database games are nice, but if you look at Stockfish or AlphaZero, for example, you can literally open with any piece.
Yeah, essentially, you can do almost whatever you want in the opening, and it's an equal position. I've learned that. So kind of the reason... I think I step back, and sort of the reason that I put my bishop on d6 is to coax that pawn push in, because what I'm going to go for is I'm going to step back, and then I have this pawn push here on b6, and so we're going to essentially go for that. You can defend. So if you don't defend, you don't need to take a deep breath. We're not in a rush, because this, I believe, loses a pawn. I can take your pawn, and if you capture back, then I take with my knight.
Sure. Even worse.
I don't think that's even worse. I essentially have to take here because if
With
I,
the bishop, you still gain another pawn.
I'm not sure what I
If
want to do.
you take on e5, I take you on e5, and then you still gain, yeah. So it's like
So I do still grab a
it's not.
pawn.
Yep, it's not a great move. You'll be +2.
And so now once we're in this phase of the game, so you probably need to castle. I would
Possibly,
say.
but I've been doing a little bit of observation about games where people don't castle, and there's less material. There's less games to study on that. And surprisingly, if you look at some of the GMs, just history, they actually win a lot of games where they don't castle at all, just because there's not a manual on that, so to speak. Right? There's less. The same reason I open ridiculously, but primarily and only targeted towards 15-second was really the original goal. And then if I got better, I was like, okay, I guess I'll play slower. But I watched a video, I think last year, maybe the year before, of Magnus, and he said, Blitz seems a little slow for me at this point. And I was like, okay.
Well,
And
he's
I
probably
was
talking
enraged.
about because Blitz. I think Blitz, even in like in tournament, like in real chess, I think Blitz you can still be 10 minutes each. I think Blitz is 25 minutes each, even right?
Possibly, yeah. On live chess, at least, I think Blitz is 5 to maybe even 15 minutes or something like that. But in this case, like 10 is also 10 is rapid, so I don't know. But
So I'm not actually. I never play in tournaments, so I don't know anything about real chess and real chess players. But I can imagine he's talking about the longer formats of.
yeah,
And so you have made quite a bit of pawn moves, and so I just think that castling would have made sense. Also, when my knight arrived here to e4, I'm threatening this fork. So now I'm threatening a fork of your rook and your queen. So I'll jump in and threaten both of those.
nice.
And so you essentially will need to do something about that.
Yay.
And so
Um,
and so arguably I haven't castled either, but I'm up 2 pawns and I have like more of an attack. So that's actually a really good move, I would say. You're definitely threatening my pawn, but I'm going to be up in exchange. And but I'll lose the right to castle if you do take that. So what is the correct move here? I mean, I can just defend, but then your rook gets away. I'm going to just do you could have taken in between the check. You're supposed to take c6. C6 check. Because now I can scoot forward and defend it.
Get it.
Yeah, you needed that in between check. And then you at least would have like made it so I can't castle. Or
Mhm.
and I think I'm just gonna push this pawn just because it sort of traps your queen. And I made like a super dope square for my bishop in the middle of the board.
You're +4, so
I believe I can grab this pawn.
you're not doing too bad.
I probably even could have played. Like I think I can just play f4 check, and it's probably pretty scary. And you've got a lot of stuff going on with this knight, so I think it's you're questioning my queen. My queen has to go somewhere. I think this check just makes a lot of sense. I can grab the bishop, but then there's a fork, which I don't really want to allow.
It's more than a fork. Queen c6 check, but
Well, what I'm saying is if I take your bishop, so I think I'm just gonna castle. I think I'm just gonna castle. So right now, the bishop is hanging. I mean, essentially these pawns over here could be an annoyance in the end game. So I'll probably just get rid of at least one of them.
this is heroically, stoically. not amazing.
Well, to be fair, sometimes when you're in a position like this, it's hard to find a good move because it's like I'm up four
No, I'm just
pawns.
not. I'm not a marathon runner. I tried a marathon once in high school and like didn't finish. I remember like crying like 1 mile into it. I would like started off. I was crushing everybody. I was like, I got this. That's like long form chess for me. But then you have sprinters, right? Like not everyone can run the 40 or go 0 to 60 in no seconds. Yeah, this game doesn't have well for me. Okay, so I suppose we'll continue. The increments make it more fun too. It's like long chess is kind of like getting a college degree. It's like probably should have, you know. But you might make it as a streamer. You know what I'm saying? You're just like, well, I don't know.
Well, I've got 30 seconds here, so I actually do need to play a little bit quicker. What do I want to do here? Let's just give a check. At this point, I need to just kind of like make some moves and not lose on time.
I'll make it complicated. This is where I usually drive.
Kind of just giving checks here. I think that hung a pawn in the middle of the board, but I'm really kind of just attacking your king.
Yep. Fun, dude. No, it.
Oh, I hung my rook.
Yeah.
Well, I lose the rook.
A +4.
Yikes.
You're doing great.
We got some back rank checkmate ideas, that's for sure. So I'm going to just push a pawn so that doesn't happen. Oh, we only have 1 second increment. I thought for whatever reason we had more. Oof. I'm going into an end game that I don't like that much.
To get elsewhere.
Yikes. Oh my god, I need to actually not lose on time here.
A little bit harder with a mouse than my phone, frankly, but that's okay.
Yikes. I've got 8 seconds. I shouldn't cry. I think I'm doing all right.
Love the mouse. We'll try to force a draw. It's not gonna work. Good job. Stalemate. Oh! Force a stalemate is what I was gonna say.
Bruh. I had 8 seconds. That was not reasonable.
+17. There's no shame in that. +17.
What I should have done is just push the pawn and turned it into a queen and force the trade like that, because I still have these extra pawns. I should not have gotten a stalemate in that position. But if we see...
That was a 79 move game. What do you want to hit analysis and see how much worse I did? Because I know I played tremendously worse.
I
don't know
think
if you ever do that.
I think that game, I mean, this game was basically essentially, I mean, it was better than the other game, that's for sure. I basically just grabbed a million pawns was the situation. Then this, whatever I was trying to do here by giving all these checks, there was probably a better checkmate. And I hung my rook with one of the checks, so that didn't make sense. When I checked your queen, you could have grabbed my rook with your king, but then you're really asking to get checkmated. So there's something better I could have done. And then when we got into this endgame where I'm up like 5 pawns, I got down to like 0 time and just kind of blundered away all my pawns.
Wrong. It put me at 86 and you at 84, which is weird.
It's not...
But I had 10 inaccuracies. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. You still had the upper hand the entire game, but the accuracy rating from Lichess is interesting because
Well,
When I usually play Blitz though, like I get people that are like you're rated much higher than me. I think quite much. I just mean like higher, and it doesn't matter. Like what if you're not higher, you're always like not as good, which I'm not. And I looked at that before I met you, which was like I was like he's gonna beat me in everything longer than 30 seconds for sure. If not all the time, most of the time.
well, let's go
But
down to 3+2 and see what happens there.
oh, any increments. It doesn't matter if it's 0+1. Like you'll win because you're better than me at everything over 30 seconds, and that's me playing on my phone too. Like I'm not. I
So what?
couldn't play 15 seconds on my mouse.
Well, let's not
You know,
jump.
so
Let's not jump down to 15 seconds. So let's do just 2 minutes. 2 minutes, no
okay.
increment.
Okay. Let me get back up to the top
We'll do 2 minutes, no increment, and then if I win, then we'll do 1 minute, no increment, and we'll just keep going down.
here. I like it. Ties and load. All right.
You know,
So
to be fair, I actually prefer playing with no increment because I like to flag people because that's just like part of the game. But
good. Yeah, it's a skill. Like I've lost to Sergei Zagalko of Belarus 340 to 0 so far. And I have
yeah,
to pay $100 an hour to lose 340 games. So like I'm not shy when it comes to losing until you win. So 2 minutes, one increment or no increment?
I was thinking none.
Eventually we'll get to 15 seconds and I'll feel like I'm not a total loss.
Well, if
So
you want, we could do three and then do two and then do one
okay, let's do three first.
and just knock out a game in every
It can be wide.
category.
It can be wide.
And so,
I need to learn how to play that opening on the right side. Yeah.
basically, I enjoy playing with no increment, maybe more. But as far as making videos goes, it doesn't make a good video when anybody loses on time in any type of position. So sometimes I have like a winning position, a losing position. It doesn't really matter. Fairly certain that hung a pawn.
That was terrible. Yeah. What else do I have in the bag here?
We're gonna just bring this bishop.
How did you determine that people like videos less when people win on flags? Like people would just comment and they don't like nobody watches at that point, or
No, but I would like play a game that hangs a queen.
terrible. Okay, I'll play it out. It's fine. You never know when you're gonna blunder. Let's just- Especially with speed chess. Like I've watched 15-second chess on my chess for 3 years to go to sleep because like when you're tired, it's actually just when your brain is done calculating, not so much like your muscles don't really go like we want sleep. And literally for that long, I've like used speed chess, to get sleep because I can't figure out why playing the same game, the highest rated players using the same pieces with the same rules are so much better than me, and it just turns me off. I'm like, I just go sleep almost immediately. Within a minute, I'll drop the phone on my face. I've done this like multiple times, just right in the teeth. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, it's great. Yeah, there's a redeeming move. Didn't work, but okay. Um, mhm. This phone resigning would probably be honorable in some circles. There it is. Okay, that's enough. All
All right.
right, so that's three. We'll try two, I guess. Here, let's read.
Yeah, reset it up. Go ahead and send it. Nobody ever actually said that to me that the videos don't make sense, but I just know that it doesn't make a good video if unless it's like coming down to checkmating the opponent with like a king and queen and I lose on time and it's like still was an educational good game.
Okay. Well, chess is strategy, right? Like, so as an example, Magnus Carlsen played this sort of an opening at one point where he just made the queen and king dance. It was different because the queen went to a4 and h4 and then back in the same position just to trade places. But strategy depends on the rules of the challenge, right? So if your goal is to win at life, it's a longer race. It's still a race, but it's a longer race. And the strategy changes and what you practice would have to change too. Like UFC versus boxing, right? Like boxing is going to take longer because you have pads. Like UFC, not so much. You know what I mean? It's like you could go right away. It's like where the Scholars Made is like one of the most common low-rated openings, for example. Or is it the scholar's mate or the fool's mate? What's the 4-move mate where it's just kind of like king's pawn, queen bishop, mate?
I think that is. I think it's called Fool's Mate. It might be both, though, to be honest with you.
Fair enough. Yo, first lady, girl in the house. This is my fiance, ladies and gentlemen. Cheers. I'm getting destroyed,
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
so I'm right at home.
Ego boost. Is he cussing me out yet?
No, very professional.
Very professional.
Yeah, publicly tactful. Yeah. Oh, okay. Here's
I'm just kidding.
thug life over here.
Good.
Coming, weighing in at 90 pounds, soaking wet, 4'9".
You feel like him.
Oh,
Big blunder. What am I doing? Not good. Not good.
distracted by the lady.
Distracted by the lady. Oh boy.
That's how it goes. That's also rough.
Oh my goodness. I think this is your game.
We're not even down to a minute yet. But she's a
That's what he
variable in chess. Yeah.
Bludger it.
Bludgeon? I think yeah, it was close. So there's another that.
Bro, this gosh darn rook, bro.
Cleopatra, dude, and that was all it took right there, dude. Just like that's good though. That's my favorite. Give him a chance. A +2, but problem on the horizon.
I got 9 seconds. I'm so lost.
Oh, we're doing no increments. That's double blunder there. But, no, that's good. That's good. Not bad. You have no pawns over there though, so I'm just gonna walk it like walk it like Ooh, nice. Well done. Okay, so now you just have to come back in 2 seconds. Mouth. I don't know. Are you? Is there increments? I guess there is.
No, there's not.
There's not. Okay, I'm just very slow with them.
Bro, what am I trying to do here?
I gotta get like Naroditsky on. Okay. Diego Naroditsky did a chess post for the flag people. Like it's not. It's just like it's grunt versus like Space Force kind of to me. Like you're kind of a grunt in chess, but like the infantry. I don't have any intelligence, but I do know how to punch someone in the teeth. Like that's what Ultra Bullet in chess is to me versus like military intelligence, where you're like, no, classical only, over the board. I want to stare you in the face and shake your hand as I throw my pawn. Whatever. But
Dude,
that's how I do it.
looking back at this game, I really have no excuse for this. Like,
Elena is what happened to you, dude. It was the Elena gambit, dude. Elena came in.
Selene Gambit.
Yeah.
no, not her and getting a bad position. I'm upset for one. I missed mate and 1 on the board when I made the new queen.
Yeah.
So I missed mate and 1,
Girls, bro. Like,
and then I just
the
like,
minute that if you look at the eval bar like through the game and you match that up with when she came in, like you'll see a direct correlation with like a nosedive down.
fair enough.
It's not your fault. It's 0-1. That's all.
Fair enough.
And Zidane Luger is pitching for the right team, bro.
All right, let's do a 1 minute.
Okay, let's go, dude.
That I don't know what to think about that game. I need to get better at checkmating with my queen and my king. I couldn't tell you how many times I lose on time and get a draw in this exact position. It's just like absolutely ridiculous. All right, let's lock in.
Let's do it, dude. Lock and load. So maybe she'll be off camera this time. Who knows? But
Well, she's not in the camera, I don't believe.
yeah, I mean, I've had to work long and hard in phrasing like archers and things. But I've had to work long and hard to get super distracted whenever she's talking to her friends on video calls or whatever. This is yeah, that's cool. Hey, what's happening there? You're my lucky charm. Every time you come in, I seem to win. Like right now. Oh, move. That's nice. Rook move. Good shot. Yeah, there it is. This part gets tough because E7. Nice. Maybe we can plant this up here. Go with that a little bit. Maybe here to recover C1. This. Right here. That's a free piece. Now I sound more like I play chess occasionally. Checkmate! Nice! Found it immediately. Good. Alright, so let's redo this one.
No, we'll go to 45 seconds.
Okay, alright. Let's go, dude. Good
It's-
sport. Champion.
I absolutely just got my bishop trapped in the beginning of that game, though.
Yeah. Hey, I watched Magnus with his DJ Athios, or whatever that guy's name is, streaming like in a nightclub that they had rented out with like strobe lights and all kinds of stuff. And he still, I don't know if he might have still won the tournament, but he didn't play at his best. But I mean, like he crushed boats for like, yeah, it was fun. And so I try to apologize to like her and my kids, and I'm like, everyone, I need absolute silence. We're at DEFCON 5 right now. You know, it's like. I can't. I'm not good. I just tell them. I'm just like I'm not good enough to play.
Look at that move, bro. Oh, you can hide over there. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I can. That's exactly what's happening.
23 seconds. What am I doing? We're gonna grab something. I don't know what to do, bro.
It's a problem. Let's see. We can not go here. That was a good move. Double knight, but yeah, that's not a bad move. Here. And should we? I've seen a lot of people lately like not play the obvious as like a method of delaying the inevitable, so to speak. Just moving pieces around. Maybe now we plant that, and then this, here, like here. That's not the right move, but I can here, here, there. That's the problem. Not as bad with the mouse as I thought I might have been. Should have taken that there.
Ah.
You flagged me, nice, dude. Good job.
Dude,
Let's do that again. I like 45 seconds with the mouse. I don't know if I could do 15 with the mouse.
bruh. You wait. You play 15 seconds on your phone with your fingers?
Yeah, that's the only way I know how to do it. Lag time, yeah. We've been together for what, like 262, 3 days. So she suffered through the chess terminology.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And I convinced her that like I don't love chess as much.
Julie, I'm Bob's favorite. Bob's favorite's right here. So,
But look, so here's how we do it this way. So on your screen, you have your deal. But if you put in like Lichess, like you know how you have your TV channel? Like if I go to Zip Ties and Lube, watch, like I'll show you. If I go here, I don't know if
this is Zippy Dude?
Well, let's not. Whatever we're.
Yeah. You said this is Zippy Dude?
This is Zippy Dude?
This is Zip Ties and Lube. Nice. Yeah. Now he's gonna be really distracted. So like Lichess.org / zip ties _n_lube/TV shows like any game you play, right? So like I can just be like whatever you're playing right now if I go to that URL. But if you went to mine, which would be the same thing, but /TV, I guess. And you record. He's laughing. I know it's a dumb name. I don't know. I call my daughter that. I call you that. And you put that in. Like I could probably play on my phone. But like,
I don't even. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know what we're talking about.
But me being able to play on the phone versus with a mouse, where I'm vastly slower.
On
So,
Leech
like,
on
watch,
Lichess.
I'll send you a challenge. Yeah. I'll send you a challenge on my phone, and tell me if you can get it or not. Like if you can still see it on.
Yeah, let's do it. Well, let's drop down to 30 seconds. Let's just keep doing what we've been doing.
Yeah. Well, why do you play on my phone? We can do 15. Okay. Challenge. Let's go 30. I had it set at 14.
Are you saying
you
saying Lichess or live chess?
I don't know what it is, Lee or Lie. I usually say
Oh,
lie because I feel like most people are lying.
I think it's
Do
Lee
you see that?
Lee chess, right? I guess I don't hear people say it that often. Lee chess is what I've been saying. But is lie chess how it's pronounced? I have no idea. I don't actually talk about chess with too many people in person.
Yeah, there's not. It's kind of like saying you're a basket weaver for people that don't play chess. They're like, that's really interesting. We should talk about this never again. You know, so that's why when I meet somebody that does play chess, I'm just like, all right, sweet. Free pawn, no.
And I'm losing on time here a little bit. It's not a lot of fun.
You got slightly better at evaluation with the phone. Not terribly, but then this can happen. That would almost be made. It's good. That was nice. Wait, no, not nice.
I got
when I play
four.
on my phone, like, yeah, the screen is smaller. Like when I play on the phone, everything is.
Do you live in the country? What country are you in?
Yeah, he lives in America.
Bro, I'm so slow.
Yes, I got to play with my phone, dude. Like,
You smoked me.
read at 5 minutes. Okay, read that. We won't go to 15 unless you beat.
Yeah, we'll do one more of this and then a 15.
Okay.
What I needed to do is you have your pre-move set up in the beginning is what I needed to remember.
Yeah.
And so that's my pre-move setup, what I just did right there.
Okay.
And so now we're going to have a more of a balanced game.
Maybe. That's the classic Daniel Wrench chess.com first tutorial I watched. I know that. And Magnus says, everybody says the same thing. They're like, ideally, you're controlling the center of the board. And I'm just like, well, why is that ideal? I'll tell you why I don't think it is. This is just going to be a slaughter here. Slaughterhouse. And then, like it's not. But, I get that messed up. Yeah. This will just be off. But, okay. No. I see it. You didn't. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you got me. Okay. Now we do 15.
So essentially what I did right there, like that game was kind of shameful. I don't play too much 30 seconds, but I imagined if I just was safe, like if you see, I literally just moved my knight back and forth a bunch of moves. And then I like did the same. I just moved my knight back and forth. And then the game started, but I had already done so many pre-moves that it was like I had an advantage. All right, 15 seconds. This one really is just about, you know what I mean? Make your pre-moves, make them fast. We're going to take, scoot back, castle, go here, or take.
Nice.
And now you just have very low time.
Nice, dude. Got me at 15. I don't know what that's now. Oh, it's like giving me notifications about each. Distracting. All right, we'll do what I always do. What are you, 1434? No, I'm distracted by my own gal. Loving. It's kind of interesting to transition to 15 from 30 or 3 minutes. I don't know. I could have done differently. Nice.
I was going to lose on time.
Nice. 0.3 seconds.
So yeah, it's just making a bunch of
There is no shame in that.
no shame. I barely got that though.
No. If you are like in the Olympics for like the 40-yard dash and your opponent trips on their shoelaces, like
Yeah, it is what it is.
they should have timed them, dude.
All right, this video is getting quite long, so I think this is going to be the last one.
That's what's up.
Um, so I think I'm just going to do my custom pre-move setup, dude. It seems to be working. We don't even need that bishop, dude. We don't need that pawn. Bro, that took me so long to figure that out.
It's all good.
Oh my goodness. We're losing a little bit of everything. So dirty.
Ooh, nice.
That was absolutely just terrible
This is
chess.
super fun, bro. This is so fun, dude. Here's to you, dude. And everybody that's watching, play chess. It makes you better.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, I think let's. Oh, it's gonna be difficult to look at like the score. But dude, if I was you, I would play a little bit longer time controls because there's more to chess. Like there's fast chess and there's slow chess. So you can't just pick one and only play it. I see a lot of accounts that are like they just play bullet or they just play rapid. I'm like, bro, you got to play a little bit of everything, like increment, no increment, shake it up, play a little chess 960 here and there. So
I think it's fun. We should do that next time.
because there's some like just nasty calculations that you can find in a rapid game that you can't do in bullet, and that's like a beautiful part of chess. And then there's also like in bullet there's crazy like people blunder, so you get like crazy attacking lines and stuff. So there's something beautiful about both. And so I think if you're not playing rapid, you're missing out on a part of chess. Because when you find like a nice rook sacrifice or a nice knight sacrifice and get this crazy checkmating line, you can't necessarily like. Sometimes it happens in bullet, but it's not like you really calculated it. You're just like doing stuff hoping for the best. You know?
Classical chess is like marriage, and ultra bullets like speed dating.
Yeah, and there's a time and a place for both.
That's what's up, man.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the video. Thank you for the chess. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for everybody that watched. If you made it this far, you're an absolute legend. You don't have to subscribe if you don't want to, because I'm not subscribed to your channel. So let's not be greedy out here. And I'll see you guys later. Love you guys. Take care. Thank you so much. And goodbye. See, this game is just smattered with mistakes. Completely equal here if he goes for this, because generally he's going for this check. And if he gets this check on this diagonal, well, I have to bring the queen, but then he could like pin the queen or something. No, he couldn't. This is the best move. It's equal, but he makes this move, and all of a sudden it's not equal. My queen gets active. I'm attacking the rook. He's got to move the rook. This makes sense. The pawn is pinned. We attack the queen. Okay. We go here. Check. Up. Here I was just kind of like trying to farm some time because I was in low time. He has to defend. Check. Over. And I just go for a queen trade. So in this position, for one, I can just grab this pawn. I can go here and with the idea of bring this guy, and that actually becomes quite scary. So we're making way for the rook getting in. But I just wanted to trade the queens because, I mean, that queen was kind of scary. This whole situation was a little bit scary. So we trade, step forward. We're good. You have to defend with the pawn. And this is the tactic that I was talking about. I can never go anywhere on this file because you can just capture this pawn. And that sucks. So we grab a pawn. We take the rook. We grab another pawn, and then at this point I have a 3-on-1 rook, but I also have a rook, and then a 3-on-3. And not only that, this guy can't even come forward. Like, this is covered by the rook, pawn. So he can't even come forward, which sucks. Like, if he could somehow get his king here, then it becomes harder for me to win. But, okay, what do you guys think? I think probably like 78, 74% accurate. Let's see. 77. Okay. I was actually pretty close. 6 blunders. But every single one of those blunders, so that was super, super inaccurate. But if you just forget about... Where is it? If we just forget about all of these moves, because these are all blunders. Like every single move. From the moment he puts his bishop here. So this move is a blunder. This move is in inaccuracy. This move is a blunder. This move is a blunder. This move is in inaccuracy. This move is a blunder. So and then this is a mistake. So basically all all of my moves were bad because there was this in the position. So if we just forget about that one tactic, more or less it was fairly accurate of a game. But I mean, yeah, I completely missed sacrifice to remove the. What even was it, bro? I sacrificed the rook to remove the defender to just get active. There was that, and then there was also grabbing the pawn to remove the defender. And not only that, it's actually pretty bad. So like boom, boom, and then I'm just in attacking this and attacking the queen. And no matter what you do, so like say you defend, well then I just get in. And not to mention, I'm supporting this for my queen. So man, that would have just been winning on the spot, and I missed it like 17 moves in a row. Okay, not really that many, but thank you so much for watching my video. Sorry, my mouth is watering. You guys are the best. If you made it this far, I love you, and please subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiast. Welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. Whether this is your first time seeing me or your 100th time seeing me, just kidding, nobody's watched 100 of my videos. So, what I have learned is we're just going to take and develop the knight. This is not the best move, but it's the move that I know the most about. So we're going to just go ahead and develop the knights before we develop the bishops. We're then going to casually develop the bishops, and we're going to castle opposite from our opponent because we're going to get a vicious, beautiful attacking game of chess. If he pushes the pawn, yes, I lose tempo. If he puts the knight, then okay, I get a little bit of a pin action going on. We're going to develop my bishop to look at this square. My queen goes up this way, and we're doing a 3+2 for the record. And we're castling this way. And let the games begin. Let the games begin. I have been playing an absolutely ridiculous amount of bullet, and so we're going to just castle this way. If you want to go for this, bro, be my guest. Straight up, be my guest. I'm going to put my rooks over here and launch these pawns. The rather unfortunate thing about that capture is it becomes kind of hard to crack these 3 pawns with my pawns in this structure. Okay, I wish there was like a better highlighting. All I know about is like what, alt? Alt is blue, you see that? And then space. Whoop, never mind, that moves everything. Bishop is attacked. We're gonna take a little cheeky step back. Just a little step back. That's a weird knight move, but the same reason you don't want to take mine, I don't want to take yours. Everyone's a little bit scared. We're all looking around. No one knows where to look. Well, we gotta start pushing these pawns, do we not? That's a little bit of a question. Are you gonna take? You're not questioning my bishop. This knight can jump in. You can step back. I want to avoid trading stuff because what I really want to do is launch these pawns and then just figure out how to get a brutal attack, because that is how you get better at chess. And if it doesn't work out, then you get better at endgames, because studying openings and whatnot. Look at this opening. I have not really studied this, to be honest with you. I have studied that. And that's not even the best move. I don't know what the best move is. So studying openings, it's rather insensical. Queen on the same diagonal as the king. Glad that I took note. Thank you for telling me. Everybody watching the video. Okay. Okay. What if I just throw him for a doozy and capture the knight and say, like, what's really going on? So I'm going to just take this moment to take a nice little quiet step over to the side. That's a scary knight. That's a scary knight. He's doing a lot of damage. So we're going to trade this off. That was stupid because now we're going to lose a pawn. Take. And I'll never really be able to get rid of that bishop, I don't think. He's going to just boom, boom, boom. And that's just unfun for everybody. So awesome. Awesome. There goes the pawn. But, you know what I mean? That's why you start with 8. You're probably going to lose a couple of them. Moving around the board as such. Tactics. Did that work? I attack the knight and I attack the bishop. Oh, you can just step back and defend it. My tactics always suck. Well, plan B. Plan B. You take my knight, I got your bishop for a knight. If you don't, I have this fork. If you just put your rook on the open file, okay? We step in. This doesn't work anymore, buddy. So we are going to be getting this fork. So all of a sudden, from the depths of despair, it seems to me that my knight has made a journey. He could have just ignored. He could have not ignored it, but there were a lot of different moves, you know what I mean? All he had to do was avoid the forking squares, and I only had one square. So it's rather unfortunate that our opponent didn't think about all of that. And I feel a lot better that my king's over here. We're defending this, we're defending this. He's going for a checkmate. That's clever. Check over and then just checkmate, and that's all she wrote. So it turns out that our friend is much better at chess than I am. But what if I mean, like, I have to play this move, correct? Is there some sort of crazy tactic that I don't see? He's going for my knight, but I can take here. Give me a gosh darn second. This is getting really complicated. Okay, not that complicated, but I can take the knight. You take. I defend my knight. I mean, he literally just steps forward. I step over. He can capture. I think, I mean, it's worth playing with 57 seconds on the clock. We step over. Undefended queen. Undefended queen. I need to play this to be able to even put a rook over here. Jesus, this is getting a little bit sloppy, if I do say so myself. He could also just kind of like go for something. What's this guy's bullet? No number. That looks good for me. 3 + 2. Okay, so that was kind of the move that I was worried about. Yes, yes indeed. Well, definitely looks like I'm going to just lose my... definitely looks like I'm going to just lose this guy. Might as well play this, because I'm going to just lose... Could I have stepped out? I could have at least stepped out with check and ruined his pawn structure. And had at least like a little bit of something. I can step like this, defending this, and attacking this pawn. This is getting good. 29 seconds? How did I use that much time? Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Okay, do something with the bishop. I grab this pawn. Don't hate it. Don't hate it. We're playing chess. Let's go. 26 seconds. What you got, bro? All you got to do is don't lose on time. We're grabbing this. That's all I thought. That's all I considered. We're grabbing this. We then come in here and hit this wicked fork. That threatens a wicked fork. I like it. We're going here. Here to get this. What is that threatening? What was I looking at? Jesus Christ. We're going here with check. He probably just pushes forward. Okay, so that worked. I didn't even look at what I was playing there. I think he could probably just hit me with this sacrifice at some point. Okay. Here, and this. Okay, he's hitting me with the sacrifice. I'm stepping over. That walked right into this check. We're stepping up. Oof, I'm getting absolutely bludgeoned. Don't draw, bro. Let's look at this clock. Analysis. I have a feeling that he's winning. Go ahead and load, computer. Absolute zeros, but if we go back, it's mate in 2. Mate in 2. Boom. 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 Oh my god. Sometimes you just got to give different checks. In this position, if I was him, like after this one and I stepped here, I would have played like this. Just because. And then like played this. Because sometimes wiggling around and giving different checks, you can normally give like 3 or 4 different checks. And so sometimes wiggling around is it's going to do you right. So I got a draw, but I did not deserve it at all. So our opponent got scared in low time, and so we survived. So thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or you simply enjoy watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and on my average of like one a day, it's going to take me a really long time, okay? Like 3 years. So if like 20 of you just subscribe right now, that would be super, super dope for me. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational and a little bit sad day of chess because my old account was banned. I had a 48-hour notice. I posted it in some of my old videos. So now we are Kip314 on YouTube. Zip Ties and Lube is done forever. So very, very sad. But we start at the bottom rank. Today we are facing a 1276 question mark. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. Let's just see, what can a 1200 do? That basically means he started at 1500 and lost his last game. So we're pretty much just going to bang it out. We trade off the light square bishop. We put some pawns on light squares. We go ahead, pin the knight. We're going to... He didn't need to do that. He could have just pushed the pawn. Push the pawn. Excellent for our opponent here. Now he can jump in. So we're gonna maybe make a square. Because we have quite a little bit of a time advantage. We're defending these squares with my knight, so we'll trade off with the knight. This bishop is never going to see along that diagonal, so we're just going to go here. And maybe we just make a little checkmate threat. And we jump in. Checkmate? It's not checkmate anymore, but okay. So we're gonna change the plans and probably slide over like this. Let's just take. We're officially down a pawn. That's no fun. This pawn is hanging. So what are we going to do about that? I think we're just going to try and complicate things. He's going to have basically like 3 passed pawns over here. So I think we just attack the queen. 23 seconds. He's going to have to checkmate me. This isn't going to work. I think we're going to just push a pawn. 8-second time advantage. I think we're going to be all right. We slide over here. We're just going to trade that off. If he takes with the queen, no, we are not trading queens. No. We're keeping the queens on the board. Dude's got to actually checkmate me in 10 seconds. I don't think it's possible. He needs to start advancing these pawns, and he's just neglecting to do so because he's afraid. So, you better believe I can just make a million moves. 4. Defend with the king. Okay. Now we trade the queens. Boom. Blunder. And this is officially how you win. Okay, so we were able to knock him out in the bullet. Was it convincing? No, not at all. But I got 137 elo from that. Do I dare do one more bullet and see where we can go with this? What is our opponent today? An 1800. Before a bullet game of chess, oh, he bails. Nobody wants to play people with question marks in their name. I understand. But I got YouTube in my name now, so maybe people that I play will go check out the YouTube channel. And then... Okay, 1769. Let's just go for the 4-move checkmate. New opponent. New opponent. Dude was trying to play the Sicilian. I was just making ridiculous moves. Now we're in 1970. So, we're going to get the open Sicilian on the board. I'm supposed to play this Grandmaster. My coach Grandmaster told me. Just kidding. He's not my coach. I think we're just going to trade this off. Go here. I think I'm okay with all of this. If I take, maybe I get the chance to trade the queens. I think we're going to take. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This. Okay. Weak pawn in the center. Attack the bishop. If he stays here, he's trapped. We're going to castle long. This is defended. Don't really want all this to happen. Maybe we're just going to push this pawn forward. We attack this dude. We have ideas of doubling the rooks. We're just going to trade. He didn't need to take all that time. We're just going to take this and fix his pawn structure. But we're going to survive. Don't worry about it. We're jumping forward. We're attacking this pawn. We then attack this pawn. We're not really attacking anything. This gets him trapped. So we're going to tickle. And yet again, we're going to put some pawns blocking that light square bishop out. We're going to step back, king to the middle. I quite like the idea of putting my knight in the middle of the board over here. So we're going to take this. We're going to move that. Probably we have to pre-move taking this. Okay. Dark squares. Check. Ooh, he can get in. That's not fun. He can go here. Quite scary. Oh. That's a check. But if he takes, this pawn is unstoppable, bro. And I can get in front of yours. Okay. And he's got 2 seconds. Now I have this queen where you can pre-move easier with the queen. So if you saw, I probably stopped talking. What just happened right there was we got into a pre-move battle where we were both under like 5 seconds. Nobody's checkmating anybody, but I got the queen. And the most important thing to note in this is my pre-moves are easier. So once we got rid of this pawn is no longer really a threat. That pawn was. But we're essentially just making pre-moves here. But if you see, I start making pre-moves that move to these squares, cutting off these diagonals. And also, obviously, here, if the king ever came here. So I'm not even looking at where the enemy king is. I'm just making these pre-moves. And some of them just happen to be checks. And when you get hit with a check, if your pre-move is not a legal move, you have to actually manually move the piece, and it wastes more time than my pre-move. So that was a pre-move scrimmage right there. New opponent. What is my rating now? What is my rating now? 2031 and 1948. Let's go right on into it. Again, we have the Sicilian. Open Sicilian. Bring this. I'm just going to step back, I believe. If he pins the knight, I have to defend kind of ugly like this, and he ruins my pawn structure, but he lost his bishop. We're going to go like this. Oh, he hung the queen, and I didn't see it, and he resigned. Never resign when you make a weird move like that. Never resign. Did I see it? No. I was moving my queen. I was worried about, like, this type of stuff. Like, he could jump in or something. I don't know what I was worried about. New opponent. 2,000. I'm at 2,100. We're at 2,100. And we're going to face an actual 2,100. Do I have what it takes? That was stupid. This line sucks. I know not to do that, and I still am making mistakes. That's how you know I'm not that good at chess. I think we're just going to take this and ruin the pawn structure. And this bishop's coming over here. This is an open file, so I want to push this because the rook can come forward and attack it in the future. We like this diagonal. He can castle. We come here. I need to castle. He can push. Yeah. We're going to go here. We're attacking this pawn. But I'm about to get annihilated. We're going to take. That was a risky move. Risky type move right there. We're going to bring the knight back. I could have traded the queens. He can hit me with this check. We go here. I don't know what to do. He's going to hit me with this check. I'm going to step back this way. He pins me. I block. Okay. Oh boy. We step back. Now I'm really getting pinned. Now I'm really just lost. We have to take. We got to step over here. 7 seconds against 19. I did not have what it takes. Plain and simple, I did not have what it takes. And I cannot checkmate this guy. He comes in. I lose my bishop. I'm completely lost. I think we've reached my maximum rating in bullet. What we're going to do is we're going to go to blitz. That was not even Close. I completely got destroyed. So we're facing a 1300. Maybe I can be slightly more instructive here. And so the goal is to teach you guys how to not play chess. And so we really hope his bishop comes out. Go ahead and do it so I can teach you guys something. Come on. Don't be shy. Go for it. You don't need to spend this much time in your openings, though. Absolutely not. What are you thinking, bro? You got like 13 different moves you can make. Everything makes sense. We're going to defend the pawn in the center because we don't want to go into that same exact line. We're going to confront this bishop looking at our weakest square. So just don't want your bishop looking at that square. We then put my knight here. Slightly a strange move. We're going to push this forward because of the open file and a place to put my bishop. And I think we just jump forward. If he takes, we take. He comes here. I think we're going to cut this off. I'm not sure if that was a good move, but that was something a little bit to be afraid of. We're going to just take this. His queen comes out. Going to go ahead and step forward with my queen. And now I'm like, do I castle the same side or do I just assume that he sucks at chess and we castle opposite even though it's probably a bad move? This is the moment of the game. Here, I think that hangs this temporarily. But then we defend it with the rook. And we launch. And he pushes his pawn. But then we're quite ready. We're going to slide all the way back with this. We launch a pawn. Here. Here. I don't know what to do here. Take. I can't take. I think we're just gonna go for it. I'm gonna get heavily attacked here, but I can scoot back like this with my bishop, is what we want. So he's gonna take, push. Like I'm gonna trap my bishop in, but he's gonna like completely lose his bishop. And so now his pawn, we've got the umbrella defense going on. So this completely ruined my bishop. Like, there's no mistake about it. We're going to just take this. That was the whole purpose of playing literally everything that I played right there. We can push this pawn because it's defended by 3 things. I think we take with the knight. We're attacking this and the knight. He hits us with a brutal check. We step over and we're going to lose this. Essentially, we have to checkmate our opponent now because we're going to get cooked. So I think we got to remove this defender. Check here. Check here. All the way over. The king could run away. Trade here. What do I do? Am I going to lose to a 1300, bro? We're just going to take a pawn for free. We're going to get checked. We're going to step here. We're going to get checked. We're going to step here. We're going to get checked. We're going to step here. Take, and I think I survive. Okay. Don't know what to do, so we're just going to take this. We're going to slide over here so this rook is defended, so that this check, I don't lose it. He can still hit us with the check. It's quite nasty, but we're threatening this. He can defend it like a few different ways, and I have 1 pawn, so I can't actually break this structure open. But this queen kind of sucks, so we're just going to push this. I mean, he can just push, right? And I'm pretty sure he'll be all right. We might step forward to avoid that check. Take your time, buddy. I think I'm going to step forward. Push this to confuse things. I don't want to try and pressure our opponent here on time, but we might have to do so. And something that I realize with my chess, I see this dude as 1300, and it just makes me assume I can do anything that I want. Take. And we're going to take, right? He's going to push. Take. Check. Here. Check. Here. This is a check. What if I step out of it? We step out of it. We're going to lose our rook for nothing, essentially. 24 seconds against 28. If we get down to the 10-second mark, then we might just be having some flags. Check here. I think we're just going to go for this. It's completely losing. But we're going to go for here. He can get in. But oh, I hung the queen. He might not see it. It's a fancy move. He didn't see it. He didn't see it. Now the rook is pinned. Absolutely just got lucky. We're going to step over here. And now we're just going to potentially be able to win this endgame pretty easily. We have a passed pawn as well. We're going to step back here. My king is safe in all endgames from these checks. We're going to give this check. We're going to push this pawn. I think we're just going to push. He can come here, but I pin him again. Now he's pinned to the king. The king has to waste a move moving over. 6 seconds against none. He's got no time. We flag him. New opponent. Drastically climbing up the rating ladder. That wasn't even a good win. That was like, I barely won. I won because the random queen hang in the end of the game. Not proud of it at all. But now we're facing a 16-20 with the Caro-Kann. Let's see what we've got. Let's see what we've got. Exchange variation. We bring the knight. We either pin this. Oh boy, I hate this line. I hope he pushes, because capturing is just not super fun. Let's just pin this knight. Okay. Now that our bishop is outside of this pawn chain, we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to scoot here and kind of maybe hope for all of this. Because I've had this exact structure before. If he takes, we take. He pushes, I step back. That's a weird move. But I don't actually need to do anything. What am I thinking? What if we step back? Did that make any sense? Now his knight can't go here, but now my knight can actually take this. Okay, so he's threatening this. I think more or less we need to take. He can take, I take, he takes. I'm so scared. We throw in a check and make this gosh darn knight move back. This guy is still hanging. If he blocks with this one, actually, it's kind of scary for me. Like, if he goes like this, I think I have to take. He takes. I got to do something with my knight. Here, here, here. Okay, so he blocks. We're stepping forward. It's pinned for right now. We're going to take this. I can take, grab. I don't want to be stupid. I'm just going to castle. Definitely don't want to be stupid. Okay. Take, here. Does that make any sense? We jump in. We're attacking the bishop. Bishop's got to move. We go ahead and take this. If he takes with the queen, we're going to bring this rook to defend this pawn in the center. I mean, probably I'm just going to get attacked. I can defend this a few different ways. What is the best? Oh, the knight is hanging. So we're going to just go like this. If he launches a pawn, I can hit him with the check. Is he really trying to get fancy with these pins, bro? I mean, here? What did that do? Absolutely nothing. He can probably just put something behind the pawn and he'll be chilling. And I'm down like so much time on the clock. That got rid of this, right? Now I'm up some pawns, actually. Step like this. He's trying to launch some pawns at me. But we're going to just go ahead and threaten the queen trade. And his queen has to leave this scary diagonal where this checkmate idea is coming in. Okay. And then we move this. We're not hanging checkmate, but we can defend against his super powerful bishop by pushing this pawn because the knight was hanging earlier. We go like this. We attack the queen. Trade this. Attack the queen. I'm so scared. 20 seconds. I think I can survive this. We're going to bring this guy over a little bit. Ooh, okay. Ruined pawn structure, but we're up 2 pawns, so I'm okay with it. And I'm just going to get behind this passed pawn. I think that might be the plan. 15 seconds against 30. I hate getting down to these fliggity flag and end games. We're going to go like this. And we're going to push this. Push. Push. Trade the queens. Eight seconds. Oh, God. We come back. We'll trade this off. We're going to lock it down like so. We're going to do this to make a pass pawn. Here we go. Oh, my God. We're going to step over. Where's he trying to go? We step in. We're going to grab this. He wants to run that way. We're going to make a queen. Oh my God, 2 seconds? That's not fun. Bro, am all that I'm capable of doing is flagging people? I feel like that's all I'm able to do. I can't checkmate anybody. But am I winning? Yes, completely. How do I win this? I get behind this pass pawn so he can't push it anymore. He's going to have to waste a lot of moves to do this. I can either bring my king or just make a new queen. Probably I'll just make a new queen. And then I just cut him off. And then I just come in and 2 queens versus 3 pawns. 3 pawns is not gonna make it. Unless they're way closer. If they're closer, yes, but these pawns are not close, and the king's got to get out of the way to even do it. Okay, I guess let's just hop into another one. We got to get my rating back. My real rating is supposed to be like 1700 for Blitz and then like 1900. So we're facing an 1824. This might be the game where I just completely get smoked. Chess is so difficult. All right, we're going to get this light square bishop out and then close my little pawn chain. We are then going to bring this knight. Maybe we just push this. And I think we're just immediately going to go for this. Take. Uh-huh. I think he's screwing up slightly. I think we're just going to take here. Oh, he jumps in and he attacked a lot of my stuff. That's not super fun. What do I do? We're going here. We're going to get a ruined pawn structure. I'm up a pawn, but now I got a ruined pawn structure. Okay, so he does this. I think I can just jump in, right? What if I hit him with this check? No, no, no. Check. Check. We get the queen almost. He steps back. Go ahead and step back, my friend, because I have another piece ready to hop on into the action. We needed to castle this game, and he did not castle, and I did not castle, and now we've just got a terrifying position. He can block like this. Okay, he wants to just give up the queen. Lickety split. Cool with it. I think just a tempo winning move is we just threaten checkmate like so. And we grab it. Okay, so opponent's mistake in this game was... Where was it? He made this bishop move for no reason. So for one, he made this bishop move that did not address what's going on here. That opens up basically diagonals for my diagonally pieces. And it weakens his pawn structure, because once I capture, he's got no way of taking back, and he hasn't castled, and this is the most scary diagonal for you. Like, are you kidding me? This is the diagonal that you don't want open. And so we gladly trade like this. He then moved the piece. Okay, so we can explain a few things. He moves his bishop for no reason, and then bro, if you were going to do that, just do that. In this position, he can just, if he was going to decide that he wanted to take this, he could just take it. Okay, so he didn't need to do all that. Then here, you gotta be careful with these open diagonals. That was it. Just watch out for the diagonals. And you know what? We're on a good note. Let's hop into a rapid game. I'm going to take a deep breath. We're going to explain things a little bit slower. Maybe my face is too bright on this thing. We're going to cover this light slightly. How do I look now? All right. A 1200. I'm going to teach you everything you need to know about how to not be 1200 in chess. So we're playing the bishop's opening. E4, E5. You got to study a couple openings. Now, what I did earlier in this video is I brought out the knight. He takes, I take. He hits me with this fork. I have to step back. He takes, I take. He hits me with a pawn. Black has a center. It's not good. So you don't like making a pawn move in the middle like this. You would rather develop your pieces first. But for this specific situation, we don't want to allow all of that nonsense. Okay? It looks like he might even be going for this. So we will be all right by just bringing the knight. If he jumps in, we're just going to castle. If he trades and I get the two pieces, okay. Okay. Now we have a super imbalanced position. It's completely even material. But why did he... If he's going for like some crazy structure that he's went for, if I was him, I would have tried to develop and castle the other way, because look where my king is. That sucks. My king is like doing the attack. So I need to develop some pieces, so we're just going to go ahead and do that. Then potentially making him push this pawn to kind of dissuade him from pushing it 2 squares and getting this on me is kind of what I'm thinking. So he scoots on over. Makes sense. Potentially, I'm really scared of this rook opening up, so I'm going to just step back like so. Okay. We're going to just trade that off. Do I want to go forward, or do I want to go back and attack this? So if I go forward, I'm attacking this immediately, so I'm not even going to think about it. We are also threatening to do something fancy here. Okay. So he defended this pawn. I can attack his queen yet again. I do have this check. The king will step over. Let's think for a second. What if I just attack the queen? At the very least, I can play this. The queen goes somewhere, and then I grab this. The rook will have to scoot over. Potentially, I'll like do something crazy and win the rook over there. So let's just think. I basically have a lead in development. These pieces basically equal this queen. So I can batter his queen around with tactics and hopefully find something sweet. So this check, only move. This check, I mean, he can just step back. No. He has to take because he's attacking the queen. So, check here, check. He captures. We slide up, defending this. Is there anything fancy? I don't want to just win a pawn. That doesn't seem super fun. So I want to sacrifice something. Check, steps over, check. He can't take with this pawn. I'm attacking the queen. He has to take. I bring my queen up here. He could launch and attack my bishop. I step over with check. He steps over. I give him this check. That would be it. Here, 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 here. Queen up here. If he just steps over, I think I'm wasting too much time. We're simply going to attack this queen. I'm sorry for spending so long on that. We're going to check with the computer. I don't think there's anything there. There's no checkmate. He can just step over with the king. After the check, he just takes. I bring my queen, and he would just step over. And, like, yes, he's on the scary diagonal and everything. Now, huge attack, okay? We can attack the queen twice, okay? We can attack the queen twice. We can essentially win the rook for free after that. I do have these checks, but he can just capture with the queen, and I'm no longer attacking. So this is the correct move. I fork the queen. The queen can come in here and attack this guy. Yeah, he can attack this guy. I mean, I grab the rook. He grabs this guy. I try and escape. I mean, after that, I will for sure have traded back. I would have a... It would be equal after that. What the heck? Dude is playing resiliently. We attack this queen again, defending the bishop. And we just say, hey, I won a pawn. Does that make any sense? Because if I grab the rook, he grabs my bishop. Maybe I threaten a queen trade. If he trades, I trade. I step forward. What do I do here? Bump, bump, bump. Am I going to be able to save this knight is the winning maneuver. So let's just do this. Don't know what else to do. He's playing instantly as well. So I think we slide in. We slide in. If he comes back like this, I'm just going to slide back again to defend this. So if he comes like this, if he steps off of this diagonal, I mean. Okay. We take. He takes. My knight gets into the mix. Okay. Is this pawn super scary? No. Operation, I want to save my knight. So we bring the knight out. Coming back here, we'll also attack this pawn. King to the corner. Bro, no idea. We're going like this. Okay. We take here, the rook takes, we fork these two pieces. The rook has to come back. I take this, the rook comes over here. I think we're chilling. So, we take. Oh, we fork these guys? He could just, like, try and get real active here and lose the bishop for free, but just his rook alone is not going to do any damage. Okay, so he just loses this for free. We're going to go ahead and take it. This pawn push is not scary. If he attacks us, we just step back out. Yeah. So immediately, I'm just going to put my rook behind. I didn't need to do that, but this is his only asset other than his rook. And so we don't want it doing no nonsense. So we can take. If he pushes, we just take. If he takes, we take. So it's just not going to work. He traded off his last active piece. This is not going to work because the rook defends that square. The rook was doing more than just blocking the push. It was also defending this entire back rank. That is what rooks do, my friend. So he takes. He's got a queen. Okay. Now we take a pawn. We threaten this pawn. We take it. We push this pawn. We get the knight out of the way. We push. We always make sure he's got legal moves in the position. We're going to push. Okay. He could very well resign. These two pawns are not going to get past these two pawns. So we're going to go ahead and make a queen. Important to note that it doesn't cut off any squares on the diagonal because the bishop already did that. And so now we're just going to give some checks. It doesn't need to be 100% accurate. We're going to check him here. He scoots back here. Okay. We threaten checkmate here. He has legal moves with the pawns. And he can't get out of this. So we're going to go ahead and give that checkmate. Just because stuff was happening over here didn't mean that I had to actually address it. And so I think that was good enough. We're going to go through real quick and I'm going to explain some stuff. First, we're going to check how accurately did I play. I was supposed to be able to play more accurately, but there's a few basic principles. 97% accurate. Oh boy, 1 inaccuracy. What was that? I spent so long trying to calculate what was the correct line there. And still, our opponent played 90% accurate, 3 inaccuracies and 3 mistakes. That is crazy that I was able to just, like, force a victory out of that. Like, okay, never mind. I played 7% more accurate. So 1 inaccuracy the entire game. What was it? Oh, dear Lord. It was this move. I was supposed to jump back and defend in this. But the difference is 4.8. And I need to change the scene. And this is... Ooh. Because Operation Save the Knight could have become... Okay, I played the best move here. But he comes back and he just gets the knight. Yeah, the Operation Save the Knight. I didn't even consider the queen coming back and attack. I'm still doing quite well. Because after all of that... Like, after this... My pieces are active. He gets the knight. But I have this for 1. So let's just say I don't have that. I'm still doing quite well. He's got an isolated pawn. It's impossible to defend. I'm going to harass that. I've got a very solid pawn structure. And so I'm going to check this with the computer, and I will actually analyze it with you guys there. And here we are in the analysis, and you better believe we're not going to analyze any of those bullet or blitz games. My little pep talk after the games was good enough, and so I think that I'm undefeated so far, other than that bullet game. I got cooked, absolutely cooked, deep fried. This game, I think I already just went over this. I don't know if you could actually see what was going on down here, but 97% accurate, 1 inaccuracy, and the reason for that is Operation Save the Knight was never going to work. And so let's just hop on into this without the computer, and I'll explain some stuff. Okay, here, I explained this quite well. The reason you don't bring the knight is because what happened to me in the other game. So just because you know the opening and you have studied it doesn't mean you're going to play it. Sometimes you know what I mean? I know this position, and sometimes I still play this in fast games. In a long game, I have time to think about it. But in a fast game, sometimes I just throw the pieces out and make a mistake. And so what good is studying openings if you don't even play the openings that you know? And so this, inaccuracy. He has moved the knight once. He has now moved the knight twice. I'm ready to castle. And if he trades here, it's just not great for him. It's equal material, but it's not so good. And so we go ahead and we castle. He takes. This is a mistake because we take. Now, I basically have a bishop and a knight for a rook. So whichever rook you want to consider it. The way he wins this game is he puts this bishop on the light square attacking this side, and he castles this way and launches these pawns. That is how he wins. He wins this by attacking, because castling same side essentially signifies that we're going to struggle and fight out for an endgame, and I'm just better in the endgame. Like, if we trade everything off and it's just my bishop and my knight versus one rook, I'm pretty much going to win every time because I have 2 pieces. So I can, like, lock down a pawn with my bishop, and then my knight can go harass stuff, and I can attack, like, so many things at once. You know what I mean? A rook can attack 4 things at once. You know, say the rook's here, it can go 1, 2, 3, 4. The knight can attack 8 things, and the bishop can attack 4 things. So we're looking at 12 things in the position that I can attack and also defend, however you want to look at it. So we get some pieces. He was supposed to do this because maybe pinning this is the right idea, whatever. I scoot my king back. Let's try on the computer. What are these best moves? Scooting the king back is one of the best moves, simply because he has this pawn break. If I take, the rook gets in, my king is on the same file as the enemy rook. So one thing that you want to do is you want to line your rooks up. So say I had castled this way and had a rook here. You want to line your rooks up like that. And if ever you have a rook here looking at the queen or a rook here looking at the king, step off of that file, because the files are going to open up at some point in the game and you don't want to be forced to step off it. Do it voluntarily. Don't make the opponent check you or threaten your queen and make you react to their moves, because then you lose time, and time is important. Okay? We step back. Now, these are the best moves. King over. Never would have played any of these moves. Never in my life. But this pin is scary, so he wants to step off and launch this pawn. Then activate this rook. So actually this king stepping over makes sense why it's the best move, because right now he can't even move this pawn. So we go ahead. We take, jump to the middle. I had the option here to step back or step forward. Stepping forward and attacking something is generally better as long as you have a way to get back out. So you don't want to jump in to the position if you don't have great like getting out of the position ideas, or you're just dead set on your piece is going to die killing something. So this, I'm not dead set on dying and killing anything, so I want to make sure I can get back out. Now, I'm supposed to just get crazy active with the queen. One of the best moves, but I'm supposed to get super active with the queen. Fair enough. If you can put your queen close to the enemy king, is generally a good idea. That's just a simple thing. We attack, he steps back, we hit him with the fork, and I'm supposed to defend, then he steps over, then I attack the queen again. Ooh. Then I'm attacking the queen. I see it now. We come here, defend this. Then he has to move the rook. Then I step back, attacking the queen, but also attacking this rook with the bishop. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Didn't see it. Mistake by me. Mistake by me. And I spent a considerable amount of time thinking about what to do here. And I decided, you know what, we're going to grab this rook. He's going to grab this. I'm going to step in and maybe save my knight somehow. It was never going to happen because he can just go back. And my knight is never getting out. So if he did play this, potentially one of my best moves would be like ruin the pawn structure. And then I'm only slightly winning, but he's got 3. Look at all these pawn islands. I don't even know how to count. Look at all these pawn islands. He's got 3 if you want to count this as 1. And you want to count this as 1. When he's got some screwed up pawns, just long story short. So he trades. We trade. Now he has a passed pawn, but is completely useless. And essentially, he has to take back. And then this move made 0 sense. You want to do something about this knight, okay? You want to do something about this knight. That's all I got to say. So we trade. Now my knight gets out. King steps over. That was the best move like 10 moves ago, but now it is just simply not. He still wants to push this pawn because the pin on the king with the pawn makes sense. Now, we're attacking this. We simply take. He takes. Now, generally what's better? Trading your knight for a bishop equally, or just winning a piece for free, winning a pawn for free. Winning the pawn is actually better because if I jump in and he comes back and I take, essentially we just traded evenly, which isn't good for me. It is good for me in this position, but if this was a different position, you always want to look at it. It's like, what's better, winning the bishop or winning a pawn for free? Like, what's better, trading the knight for the bishop, completely even trade, or just straight up winning a pawn? Straight up winning a pawn is better because this is -3 +3. This is +1 -0. Also tempo attacking the rook. So whatever. I am a human and I played this because plain and simple, I'm going to win this game getting his pieces off the board. So that's why I played this. He should have done a few different things. He could get active with the rook, but I can just step back and defend. This bishop never even got to move, so this knight is actually probably worth more than this bishop at this point because he can't even do anything, and my knight can do things. Either way, we trade. We're in this position. We block. This idea just doesn't work. It's the best move, it said. This doesn't even make sense because I can simply take, and then he can't push the pawn because my rook will just slide back, and if he takes here, my king takes. So that whole idea didn't work. Now we're in this endgame. He can essentially resign, but the easiest way that you do this is my outside passed pawn. His king is not anywhere near being able to stop this pawn. The only thing stopping this pawn are these pawns, so you get rid of them. You take it, you move around. We're attacking this. He could essentially move forward, but I can like step here, and then he moves forward, and then I force a trade of whatever. You get rid of these pawns. Now this is an outside passed pawn. All you got to do is simply move it forward. Yes, he's going to win these pawns, but it actually makes my life easier the more pawns he captures because it opens up the files for my queen. Okay, we check. He steps back. I bring my knight. We're threatening checkmate here. He can't move the king anywhere, so essentially you have to be very worried. This is stalemate if he doesn't have these pawns. If these pawns don't exist, it's stalemate because he can't move anywhere with his king. So you got to be careful, but he has legal moves, lots of them. So he goes ahead and he makes one of those legal moves, and we hit him with checkmate. Boom. One thing that I don't understand is why does Lichess say checkmate in 1, checkmate in 1, checkmate in 1, but the bishop is the best one? They're all checkmate in 1. I don't understand. Maybe is this the coolest looking one? I don't know. I like the kiss of death with the queen. When you can get the queen to touch the king, it's normally the kiss of death, unless nothing's defended and he takes your queen. All right. That was probably enough of your time. Thank you so much for watching me. Hopefully, I'll be able to get my elo back to what it's supposed to be. My bullet elo is probably a little higher than what it's supposed to be, so I'm going to suffer some losses, indubitably. So thank you so much for watching. If you haven't subscribed already to my channel, please do so. I love you. I will love you forever, and I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much, and bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess bros. We're back at it again with another educational day of chess. We're going to play a 10-minute game. We're on chess.com this time instead of Lichess for no specific reason. We're facing an 1804 from Mexico. Today I'm 1810. I did just lose a heartbreaking game where I had an absolute advantage. So we're going to the Caro-Kann advanced variation. Yup. We're going to bring out the bishop. This is the main line. You can get fancy when you're playing the white pieces and try and go for this pawn advance. But we're going to just trade off that light square bishop because I have so many pawns on light squares. We're basically pushing this because I want a good square for my knight, okay? That, I believe, is the most challenging line, and what am I supposed to do here? Give me a gosh darn moment. Chess is so complicated. I see this move quite a bit, and if I bring this, if he takes, I bring the queen, then he hits me. It's almost surely not to take. But if I do just bring the knight, it kind of poses other problems. And my knight has not developed yet, so I don't want to block it off. So I'm not 100% sure. You don't see this too often. And so I should be better equipped to handle a position such as this out of the Caro-Kann, the only opening that I actually understand. And so, oh boy, immediate, we have so much tension going on in the center. Look at all of this. Criss-cross, applesauce, everything wants to take everything. And I think when we're in a situation like this, we need to make a concession and just develop the knight to defend this. And then we're going to have a change of plan with this bishop. The bishop was planning on coming out here and dying, was basically his life. And so what we're going to do now is, I believe, go this way for the ability. Okay, so we have to take with this. He comes with the knight. Push forward and attack the queen. I mean, he takes, I take, he hits us with a fork. We're not going to be doing none of that. This is still temporarily pinned. So I think we're going to step back to here. I selected this square because I think we probably just want to trade some stuff off here. I'm not going to think about it for too long. This is also hanging. So one thing you got to take note of, I don't think there's a good way for him to get out of it. He wants to just trade back like this, but that pawn was defending this pawn. So now I believe I can jump forward and attack the queen. Yes, the knight is kind of a liability, if anything, in this position. And he can get some ideas such as this. I mean, he's attacking the knight, so my options are basically as follows. I mean, I can give a check, but that doesn't do anything. If I take, then he just takes. Then I can hit him with a check. Then he steps forward, but I'm worried about this fork. I can also just ignore it, like, and move my knight here, but then take. I'm up a pawn, so let's just take. This fork is definitely something that we're gonna have to deal with now. And potentially the way we do that is just, for one, there's this check, and I can kind of get a piece involved and step back and defend that. Ooh, because I can't defend it here. How does that look? I also have another check after that. So I'm thinking that this check, because I can develop a piece with check. If he steps back, I'm just going to bring his king to the center. Scoot my king up. I mean, he'll put a rook here. What am I supposed to do? I mean, if I go here, he can't immediately do this, and I could just make this guy step out. But I don't see an immediate reason not to just do this. And basically, if he does step back, that gets his king involved. I mean, I have to do it. I don't really have a great alternative. This fork is basically what we need to be worried about. And what if I step forward now? You can't hit me on that open file for another move. My knight is super weak hanging out over here. So he does want to go for that. But I think I might just like attack the knight. First things first, we attack the knight. Or develop another knight. Or go for a check. We're going to attack this knight first. If he goes back, I mean, we have this check. You then have to kind of worry about this pawn a little bit. Not a whole lot, but at least a little bit. So this check, the king probably scoots here. The forward momentum of his knights is being kind of negated by all of my pawns just attacking a lot of crucial squares for his knights to move forward. So I'm up a pawn, but I'm not winning. Or I'm not, like, haven't won yet. I can jump over here, and then he jumps here. Because if he goes forward, there's this fork. So here, we step out of the way of all the nonsense. Just bring my knight first. Bring my not active rook. I'm coming up with so many ideas. I'm not sure if any of them are accurate. I like the check idea. Check here. But then that knight moves. So... Oh, booger. I don't know what to do. I'm going to move. Really hard for me to say what was the correct move there. But I want to just step over and then rook's on the open file. Because this is my extra pawn. So it's going to take a little bit to actually do anything useful with that. I'm going to set up the same exact thing you were trying to set up on me. Like, almost for sure I want to step over. Still, his knights can't necessarily move forward. Like, look at my pawns just doing an amazing job. This pawn is still undefended in the middle of the board. But I might be happy to just trade everything off. That lets this knight go here. What's he going for? He wants to jump in and attack this. Here, here, here. If you jump in, I take, you step back. And I have no way of defending that pawn. Definitely don't want to be losing that pawn for no reason. Trade one rook. And then just advance. Spend another 2 minutes thinking about what to do in this position. Because this fork is what we're worried about. What if I just push forward? Slight little push forward. I mean, we didn't want the knight going there to fork our pawns, so now the knight can't go there and he can't fork our pawns, so seems like it made sense. He can also jump in here. I'm like, bro. Take, step back, jump here. He'll probably jump here. I'll step forward. He jumps here. These knights are too close to my stuff. I need, like, at least something going on. So what if I go here? If he does take... Or I could, like, invest, take, jump here. He then attacks. I then go here. He then goes here. And I still can't defend my pawn over here. That is the issue in the position, 1000%. So I think I need to bring this knight. And I'm also attacking this pawn. So like here, here, here. You're sort of attacking the pawn. But I can push. If you attack here again, I push. I like it. This is basically what we don't want. and I'm attacking a pawn. So it was doing something proactive. He steps back to defend the pawn. Makes sense. I can then bring my other knight to the middle. And I feel like that's what we're doing. We're having a knight battle right now. And I'm not 100% sure, like, what's the right idea. Almost definitely I just need to bring the king forward. He wants a draw. Bro, I'm not accepting a draw. I'm here to win. Here. Still, his knight can't move forward in a great way. Probably like this is his best idea. Immediately challenge this knight. He'll probably step back. Okay, we got rid of one knight, and now I might just come in. We scoot the king forward. Scoot this forward. I think we trade this. We're going to kind of freeze this side of the board because I'll make a passed pawn on this side when the time is right. But my king is like one step closer. So I think making some advancements over here, because his king is going to have to go deal with me creating a passed pawn over here. So what's the correct way to do all of that? Potentially I push this first. I push here, he hits me with check, and I step over. But then I have like a way to get in later. So we're going to go like this is the plan. Where he's going to have to basically keep his king on this square to prevent me from getting in. Lock it down. What we really don't want is a Zugzwang, but he's the one that's in it, not me. So this is like an instructive king and pawn endgame. I'm up a pawn, but I have extra moves in the position. Right now his king kind of has to make a decision. Yeah. Oh boy. That was complicated, I'm not going to lie to you. And I had 1 minute 47, he had 6 minutes, so that's probably made a good video because we don't have to sit here thinking about what's the opponent going to do. We're sitting here, me explaining what I'm going to do. And so, all right, quite proud of that. Let's check the accuracy. I'm not 100% convinced that I played very accurate in this all-encompassing endgame here. But this pawn capture, I know this from just playing the Caro-Kann. Like, this pawn is defended by this knight and this pawn. So when you go for this capture, if you move the knight, that was like a real quick sequence of removing both defenders of this pawn, and you jump forward and the queen is always here and you're attacking the queen. And so you just grab a pawn and it still shows that white is still slightly winning. So there was a resilient way to fight back. I think basically I'm grabbing a pawn at the cost of my knight is undefended in the middle of the board. His pieces are just better developed than mine, if you even want to call my queen developed. And so he can pretty much just castle and like launch an attack, and I am miles away from like being able to actually castle in a useful way. And so, okay, let's grab this. We're gonna go over to the analysis. I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and I played that a little bit better than I thought. I thought that I made some large blunders in the endgame, quite possibly, but it turns out everything worked out all right. So if we look at this graph, it shows a tale of an equal opening, an equal middle game, and then it just slightly slipped out of our opponent's favor, and I was able to just capitalize, and it just grows exponentially. And so he's got 3 inaccuracies, 2 blunders, 85% accurate, and then I've got 2 inaccuracies, 1 blunder, and a 92% accurate. So a fairly accurate game, I must say. It all spawned from the Caro-Kann, the advanced variation. There's a lot of things that you could know here. I don't know if I should go into great detail about all of them because none of it happened, so let's not, and I'll save you the time. We developed this. These are all the best computer lines. We basically have a lot of pawns. Sorry, that's not ours. We basically have a lot of pawns on light squares, so we get rid of the light square bishop because it can kind of just get harassed on this side of the board, so you just want to get rid of it. So you've got the chance to get rid of it. Go for the pawn break, the best move. Develop the knight is the best move. You bring the queen, you get hit on the head, and then we scoot back to this square because it's just like you're going to be safe. There's going to be no discoveries with this. The knight can't jump forward and attack you like this. And it maintains on this file. I guess I couldn't really have gotten off of this file, but that's why we go here. And then also the bishop can still go forward, and the knight has retreating squares if we need them. So that's why this square. My pieces can like function around it quite well, while the opponent's pieces can't quite reach me immediately, okay? So that's why there's a lot going on in this move, but sometimes you got to pick like which square is better. This one is better. It's slightly more active, and it's good for my pieces, and it's good against the enemy's pieces. So we go here, we take, and then my inaccuracy of the game is going up a pawn, which is hard to explain, but that's my inaccuracy. It went from an equal position to a 0.6 position, and it's not in my favor. And so the reason for that is my pieces are hardly developed. His pieces are uber developed. He's ready to castle, and he's got ideas like the fork that came through that can all happen. So I'm attacking the queen. He could just scoot the queen back, but he scoots the queen forward, and we still have an equal position because he's down a pawn, but like I said, he is the one with the attack. So once we trade off these queens, this idea didn't make any sense. The best move is to scoot the king forward, and so he didn't, which allowed me to trade off his active piece. That was the idea, like throw in a check and get rid of it, because I need to develop my pieces, and if I can develop them essentially like with tempo, however you want to phrase this, now we've got a good position. And what I needed to realize here is these knights are defending each other. I was worried about the fork. I'm worried about moving the rook to not defend this pawn. And I'm also worried about my knight not being defended. And then I'm worried about like if I moved up here, then the rook idea comes into play. And so what I needed to realize here is I can just attack this. You can't take this, because then I win this with check. So you would have to counterattack my knight. I could then scoot a number of different ways. Let's see what the best is. A number of different ways. He then has to step forward with his king, and then I trade this off. This knight takes a step back. This fork is no longer even something that exists, and I'm basically ready to bring my knight and bring it into the action with check. I was supposed to see all of that, and I didn't. So I play what seems like a better move. Like we were worried about the fork. Why put my king in the middle of the board? Like, I wanted to maintain defending this pawn. I could have solved all that by bringing the rook. So that's my blunder of the game, and it threw away my advantage completely, because now he's down a pawn, but like I said, he's basically the one with the attack. He's ready to step over and just bring both rooks, and my king is in the middle of the board, and his knights are also just doing work, and my knights are still yet to develop, and I'm playing without a rook. I'm basically playing without 8 points of material. So the game continues. We develop my knight, and I have a comfortable advantage yet again. We put my rook behind the king. Don't hate it. We scoot the king over. Now these guys see each other. We push the pawn. One of the best moves. I could have jumped forward with this. Rook on the open file. I kind of overthought this one. Both are generally equal. Can you see? I guess you can't see. Here we go. The top computer lines, they're all very similar, so this move is just as good. We trade off the piece, and then he sent me a draw request somewhere in this area of the game. But I'm never accepting a draw, dude. I'm the one playing for a win. Maybe if you capture a pawn, then I'll accept your draw. But he shouldn't have traded off the knight. Also, it doesn't have the timestamps, so I had enough time, but I didn't have a lot. And so this is a simple fork. I could have just won this pawn, but then my knight's over here. He could potentially get like trapped in some sort of way, so why be risky? Bring the king, push the pawn, trade off the knight. Huge blunder by our opponent, because he's trading off his last active piece into a losing king and pawn endgame. And then so you just kind of need to know your king and pawn endgames a little bit. Long story short, anything I play here is pretty much good. If I play this, I'm still going to win. So when it says -2, it doesn't matter, because it's going to just grow. So like whatever move, is there any move that isn't good? I could literally play anything. And so it doesn't matter. It gets a little bit tricky here because we've got opposition. And so it gets tricky for our opponent. So basically he can never leave the defense of this square, because if he does, I'm going to get in and win this pawn. And so he can't allow that, but he also can't like push this, and then I have an entry over here to win these pawns. And so my pawns are pretty close to promoting over here. So this isn't even equal. Mine is better because I'm 3 squares away from promoting if we get rid of this pawn. Yours is like 4 squares away if we get rid of this pawn. So, long story short, we do this off. We lock down the position. The important thing to note here, why he resigned, is he doesn't have any legal moves other than moving the king away from the opposition. And this is opposition right here, where the kings are facing each other. They're all kissing the same 3 squares, and we're both like, I don't want to move, you move. I don't want to move, you move. And we're in Zugzwang, and what's important to note is I have moves in the position. He does not. If he pushes this, I just get a passed pawn. Or this one. It doesn't matter. Either or. He can't really push this pawn. And if he moves the king this way, I come in this way. And if he moves this way, I come in this way. And so that is why he resigned in this position, because I'm getting in. Whichever you want, I'm either coming in here to win these guys, or I'm coming in here to win these guys. And however you do it, my pawns are faster in the end game. I basically just got to clear, step out of the way, promote. And he's got to do a lot of zigzagging to even get to my pawns. So 92% accurate. You know, we made a blunder here and there, but in the end game, we were able to figure it out. And so thank you so much for watching. You guys are literally the best. If you feel so inclined, please subscribe. These videos take a little bit of time for me to make and analyze, and you better believe there's games that like aren't good enough or I just lose. So I got to play like three games to get a game good enough to actually post. So thank you guys so much again. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, so I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we are facing a 1950 with the Caro-Kann, my favorite, best opening that is known to chess. It is so easy to play. This dude is from planet Earth. Looks like he doesn't play bullet. Oof, I hate this line. But essentially what we're going to do is we're going to trade off. We're going to bring the queen out. Go ahead, pre-move it. We get hit with the knight, and it's kind of like a Scandinavian-esque type idea. And so anticipating the position right now, I'm missing pawns on this side of the board, so essentially I'm not going to castle that way. I mean, castling this way, I'm on a super open file, so just taking one look at the position, I probably am going to want to castle this way. Now, what we're a little bit worried about is something like this, so it might make sense. Develop this first. We're going to develop this knight first. I guess knights are more flexible, so we're going to develop the knight first. Then we might go for this Fianchetto idea. I think we're going to do it. I never play these types of structures. The queen, yes, has been attacked. I have a scarce amount of squares to go to that actually are very reasonable. These get in the way of my pieces, so we're not going to do that. This walks into an attack. This walks into an attack. This is taken. This, I'm losing track of what squares I should look at. Maybe this is actually the correct idea. I'm not actually sure. Or just going all the way back. Let's go over to the side of the board. I feel like that makes a fair bit of sense. At least I'm still doing stuff. Okay, he's going to hit me again. But in that case, we're getting ready to castle. If my queen does get attacked, bro, we're going all the way back. My queen has been battered around enough. We put the queen back. We're ready to castle. We castle. My king is now safe. I like my structure. Like I was saying earlier, the knights are more flexible than the bishop, and I'm not sure what I want to do with this bishop, so we're going to just bring this knight first. That's the general plan. We also have ideas of taking this and having 2 attackers on this pawn. Not sure what that did. We play this. I needed to develop my last minor piece. And so seeing that I've got a lot of these pawns on light squares, I think that just trading this off makes a decent amount of sense. We don't really want to see this guy jump forward. We're going to push this pawn. I mean, if this pin happens, we're okay with just vacating this back rank somehow. Maybe even we go back over here. What we need to be a little bit cognizant of. Okay, so yes, this pin just happened. We need to be a little bit worried about this knight coming into our position, okay? My queen is pinned. This is only defended by 1 piece, so what we're worried about is it getting attacked again, okay? So we essentially need to be able to avoid that, because if this happens, I just lose the game. Long story short, if this knight comes over, we lose the game. I can bring my queen all the way forward. That's a bold move. It defends against this. It defends against this. we're not going to calculate too much, but my opponent is playing very active. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we are facing a 1950 from Planet Earth. It looks like he doesn't play very much Bullet or Blitz, and so we're playing a 5-minute casual plus 5-second increment. I've been really enjoying this time control. Okay, so I've explained this in my last 3 videos, so I feel like a broken record explaining this again, but the reason that we have to play this pawn move is because if we bring the knight, he can capture. If we capture back, he hits us with this fork where we step back with the bishop. We have to recapture when he takes. So it's just like this. Boom, 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 boom. And then he can hit us here. He occupies the center. It's just not super great for us. Or you develop, he takes, and you come out with the queen. He basically has to go back. You can win this pawn with check. The queen comes out and you trade like this. Whatever you do, it's an equalizing position for white. So we are going to strive not to have that happen. We're going to go ahead and develop this knight. If this pawn comes forward, we're going to try and break this pin. It has not happened yet, so we're going to just develop another knight. Once this pawn push does happen, okay, so he's prepping it like this, and he will be doing so with tempo, and the pin will become a problem. So we're going to stop these ideas, essentially. So I think we have to take, not sure what else we're supposed to do in that situation. We have 2 attackers, but he also has 2 defenders, so we're just going to step up here. If we get hit, we step back. If we get hit yet again, we step back. We step back. If we get hit again, you better believe we're just going to step back one more time. He could play this one as well and ruin my pawn structure in the center. And this pawn is also hanging, but it's not super hanging because of all of this. Okay, so we're going to take. We're going to trade this. It's scary to jump forward with this knight. But with threats, my friend, we jump forward with threats. Correct? We jump forward with threats. He comes here. I mean, scary to play that move, but we're going to just go ahead and do it. That is the idea. Plain and simple. I'm pretty sure he can just slide back with the rook. Like, I think that would be agreeable. Okay, so this slightly ruins the pawn structure in the center of the board. But what we need to be looking at now is my knight. When I get attacked, what am I doing? I mean, ruining my pawn structure over here? I actually don't hate it. What to play? What to play? I could just castle. I, for whatever reason, wanted to castle the other way, but we are just gonna play a safer game of chess. He probably will attack my knight. I'll probably have to go back here, and we end up with this ruined pawn structure. But he's got a ruined pawn structure in the center, and these pawns are going to be a little bit hard to defend, specifically this one that is already being attacked. So he attacks us. I mean, we can just take a look at our moves. Moving forward is not an option. Not an option. Not an option. Not an option. Only option. Not an option. So that's the end of the calculation. I guess I could have pinned. This. So where if he takes, I take the rook. We still have this idea where potentially we do trade and he undevelops. So we can grab this pawn with tempo. And it's on a light square, so the bishop can't attack it. And I think I'm just up a pawn now. So he steps back. I kind of like this idea, where if he steps over, I trade this with check. I think this is the most active move. It's a little bit scary because... does anything like this work? It's undefended. What's actually better? Developing my bishop. Let's just play safe. Let's just straight up play safe. I'm up a pawn. Everything's chilling. If I'm not an idiot, I won't lose this game. But I'm an idiot, so I might. He's attacking this pawn. I step forward to defend it, but then he jumps in here, attacking this. And once he takes this pawn, he's also attacking this. What if I just push? He jumps in, and I step back. He could try something fancy. We're going to do this. Yeah, he jumps in. The bishop is hanging. But we defend the pawn. We're ready to just push forward. He gives us a check. I feel kind of safe over here. I think stepping up would have probably made more sense. Specifically, we don't want to... Oh, if I step forward, he's got this check. So I think I have to actually just give up my bishop. Because if I step forward, he's got this check. Where if I step up, he has this sacrifice where I have to take, but then he wins my rook. We have to take it. Rook on the open file. I'm going to have to push this forward at some point. This pawn is also pretty weak. And I need to... That just lets me trade the rook. Do we attack this? My king sucks. I want my king in action, bro. I can step back and attack the rook. If I attack... Let's just attack. He can double up. If he doubles up, I attack the rook. We come in attacking the rook. If he takes, he slides in. I put my pawn in the light square. I struggle to get out in the endgame. If he plays this, I just take. So that pretty much forces this. And we're going into an endgame where I'm up a pawn, but I have the knight instead of the bishop, so I think that it's totally still equal. And my opponent has not spent any time at all. We're doing this. That's what we're doing here. And not only that, so I can play this. I'm literally going to have to spend like 10 moves trying to figure out. I think just putting the pawns on light squares because they're just not being attacked. Did I just get deep freezed, bro? We bring the king. If he hits us with check, we step back. He's got this. My pawns are completely deep frozen over here. We jump in. What's better? We attack this. He just pushes in. We hit him with check. He steps up. Here. Here. I could step over and go for a pawn push over here as well. This. What is better? I think this is pretty important, actually. Either one is probably fine. This attacks this pawn immediately. This is more centralized. I could do like this and fork these guys. We're doing this. We come back and jump in. Does he have a way of defending everything? We also have check forward here. This is not good. We're going for this. Wait, does that even do anything at all? This is defended. So if I attack this, he can just push or jump back. Actually, this does work. It at least applies pressure to something. But me winning this pawn, I'm in a deep freeze, and I should just explain this. No way of defending this pawn, but winning this pawn isn't actually all that great. We're going to take and then jump in, attacking the bishop. He comes here. I think we grab this pawn. We grab this pawn, then there's this check. So we go here, check. I get out. We're going here. We can come this way. We step this way. We're now attacking this. I can also remove the defender of this with this move right here. So if he plays this, I have to take. The king comes in. I hit him with this check. He moves somewhere. I hit him here. If I win this pawn, I have 3 passed pawns. But literally, this is the deep freeze. I'm going to explain this after the video. 1 pawn holding down 3. So I'm up 2 pawns, but it kind of sucks. I can also just attack first. Attack first. Move somewhere. Here. Here. Check. Let's not be foolish. Let's just play a move that makes sense. We attack this bishop. He lets go of the defense of this. I can also grab this. I'm not sure which one's more important. Okay. We're going to be all right. I'm so scared. He's kind of running out of moves. And his king is so far away from my passed pawn. And so I think that this pretty quickly just becomes the new idea. We're just going to take. My knight is very happy on this square. We're attacking this with check and the bishop. I think that does it. That is a beautiful, beautiful knight. Doing like 3 different jobs at once. Defending ideas here, attacking the pawn, attacking the bishop. We hit this with check. He has to react to it. We jump back to the light squares. If he gets 2... We step over. 49 seconds. I think we're chilling. I just hung a pawn. I've got plenty of time. I've got 3 extra pawns. Unless he is successfully able to... Guess we're going over here. We're going to get hit with another check. Then what do? Step back? Jesus. He can come in, but I get here. We attack the bishop. Pushing this, like, is probably the plan. I need this king to move so I can step up. We need my king on this square, essentially. But I need this to be defended. He can't cut my king off. We're going to step forward. We step forward. We step forward. We can now potentially shield and push. Check, defended. Check. Slowly making progress, my friend. We bring the king. Jesus. Hit him with a check. A check. We push this pawn. 53 seconds. It's a slow process, but I am going to be inching my pawns forward. This one first, maybe? This, then this. We step forward again. This is held by the knight. It's not stalemate, bro. Okay. There's probably a lot of different ways that I can win this, but I think the one that I'm going to choose is this. I could, for one, just give him a check, but then he steps over. So maybe we give him a check. He steps over. We're doing this. If he tries to block, we push and distract him. We're going to make the red carpet. You got to be careful about these stalemates. He can go here. He can still go here. And when he does, he can run away as well. You just got to be careful. 42 seconds. Make gosh darn sure you're not going to get a stalemate. And so that end game was so much fun to play. He's saying, good game, well played. Good game, well played. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to tell him that I'm going to make a YouTube video out of this. And so I was completely winning. That was a lot of fun to play. But oh boy, the bishop versus the knight. I had to inch one step at a time to make a new queen. And so that was a lot of fun. And let's check out the analysis and see how accurate it actually was. And I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And that was a tedious process, pushing all of those pawns in that endgame. But if we look at the graph, there was one moment where I was in trouble. It was a tactic that neither of us saw, but then from there on out, everything was good to go. So 90% accurate, 3 blunders, 3 inaccuracies. Don't hate it. And then our opponent, 86% accurate, 3 blunders, 3 mistakes, 7 inaccuracies. And so one of my blunders was a hanging piece, like just a straight up missed win. And then the inaccuracies don't matter at all. But 2 of my blunders mattered. Yes, one of them we didn't see, so it didn't matter all that much. But let's just hop right on into it. And so e4, e5 on the board, and we play the bishop's opening, my favorite opening in all of chess. And so I have learned through experience that pushing this pawn is generally safer than bringing this knight, because stuff can happen, and I avoid it, okay? Sometimes that happens. You do something, and it works, and you just keep doing it. And yes, there's like better lines and stuff, but I'm going to just stick to what I know. And so we get the pieces developed. For one, there is a pawn hanging in the middle of the board. Definitely didn't see that, so that was the best move, and I missed it. So whatever. It's not even an accuracy, because essentially I'm just going to kind of get attacked and battered around, and there's ideas of this, and I haven't castled, so doing this to prevent the pin when all of this stuff happens makes a fair bit of sense. Now we capture, and I play this. Now this is a blunder, but it's a little bit tactical to see this. You push the pawn. My knight has to go somewhere. The computer says just forget about it and lose the knight, because I'm going to lose the bishop later. But let's just say I play something in the middle. You capture, and then at the end of all of it, the knight moved away from this checking square and is no longer defending this bishop. So he just wins the bishop for free. And so, long story short, you're making the defender move, and you're making this check available. So we both missed it. I'm grateful he didn't play that, or I would have absolutely lost the game. We step around, and that's why those moves right there, blunder, because neither of us saw that. Then we capture, trade off the queens, the rooks come in. Knight to the middle of the board. It's a risky decision, but I mean, what else was I going to do? Step back or step over here? I don't know. Knight to the middle of the board is the best move. It's undefended, and I don't have all that many great retreating squares, but it's still the best move nonetheless. Now, I have the opportunity to ruin his pawn structures for an equal trade. So obviously that is the best move. You ruined your pawn structures, and we traded a light square bishop for a light square bishop. Now, we castle. Being proactive and potentially even castling this way somehow, just being proactive would have made more sense, but I felt like being safe. So it's the difference of 0.3 of a pawn. So we're chilling. We step back. Yes, this ruins our pawn structure. We go ahead and grab this pawn. The best move is to get active. But, okay, now the best move is to take the pawn. Sometimes you got to let, you know, Stockfish think for a second. Also, we took the pawn with tempo on the bishop, so it can't be a bad move. He steps back. We develop the bishop. His knight goes to the middle of the board. We defend it. He steps over here. I step back to defend this pawn. He hits me with a check. I step over, and then his knight arrives. And so basically in this situation, we're going into an endgame where I'm up a pawn and you have a weak pawn. So trading the bishop for the knight kind of sucks for me, but trading off pieces in general sucks for the opponent. So we do trade off. We put a rook challenging the open file. He comes here. I mean, it's a reasonable move. We step over and attack the bishop, and he doubles up. And so I'm fairly certain there's just a tactic here. Like if I take and then take, I can take. Yes. So I could have just captured. I'm attacking this bishop. So if I take, yeah, the best move. I'm just attacking the bishop at the end of everything, and then I win this pawn. So we traded everything, but I'm but another pawn, and then I'm absolutely winning. So what I saw was forcing a trade of everything. So another blunder. It's a missed win. Neither of us saw it. Complete blunder. Missed win. We trade everything off. And so if we look at this position right here, when you are down a pawn and you have a weak pawn, you keep the bishop on, keep the rook on the board. You don't want to trade everything off, because the more stuff you trade off, the more powerful the pawns and the kings become, and I have more of them. So if you look, I have a 3-on-2, and then your pawn structure is not that great. Like, yes, this is ruined, but at least they're together, and this guy is alone. So he's a liability in all of the endgames, because my king is going to run up there and touch him. Then your king has to stay touching him. It's not good, okay? So long story short, it's equal if he keeps the pieces on the board, because we got a game of chess to play. Plus he has 4 minutes and I have 2. So just thinking about that for a second, trading this off, now you willingly went into an endgame where I quite easily put all of my pawns, literally every single piece in my position is on a light square. So your dark square bishop doesn't see anything ever at all. Now, I'm in a deep freeze. Now, I was trying to explain this. This can happen a lot of different ways, but this is the worst possible scenario. One pawn is preventing the forward momentum of both of mine. And so it's worse when there's no pieces on the board and my king is far away. So just imagine just this structure. Like, I can't push either pawn because he just captures. It's terrible. It's not good. One pawn is holding down my 3. So I'm up 2 pawns, but these 2 pawns suck. And so we have the process of trying to bring my king. We jump the knight to the middle. I thought about which move is better. This is the better move. We step over here, and he hangs the bishop in 1 move. And what happened here is I got tunnel vision. Absolutely. Tunnel vision of forking these pawns. And so, for one, taking this one with check actually is maybe better, because I can just take this with check. He does something, and then I go right back. And you can't even defend it because my knight defends this only square that his bishop can defend this pawn. So that would have made more sense. So there's like 3 knight moves that make sense. And I play the one that makes the least amount of sense, because this one's with check, this one's a free piece, and this one didn't really change anything in this position, because this is the pawn that I need to be winning. This one is largely doing nothing. Whatever. We're stepping around, and then we begin the rigmarole. First, I wanted to kick this bishop out because I felt like winning this pawn was more important. I guess what I really wanted here was to clarify these pawns, like get rid of all of these pawns and then just play on this over here is what I wanted. Because I was worried about, you know, the king doing something and like trying to make a pass pawn, and the bishop's over here. My knight's kind of far away from helping. So that's what I was worried about. So whatever, we kicked the bishop out. I'm so stupid. Was the whole purpose of this move was so the bishop moves so I can grab this pawn? No? Correct? And then I take this pawn that I could have taken all along. So this pawn push didn't even really make sense. So now we take the check, he takes back, and we fork his pieces. Essentially, he can't defend this. When I take it, it's with check. I'm also attacking the bishop. So he's got to do something with the bishop. I grab this with check. I guess stepping here would have made more sense because it at least attacks the bishop. Whatever, we go here. You generally want to be thinking about how to be making moves forward. And so which square is more forward? Well, it's this one. So putting the knight there with tempo on the bishop makes more sense than here. Because essentially I'm just going to have to like figure out how to move the knight forward anyway. The whole purpose of what we're doing here is we are moving everything forward is the whole idea. And so whatever. Now in this situation, my pawn is attacked and I just said, it's gone. But the situation stays the same whether I push this pawn or not. So it would have made sense to just move the pawn forward. Then you have to like waste a move trying to figure out how to even attack it because the king can't get over there and the bishop can't see it. So just pushing it one square actually kept it quite safe. I just kind of assumed he was a goner and I was going to invest in these 3. Now, luckily, I'm up 3 pawns, so I'm going to win literally no matter what I play. But I do this a lot where it's like, okay, I just accept that he's dead. But pushing him forward would have preserved him till a later day at least, because the king can't even go over there and the bishop can't even see him. So now he's safe, essentially. Winning this pawn would become a whole task for my opponent. And instead of that, I push a pawn on the side of the board and just let him grab it for free. Didn't make any sense why I played like that, whatever. Then I can straight up just push this pawn right now. I guess I was worried about like checks and stepping away and him grabbing my knight. So I was worried about pushing this pawn and undefending the knight because the bishop attacks me and I have to step somewhere. But I can stay defending my knight from anywhere. Also, just pushing my passed pawn makes a fair bit of sense. I can just go boom, 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 boom. Like push this first. And if you start chasing it somehow, I can just defend it. And I got a chain of pawns. And I just do this same structure one step at a time. Either way, I made things a lot more complicated than they ever had to be. We're jumping around. I bring the king. The king is there. I put the knight to shield this square from the bishop so I can push this pawn. So we do push that pawn. And we push another pawn. The king's moving around. We step the king forward because my king is going to have to move forward anyway. King forward. We give a check. In between move. Give a check. Then we push the pawn. We push another pawn. Give a check. He steps back. And we bring the king up. I guess he forgot the knight was defending it. He didn't have low time. He had 3 minutes. So maybe he just gave up here and was like, screw it. I'm lost no matter what I do. It's hard to say. Maybe he thought it was a draw. I don't know. And then in this situation, all you have to do to not lose this game is just don't get a draw. And pawns on the side of the board kind of suck because they do. Okay. And so, I mean, no, they don't. All pawns are good. All pawns are good pawns. All right. But generally, my plan is the king worries about this guy. I get my king here and I push forward. And so that is literally what I go for. That is literally what I go for. Because there's probably a better way to like make a distraction or whatever. But you just don't want to stalemate. And so making the red carpet is the easiest way to go. So I know that wasn't the most accurate game. I missed a hanging bishop. I missed a tactic in the beginning. And then I made pushing these 3 pawns in the end game where literally any move was winning. I made it seem like it was a lot harder than it was. Literally, like, anybody could win that position. You just make a move and don't hang your knight. And so thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed or simply learned something, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 and it is a long and treacherous road. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I love you. Get out of here, and more chess coming soon. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today we are facing a 1940. Let's check his profile real quick. Looks like he only really plays rapid. So I'm not 100% sure what this opening is. So we're gonna hope that it just transitions into something that I'm used to. That's a strange move, bringing the knight out. I'm not sure what that's called. Is it called the not ready? Because it's the ready. Now I think that there's some sort of tactic here that we just don't love. So I think I have to push this pawn. So if I brought the knight, he can sacrifice, then I take back, then he hits me with this fork, and I step back, he takes my knight, and I get back. So I'm fairly certain we just have to take this. Yes, he can take here. Probably something of the sort is going to happen on this side of the board. And already, I'm just unfamiliar with what's going on in this position. Bringing my bishop out anywhere, I feel like my opponent's already got the best of me, and it's like move 2. I'm bringing my knight over here. Because hopefully he never sees that move. We will then attack this bishop. The bishop's got to go somewhere. Probably he goes all the way back or goes back over here. Either or, I think that I'm somewhat able to unravel and just kind of like get my pieces into the game. Also, losing my light square bishop is in the cards, so we're just going to push a pawn. You know what I mean? And I think we have evaded the opening theory. I think that I've made enough strange moves that our opponent is no longer booked up. Okay, that is the term that the kids are using, booked up. And so that's one thing you can do if you're trying to get better at chess openings. Sometimes you can just make, definitely with white, you can just make a couple like non-super committal moves and you're chilling, and you avoid the opening line theory and you don't have to learn it. And now we've just got a new position that most likely neither of us have ever played. We're going to go ahead and develop this knight. If he takes, then my bishop gets here with tempo on this. Not really, he's just going to castle and everybody's happy. I'm ready to castle. This diagonal is a little bit weak. So, you know, if something happens with this knight or whatever and I castle this way, my king is on this diagonal. So a queen coming out here would be something we maybe need to be a little bit cognizant of. And if he doesn't take, I can jump to the middle of the board with tempo on his bishop. So now that I'm looking at this a little bit more, I could even come over like this. I can come over here with tempo on this bishop. My position's actually seems to be just playing itself. Sometimes that's how things work out in chess. You kind of just like make moves. Okay, I can take 3 different ways. The pawn is terrible. The knight has the idea of coming over here with tempo on this, then going to the middle of the board. So I like this because it immediately threatens this pawn. I mean, I guess he could take with his bishop. I'm not convinced that that's the right move either. And I've got a little hidey hole for my dude. Oh boy. That definitely just happened. That definitely just happened. If I step up, okay. It's a little bit ridiculous, but I add a defender, so if take, then my rook is not hanging. Because what we're worried about right now is take, not check, grabbing my rook with check, then I step up and trade queens. So this is a real risky type move. Make no mistake about it. My king is defending my knight, and my opponent's queen is 2 squares away from my king. It can't be good. And if he jumps in, what am I looking at? He can give me this check, but I can block. And if he takes, or if he takes with the knight, then I take, and it's covered by just enough things. So potentially bringing. I'm going to just be straight up with you. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be playing here. I'm getting pressured. I am getting pressured. Look at his pieces. Okay, so he wants to just add an attacker. Excellent plan, my friend. That is an excellent plan. I'm not even going to pretend like it's not. So I might have to make a concession at some point. I might just be like losing some stuff. Because what am I doing about that? He just adds another... Dude, what if I bring the bishop back? He comes in. I step over with the king. He takes. Take. He wins the pawn. That's for sure. This is also hanging. I could just step over now and just allow the take, and I take back. Boom, 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 boom. We slide over and defend. Then he comes in. We're doing it. You trade your dark square bishop for my knight, and you win a pawn. And my king is in the middle of the board, naked. And your king is happy in his mansion. Look at the king's, bro. His king is so happy, and my king is not happy. And I'm not convinced. I'm ready to just take this bishop and kind of alleviate some of this immediate pressure. So that he kind of has to take. Because if he jumps in with the knight, I mean, bro, I'm just going to take, and you got to take back. So we're doing this. Oh, wait, it worked, because you couldn't take that pawn because I'm attacking this. Oh, boy. I think I just untangled. This pawn is hanging. Make no mistake about it. But do I dare step over with my king? I can push, but then he just steps over here. Then I attack the queen. Queen has to go here. That also takes away the idea of the knight. I think we're going to just do this. This is going to be my defensive structure. He's got this. No, he doesn't. What am I talking about? We're attacking this. He steps over. And his knight can't come in anymore. So I kind of like the idea of trying to trade some stuff off. I have the bishop pair. So you ruined my pawn structure. But I got tactically lucky. It's probably a little bit slow. You know what? Let's propose a queen trade. Not propose a queen trade. Let's force a queen trade, actually. Because, like, what else are you going to do? You can't go here. You can't go here. You can't go here. What am I talking about? He can go on a lot of squares over here. But I'm not sure. Sliding all the way over here, is that really such a great idea? I might just step forward again. Yeah, he could slide over here. But then I can kind of bring my rook, bring my queen here. And I don't hate my position. And all of a sudden, maybe my bishops start doing something. So he trades. Okay. Now, I don't want to undevelop my bishop. I kind of like the idea of my king protected by these pawns, and we're going to have an end game, but I have the bishops, bro. So do I take here? You know what? We're taking with the bishop because this is going to be the open file, and I just don't want to put my king there and just walk into that with the rooks. So we're going to go ahead and play this. And I think definitely some inaccuracies have been played this game. Make no mistake about it. I mean, I can do this and kind of force a pawn push. I don't think that really does anything. Also, his knight could just come into the middle now. So if this happens, then the knight just gets in the middle. So we're going to come right back. His knight can come in. If I take, he takes like this. And then it's a check. I'm not sure what to be playing. I think this knight is too powerful now. And I got a lot of pawns on light squares. You know what? We're just going to take. Forget about it. We're just going to take. We're going to slide my rook over here. And we're going to rush into an endgame. An opposite colored bishop endgame. I'd like to keep one of the rooks on the board, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So he wants to do this and solidify the center. Very, very reasonable. I can push forward and threaten this. A little pawn advancement. But he can just get out of it with a simple trade. But we're going to do it. Okay. He can't go here. And I got the open file at least a little bit. Ooh. Not sure that was correct, but at least I got the open file. And now I'm going to come to this one. That will be the next idea. Get into the position with attacks. Oof, this move. Got to get active with this guy. I mean, he can just push that pawn forward. Push a pawn in my face. If I step forward. And this bishop is ugly, but he's actually doing a great job. Okay. I feel like this can't be a terrible idea. I mean, never mind. He just comes in and attacks me. What if I place my rook on this square? All right, let's just take a second. I almost just blundered my rook in one move. If I go here, he can just step forward. And then really, what am I accomplishing? Here, 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 here. And then it's just a draw, bro. I can plant my bishop in the middle of the board, step forward and go for this pawn break. Not at all convinced that that made any sense, but the idea is push my king forward, launch this pawn. If he takes, my king is closer to doing something, sort of. He can just play this. He has these types of ideas. We launch a pawn. Here, here, check. I think I'm chilling. He's got this check. Oh, yes, he does. I can step back two different ways, really. I could step over, but we're not going to play that. If I step back here, at least I'm on the dark squares. I also have this. Getting scary. It's getting real, real scary. Very scary game of chess going on right now. I'm not gonna front. If he steps back, I do get a pawn. Yeah, but he can just push. Definitely we see this. But what's going on in that position? Like after this check, I can step back, or I step over here. This is something that we might have to deal with, because if he plays this, he can make a pass pawn essentially, because I can't really take because there's all this. We're just going to put a pawn in the dark square. If we see this, this is a wild, wild endgame. Now he can kind of be free to play whatever he wants. If I take here and he takes here, what if I just push and he takes? I have to take. But then he takes. We push forward. There's stuff going on over here, but at least I'm looking at this. So he has to waste a move. Yeah, that makes a great amount of sense. What if I just push, and get behind it? Just like boom, boom. Yikes. Because if he pushes, I just take. And here, then I just take. I mean, yes, he gets in, but I can touch it and defend it. Chess is complicated, bro. Chess is complicated. And he still has this, which I just don't think that he's noticed yet. I can also push and get behind it. But if he plays this, I take. If he takes, I take. Then there's this. So he can't even, he could play this, but I take this. That makes a pass pawn. What am I talking about? Am I stupid? Here. We have to. We have to. We have to. There's this. We give this check. I can grab this pawn, but I don't think that's really what needs to be worried about right now. He does have this, but then I can grab that. I'm going to probably grab that pawn first. There is this, but my king is defending it. His king is cut off, actually. I can just go for this one as well. I can push and make this pass pawn as well. You can push with check, but I take. I can just push and allow this, but he's going to block it, and that's going to be annoying to deal with. Here, here. Just don't lose on time. We're going to step here and push this. I can also play this. He can go here. Check. We're taking away from some squares of that king. Trying to push to give this check to push the guy away. So he has to block, I think. Check. He can't take it. Check. And that's a wrap. He's gonna go here, Jesus Christ. He just blocks, bro. This is hectic. If he doesn't come back, I can grab this. Plays here, I take. But I can kind of chase him to the end of the world with checks, I think. He's miraculously kind of safe. I think we play this. We have to give a check. We give this check. Bro, this is unbelievable. We give this check. He's got this check. But I run away. I can also go here. I really just don't want to choke this, but he should resign, yes, because he's getting forced to this back rank. If he goes here, checkmate. If he goes here, checkmate. If he goes here, check. Here, check here. Something, bro. I would get the checkmate. That was an absolute slugfest of an endgame. I don't know if that's the terminology. I accidentally just clicked on his profile. Let's check how accurate that was. I think there were probably a fair bit of inaccuracies. This opening didn't make any sense, but you know what I mean? Like, look at this. Who's going ahead? C6 with the knight on like move 1, bro? Come on, who plays like that? Nobody plays like that. Move a pawn, dog. All right, so we're gonna check this with the computer. I'll see you over there. I'm gonna see what else we can learn. And here we are in the analysis, and oh boy, was that a fun endgame to play, because I was winning the entire time. Okay, so if we take a look at this graph, we see I was definitely struggling out of the opening a little bit. I had a minus 1.7 position, all because I decided to develop my knight in a strange manner. Then all after that, it's pretty much uphill. I threw it away to another little slightly minus position here. But for a 5-minute plus 5-second game, 86% accurate, 14 inaccuracies. That is a personal best, a new record for me actually. 14 inaccuracies. I got 11 before and was surprised. 14. I don't even know how many moves were in this game of chess, but like a huge percent of that is inaccuracies. Then 4 mistakes and 1 blunder. Now, if we look, the mistakes, the first 2 definitely did matter. The blunder didn't matter at all. And the inaccuracies, I mean, 14 inaccuracies definitely add up, so that for sure mattered. Our opponent, 81% accurate, 3 blunders, 7 mistakes, 9 inaccuracies, and I played 86% if I did not mention that. And so right out of the opening, boom, move number 2, inaccuracy on my part, because we basically walk into this where I have to make a pawn move. Because if I develop the knight, he sacrifices here, I take, he forks my pieces, defended by the queen, so I have to step back, he takes my knight, I go here, and then he can even launch this pawn, he can launch this pawn, and I just get a completely equal position right out of the opening. So none of that is actually the way you're supposed to play chess. I play the bishop's opening, so I just instinct move the bishop, all right? Bishop c4, that's what I play. So we push the pawn because I have lost to this little tactic so many times. Now that you've seen this video, it will never happen to you. Now we take, and we develop my knight over here for the simple reason of I am worried that my opponent has studied this opening, so I played not the best move. This is the best move, but then we walk into this, and maybe he just knows what he's doing a little bit better than I do. And so I play like one of the, not the best move. But if we're going from a 0.2 to minus 0.2, largely it doesn't matter at all, okay? Then we push a pawn, we hit the bishop, he scoots back over here, I push this pawn, and now officially, guaranteed neither of us have seen this exact position, okay? With the pawn here, the bishop here, the knight over here, I think that it's a completely new position for both of us. If we look in the Lichess database, this position has actually only been played 1 time. 1 time. We go back just a few moves, 18 times. Is that how that works? No, here's the sum. Yeah, it's only been 2 times in the entire database. New game, essentially. Then we developed a knight. We trade off. Taking with the bishop was the best idea. We're attacking this immediately. Then I put my knight here. So my whole idea of rerouting this knight, I thought about, okay, I want to attack the bishop. I did not think about, okay, the queen is just going to pin me and then I'm in a problem. So in this position, what I'm supposed to do is either castle and just let this happen. Like just castle, he gives up the bishop. I'll show you. Castle, he gives up the bishop. I take, he takes. And it's essentially an equal position because I have the bishop pair. Yes, I lost a pawn, but I have the bishop pair. That is the analysis, okay? So I was supposed to just be like, okay, it's fine. I'm going to castle anyway. Stepping up also works because it's generally the same reason, just like take, but then I'm attacking this or whatever. So I had, to be honest with you, I play this move. It's an inaccuracy, but only if we realize that after all this happens, the rook sees the bishop and the queen will be getting ready to take this pawn. Okay, so I'll show you. He's supposed to step back. So this was just a touch of serendipity, and sometimes things just work out in your favor. So this is the idea. Pressure the pinned piece. Okay, I run away with my king, and I just accepted here that I was going to lose the pawn. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so and this is exactly what happens. Boom, boom. And then in this position, we needed to evaluate that this is fine. I grab this, but he hits me with this check. And if I go forward, he hits me with this check. And I got to give up the rook forward anyway, because if I don't, I mean, essentially I'm just going to get checkmated, bro. Like, I'm not even going to go into it. I got to give it up. I'm going to get checkmated if I don't. And so we needed to evaluate that. Now it's showing it's the best move. But either way, it's not that great because all of this was going to happen. Unfortunately for my opponent, he saw this and he said, okay, well, if I move this, my queen is attacked and I don't want to lose my bishop for nothing. So he steps back. Then I hit the bishop steps back. And then all of a sudden, miraculously, I have a good position. Just out of nowhere, I have a good position. Then we trade off the queens. Now I really just have a bishop pair. This pawn structure doesn't actually suck all that bad because I've got an open file. And, you know, things are looking quite swimmingly. I play this inaccuracy because for whatever reason, I saw this and got scared of it, where I would have to like step back to defend this pawn. I didn't want this. Long story short, that's what I didn't want. So I play bishop move here so that this pawn pushes forward. So then I move, and now the knight can no longer play this. However, he can just jump to the middle of the board, and arguably this is a better square for the knight than this one. So, whatever. Then, you know, I think about it for a little while, and I thought, okay, I have 5 pawns on light squares. This knight is in the middle of the board, essentially really scary. Probably I should just give up the bishop for the knight. Unfortunately, that was the wrong idea. It's an inaccuracy, but it's not the end of the world. Now this moment right here, this pawn push is a high level pawn push. We push the pawn with 2 ideas. We push the pawn and we're threatening this fork. Even after this, we're still threatening to trap the bishop. So realizing that, because we don't want to take here and just help him solidify the center. Like if we take here and he takes, how bad is it actually? I'm still winning, but whatever. I didn't want to do that because it opens up a file onto my king and it solidifies his center. So for 2 reasons we didn't want to do it. I play the best move, pawn push, quiet pawn push, where it forces this. Then he has to make another pawn move or his bishop is getting trapped. He plays the best move. And then what I'm supposed to see is, all right, this tension is going on, but what are you going to do about my rook on the 7th rank? If you capture here, then I just start gobbling pawns and I'm on the 7th rank with ideas of this. And you grabbing this pawn was far less important than that. Unfortunately, I saw this tension and I said, I got to do something about it. So I push a pawn, okay? Then we put my bishop on this nice diagonal. I figure if I'm ever able to get something like this, it would be really good. So this is probably where the bishop wants to be looking. Then I put my bishop in the middle of the board. Then I move my king up because I'm going for this pawn push. It's an inaccuracy, but whatever, we go for it anyway. A lot of inaccuracies going on. We step back. And then this move didn't make any sense because it gives him the option to make a pass pawn. Because I go here and he can simply push. And I can't take because he just grabs my bishop and I'm losing. So essentially, he can just make a passed pawn. And it's worse than that. He pushes 2 more squares and it's defended by the bishop, which I'm never getting rid of. And he's quite quick to circling around and like supporting that passed pawn. And the whole game will turn and be about stopping this passed pawn. My king will have to like get dedicated to stopping it, or my rook, or whatever. And so in this position, that's not possible because I can just take. And then I have the passed pawn that I can defend. And then it's the complete opposite, where I'm defending the promotion square and I'm looking at this. So he just can't play this move. He just can't play this move, or it's losing essentially in this position. But when my bishop is here, this pawn is doing the job of defending it, not this one. Okay, that was enough explaining. So we play an inaccuracy, 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 mistake, mistake, inaccuracy, inaccuracy. Boom, some reasonable moves. Now I have a passed pawn. Another mistake, another inaccuracy, because the correct idea here was boom, boom, boom. Like getting my bishop here, or at least here, to defend this pawn push. That was the idea. My bishop's doing nothing over here, so it definitely made sense. It definitely made sense. Just boom, boom, boom. Didn't see it. I thought my bishop was quite happy over here. And not to mention, the longer I leave my bishop here, the longer this is still an idea. And so, okay. We do a little clearance, inaccuracy, but come on, we're looking at like half a pawn inaccuracies here. Still, this is the idea. This is still the idea in the position. I saw it and my opponent didn't, and I'm so grateful for that, because who knows what would have happened if he played that. So this is a complete blunder, because we get into this position where, for one, I'm the one giving the check. My passed pawn is actually quite safe. Looking at a square that is defended, not to mention your king is cut off, my passed pawn is better. So he evaluated that wrong. And he has troubles pushing his passed pawn because I'll just take it. So like he can't just push immediately. So he's going to have to like do something else to start even pushing it. Mine, I can just push, 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 and I'm ready to go. So I give a check. He steps over, and I just spent 1 minute talking about how good this passed pawn is. For whatever reason, I decided to attack his passed pawn instead of just pushing mine. Don't hate it. Whatever. It's not the end of the world. Then I have a +8 because I have this simple fork. Okay, this definitely was in the position. Did not see it. Don't hate it. I had 20 seconds, so don't hate me. I grab a pawn instead. He slides over, and I go right back to where I was, defending this passed pawn. We go back here. Now this pawn is defended, and this is a safer structure. He slides back. I push the passed pawn finally. Now, the whole idea here of the move that I just played, I play this to cut off this square because I didn't want the king getting there. I didn't actually have to play that. I can just push with check. If he steps over, I hit him with this check. He can't grab the pawn because it's defended by the rook. If he grabs the rook, then I get the queen. I gave up the rook though. So I was supposed to see that. The reason I played this is because I figured, you know what? I can do it and not lose the rook. So that was what I was going for. And so he could have just played this, and it potentially would have stopped all of that. But then I could have grabbed this pawn essentially, and then I'm up a pawn still. We get the queen. End game, we make the queen. Okay, boom. Now in this position, I have checkmate in 1, just like that. Checkmate in 1. I also have checkmate in 1. I also have checkmate in 2, I believe. What is checkmate in 2? Queen c8. Oh, boom, boom, boom. There we go. Okay, that's a weird maneuver. But either way, I got checkmate in 1, and I got checkmate in 1. Basically, the way you win this position is you say, where do we not want the enemy king to be? Well, say he could be here, or any of these squares, per se. That is exactly where we don't want the enemy king to be. So this move makes the most amount of sense because it cuts off this row, and the king would have to step back. Say it wasn't checkmate. We're cutting off the idea of running this way and getting down here. Because getting down here, it's going to be harder to checkmate you. Definitely when you end up on these light squares, because I got a dark square bishop, and my rook is all the way over here. I miss mate in 1, give a check. Now the king got exactly where I don't want him to be. Now the bishop's defending these dark squares, and just kind of look at how safe this king actually is. There's mate in 11, but it's not super easy to find. I mean, I guess I could play something like this. Actually, this probably isn't too far out of the question. No, he grabs this. So yeah, it's not super easy. Not super easy. We go back. I want to defend this pawn so I can give this check without the king being able to grab this pawn and kind of escape more. We give the check. He steps out. We give a check. We give a check. He steps up. We slide all the way over here with pretty much ideas of just giving this ladder checkmate. He gives me a check, but I'm safe. No more checks in the position. There's no way that he can check me. My king is actually safe, hidden behind all of the enemy's pieces. It's suggesting to just sacrifice something. But here we give this check, and then essentially, no matter what he does, he's getting checkmated in like 2 moves. I mean, if he goes here, then it's checkmate in 1. If he goes here, I think I can just push him over. Check, check. Oh, man. Okay, so it's a little bit complicated, but I was basically going to whittle him down. So, I mean, say he plays this. I'd probably just keep giving him checks. I'm going to be straight up with you. Like, not that, not that. Either way, you get the idea. I can definitely checkmate a solo king when I got a queen, a rook, and a bishop, and these guys are doing nothing, okay? Thank you so much for watching my video. If you enjoyed anything or you learned anything, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and it is a long and treacherous road. So hopefully I didn't take up too much of your time. Thank you so much for watching. I love you. I'll see you guys the next time, and get out of here. Oh, hello, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. Today, I want to share with you a game that I recently played where some blunders do happen, and I ended up with a worse position. And part of chess is fighting back from losing positions. Not every game you play is going to be you get completely smoked or you completely smoke the opponents. Sometimes you get a worse position and you have to fight back. You have to finish the game. And so without further ado, I would absolutely love to share this game with you. It's a little bit emotional for me. And so let me know what I think. Let me know what you think, and let's get right on into it. 1737, Belgium, e4. The Scandinavian, nobody likes this opening, bro. Okay, we trade the queens. We take with the knight because if you take with the bishop, he has like immediate ideas to attack. His knight kind of wants to come forward. I got to do something with his knight. So putting it in the middle of the board seems to actually make sense. But I think first, I mean, this is where my knowledge stops. Normally they bring this knight. We're going to step over here. This is my square now. We're going to develop this bishop. We're going to push this pawn. We're going to develop this bishop. Push this pawn. And we're just going to play a queenless game. And so we're going to grind it on down. He does have like some freaky ideas like this, but I can just castle. So we're going to push this 1 square. We need to be able to develop. He can jump into the middle. But you know what? I think I can jump in first. And he does also have this idea, but I can step back with my bishop. He'll get my bishop. We're attacking his bishop. So that hung the bishop. I take the bishop. He hits me with check. I step up. He takes my rook. And I'm just pretty sure that he's going to get my rook for these 2 pieces, which I think is good for me. Right? So boom, boom. I can even step up this way. If you hit me with a check, I block. You step back. I develop. No. I need to maintain touching this square. Boom, boom, here. You take the rook. I step up. We're doing it. Then I push forward. There's no other way to attack without pushing forward, so I have to push forward. He attacks my knight. We're going to have to do something with my knight. Like, go here. Then go here. There's a check. There's a check. I'm scared. I can block, but he blocks. 3 minutes against 5. If I step this way, I think this side is going to be safer. I just lost the game. Definitely just lost the game. What on earth was I calculating right there? Like, check. Step here, bro. Step here. I completely forgot my king was preventing. Oh. He hits me with a check. We step forward. He castles. I lose the game. Even this doesn't work because he just comes over and destroys me. So maybe I gotta like make a move like this. I'm just down in exchange. I'm trying not to cry. I can grab this pawn. I just feel like I have to do it. He comes over here. Okay. I can also attack this pawn. And he's kind of forced into pushing. Here. We pin it. You go here with check. Ugh, this would work. This would work. But there's check. I go here. No. I really need this. Castling would get out of it. If I get this, then we are in a game of chess. Completely equal. Actually, I would be winning at that point because I got the bishop instead of the knight. You can jump over here. We got to do something with this rook. He hits us with a check. We step forward. He doubles the rooks. Yep, we step forward. My king is going to have to aid in the attack. I feel like I just have to trade that. What else am I supposed to do? He can double and infiltrate. Oh, I needed that, and he saw it too. I push this pawn. He can pretty much force me to trade the rook, and if I lose the rook, I'm in a lot of trouble. There is like an 80% chance. And one thing you might not know about chess is the way that when you're looking at it with Stockfish and it says like you have a +3 advantage. That's basically like a percent of what's the probability that you win in this position. Essentially, is kind of one way to look at it. And so it's like if you have a +9, it's like you are very likely to win. Okay. We attack. You come in. I could just attack here. That's a really like committal move. But this one actually might do some stuff. We attack. You step back. I push. You jump in. Here. Not convinced. Here with a check. Here. Oh, that's not going to work. I don't know what to do. I literally just like have to make a move. He can come in. He's attacking this pawn. Plain and simple. We're going to defend it. Probably will push this way. Check, take. He can do like this. And I would have to defend like that, which is so disgustingly ugly. There's no hope. But if I went ahead and blundered, I didn't really blunder. I just kind of calculating wrong is a blunder, but it wasn't like a straightforward blunder. I think we're going to trade with this. He takes back. We push. He can launch check, and then even his pawns are doing a little bit of attacking. Maybe I slide like this. Do I dare go for something like this? 3 minutes against 47 seconds. There's just no way. I have a losing position. I have less time to think about my moves. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but sometimes you got to be realistic. We attack this dude. He can't go here. It would be a blunder. We step back. I don't know what else I was supposed to do. Pin. At some point, maybe I can sacrifice a pawn, and he steps over, and then I get a pass pawn. Maybe I could make things complicated, but I think he can kind of He's trying to play on the pieces. I think he could literally just bring his rook and push, 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 push. And like, what am I going to do about that? Probably I can't do much. And like I can have like a tempo winning move on this rook. Like if I attack the rook would have to go here. I can then attack the rook again. The rook would go somewhere. I can hit him with this check. So here, does that make sense? That's what I see immediately. Check. Check. Block with the rook. I hit you with the check. If you take, I win the rook. If you step up, I hit you with check. Oh, you can run this way. Here, here, here. Really can't be trading rooks in a situation like this. I'm going to be honest with you. Here, here, push. King comes here. I don't think I'm going to be able to save it. We step like this. 13 seconds. Oh my god. I only have 3 seconds each move. This pawn is weak now. I need to push it. I'm so scared. I can grab this pawn. This bishop sucks. Now he's gated out by this guy. Maybe I go like this. Defended by this. Here. Here. Pushing this seems... I think we're just going to take. Not even going to calculate anything. We step forward. We're attacking the knight. The knight comes here. This is defended. I'm ready to defend. This guy's under attack. Attacking this pawn. We take the rook. He gets out with the knight. I attack this pawn. He can't come forward. I'm attacking this pawn. He can push forward his check, but then I step in and maybe we got some hope. I can also attack this. We're going to step forward. I think that does like 2 things. We're then going to push this pawn so he can't push this pawn. He's going to attack this. We're going to defend it with the bishop. I'm so scared of like a fork. I think I step in. I'm all of a sudden winning somehow. I'm going to be honest, I didn't calculate anything towards the end. We're going to step here. This is a pass pawn. Please take it, bro. Please. It's defended. And I can attack this and you have no way of defending it as well. I think we're going to take this. We step all the way back. He can take this. If he takes this, he loses. If he takes this, he comes back over here. We step in. In the moment where he steps something like this, he's going to get this. I'm up 2 pawns, bro. I don't know what to do. He's going to get this. Right. I'm going to go here. I'm so scared. We step here. I forked. He comes over here. I step up. Then he sacrifices. Oh my god. If he takes, he might even be losing. Here. Here. We step up. Defended. My pawns are too far advanced. If he took, I think I was just losing. I might just grab. Or push. I think we take a step forward. If he comes here, we take this. He takes this with check. I'm going to scoot my bishop back 1 more square. Just to avoid nonsense of forks. Because my king here is a fork. We're going to take this. The king is guarded off. I'm attacking these squares. So he can push forward, but he can't come over to stop this one. So he gets in front. But I'm just going to take this. I'm going to push forward. His knight has to block this one. His king has to block this one. I'm pushing this pawn. 12 seconds on the clock. And all I have to do is not... lose on time for one. It's a draw no matter what. I'm going to push. He can go here. Here, here, sacrifice here. And it's going to be a little bit annoying. We're going to go here. If this happens, we check him away and then make a queen. So he goes here. That's check. No nonsense. He can go here. We check the moves. He can go here. We hit him with a check. Literally, I just don't want to lose on time. So we're going to make a box. We're making a box. I'm so scared of stalemating, bro. 17 seconds. Okay, we have put together some time. Make a box this way. We bring the king. We hit him again. I'm so frazzled from that game that I don't know how to checkmate with a king and a queen. So we're just doing it like this, okay? Go to the corner. He's locked in these two squares. I bring the king. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was... What on earth was that game? I don't even know what to think. That was so epic. I can't believe I won that. I don't think I deserved that. Maybe the end game, I did deserve that, but that took some gosh darn know-how in this position. That was one of my most favorite games of chess because I was so lost. Huge blunder here. Take. Obviously, it opens up this file. He wants his knight to go here. I get checked. Why did I step away? This is the square that needs to be covered. I literally stepped away and let go of this square. The knight gets out, and I'm just so lost here. We step forward a little bit, and I literally am just wiggling. Just wiggling, praying for something. This knight kind of disconnected. Then he sacrificed down the exchange. He didn't need to do that because it's not like he was winning by that much. He was just up in exchange, and now he trades down in exchange. And so essentially, you know what, we're gonna end this part of the video. We're gonna look at the analysis. So let's go to the analysis, and then I'm gonna actually look at this game a little bit more in depth. Okay, so I'll see you over there. Oh boy, was that a doozy. And if you've made it this far in the video, then I'm literally like emotional right now. Like if you saw, I just got quiet. I couldn't even checkmate with the king and the queen because it was like I was in such a losing position for such a long time, and then it just all sudden he traded back the exchange in an end game, and oh my god. So there were a couple ideas that I missed. So the main blunder, everything that I did made sense. So here you're actually supposed to take with the bishop. I always thought you took with the knight because you don't want to get hit with this, and then your bishop gets attacked, and then this is attacked. So that's kind of what I saw from a distance, is you want to avoid that because then my bishop is... So you can actually take with whatever, and the computer says anything is fine. No matter what move you play, you're fine. We get this, and this is a blunder because it literally just hangs this, and you're basically trading the bishop and the knight for my rook. And so, and a pawn, potentially two pawns. So it's not actually terrible. I'm supposed to defend by pushing two, but everything is fine. We're still good. It's an equal position. We're now attacking the knight. He trades, we trade, and he hits us with this check. And he could have even castled into this check. So that would have just been cool for our opponent to like castle and check and then operation save the knight. The whole reason my king is here, like, do you remember? I did all of this calculation, and I was like, oh, what about blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh yeah, I got to go here to defend the escaping square. So I put my king there. I literally like said that and thought that, putting my king here. Then a few moves later, my king has to move, and I'm like, huh, maybe I should just stop touching the most important square. The whole reason my king is on this square getting checked. Didn't think about it. I could have even blocked the bishop, and my king stays planted firm. So if we look at the computer, I'm simply down in exchange. So it's a -1, but I got a pawn. We're scooting around, and I grab another pawn. So now all of a sudden, the material difference is only 1 point of material difference. If you can see it at the very top, I know it's like cut off small over here. It's not that big of a difference. So we're scooting around. We get hit with checks. I don't need to show you everything here. We're getting some mistakes. He steps back, and this is kind of a pivotal moment. He had the opportunity to infiltrate with his rook. He could have either gone in all the way or questioned my rook and made my rook do something, and then simply you bring the knight, you trade this off, and if I try and do something fancy, then you're able to just bring the other rook with check or whatever. So this is a blunder because this tactical sequence. So I was even just explaining you could go here. You got to go here and question my rook, because basically what you do to win this game is you get rid of my rook, because rook versus bishop, like rook, and knight versus, we got the same number of pieces, just your pieces are better. And so if you trade off the best one in this situation, I'm toast, okay? Because then it's no good. Then you got a rook and a knight versus a bishop, and that loses like always. If it's like rook versus bishop, it's not that losing. You can save yourself sometimes. So this tactical sequence, I attack. If you directly go here, you get pinned, and if you go all the way back, then I hit you with a check, and I force the king back to then get this pin. So there's a tactical sequence that I just missed, and so that would have been hard to find. I like then hit him with the check, and then hit him with the pin. Didn't see it. So we slide forward with the check. Now my bishops are actually really active, and I'm winning. And what the heck is going on here? Did that even happen? Okay, we trade. We push forward. The knight comes in. I know that I don't want to trade this, but there's just another tactic right here. He can take, and I can't really take back. Or if I do, then I just lose my bishop. So he would get a pawn. He would get all of this for trading the knight. So that's all he had to do. But instead, I attack him. He scoots up. I step back. Same idea still here. Still applies, where you would basically grab everything. But now I get active, and it's an equal position. My rook is on the 7th rank. I have 2 passed pawns. Don't forget about that. And then you don't have a lot of pawns or minor pieces to protect your king. So like my bishops are actually really deadly, because there's nothing to get in the way of them other than really the rooks and the knight. And so correctly, I play the best move. What we're trying to do is pry away the defense of the rook. We do this, and he has to step back. I step back because I knew trading the rook here was a terrible idea, and our opponent blunders. And believe it or not, I'm still winning here because this pass pawn is so strong, and my rook is so strong. Like, I'm going to be able to grab this pawn, and yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I have a winning position. It's +2. Never would have believed it. So he goes down the exchange, which is actually the second best move. The other best move is to just move the rook. But he goes down the exchange, and then all of a sudden, it's not looking so good. He brings the rook forward, and now I have a +8. For one, I could just grab the knight. I didn't see that. I can just grab the knight. I saw that it was hanging, but I also thought my rook was hanging. I didn't see that the pawn defends it. And so we trade, but now I've got these extra pawns, or one extra pawn, but they're both passed pawns. So I've got a lot of compensation. So we push forward, and not only that, you have 2 pawns on dark squares, and you have a knight versus my more active king, and I have a bishop. So I'm just like crushed. So he could have tried to figure this out. We do this to prevent this, but it didn't really prevent it all that much, because eventually my king went away and you could sacrifice to push this pawn. But whatever, it is what it is. We scoot the king in, we grab a pawn, we get hit here, we scoot back to the corner of the board. He takes our pawn, we take his pawn, he jumps in, we scoot the king closer because he can't really take here. Even if my king lets go of it, if you take this pawn, I'm just going to take, and then I have still this pass pawn, and I'll at some point scoot my king around, distract you with this pawn, and take these pawns and promote these pawns. I literally won a game in this exact same position, just minus everything, just this and a king and our kings. And I literally won this position in my most recent long format video, where I sacrifice this pawn and I step in to grab these ones. And so he takes the pawn. What I needed to realize is he's attacking my bishop, so it's hard not to just like move the bishop somewhere. Obviously that is like the knee-jerk reaction, just move the bishop. It's being attacked. I don't want to lose it for free. But this king can't stop this pawn. Like, if I push this pawn, he can't scoot here, he can't scoot here. He has literally no way of defending this pawn. He can't stop it. So I needed to realize, like, pushing this pawn is the right move. Don't hate myself for not seeing it. I mean, I spent 1 second on this move and had 10 seconds on the clock. So I hung a fork, but by the grace of God, he can't actually take for the same situation. Like, so we're good to go. We scoot in, king active, we push the pawn, we take the pawn, he gets behind, his knight is now doing the job of stopping this pawn, his king is now doing the job of stopping this pawn, and unfortunately, I have an extra pawn over here. So there's really no way that I lose this. He does get the pawn. There's a lot of things I can do here, but pushing this is the easiest. He goes here. I could have just taken the knight, because it's not stalemate. He could have stepped over. This is not a queen yet, but we take with the queen, and I literally just, no funny business, 9 seconds on the clock. You get rid of the knight, okay? I'm going to make a queen. I'm going to checkmate you. You don't have to get fancy. I don't get fancy. I've lost so many games for just like letting something stay on the board. So I just get rid of it. You got less than 10 seconds. You don't want to blunder. You make sure they have a legal move. You hit them with a check. I go all the way over here, so I know that you have a bunch of legal moves, and we just reconvene, and we're pushing the king this way. That is what we're doing, because this guy's over here. We're pushing you here. So I even put the bishop here, so now the bishop is no longer even going to infiltrate with where I'm trying to checkmate the king. That is why I played like this, because my general game plan was to like boom, boom, boom with my king and bring my queen and get the king over here. That was the plan, or over here. And either one is going to work because my bishop doesn't see it. So this was an 84 move game. It absolutely did not need to be. I took a lot of moves here that I could have done way faster, but my heart was beating so fast. I didn't want to blunder that. I think I played like 6 or something games in a row. If you made it this far, you're an absolute legend. If you like that game, if you simply like watching my chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it is a slow grind. So I'm going to try and get better at playing chess, try and get better at making these videos. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for letting me play for you. I love you. Check out some of my other videos. Leave a comment. I'm sure I missed a lot of things, and we didn't even analyze the games that were shorter because there were blunders left and right. So either way, thank you so much for watching. Get out of here, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what I'm going to be doing is destroying this 1837 from Algeria. All right. Doesn't matter where you're from, the Caro-Kann will destroy you in any position. And so we have the Caro-Kann advanced variation. Oh my god, and I misclick out of the opening. Well, I'm going to show you how to bounce back after you make a little mouse slip in the opening. So now I'm basically just one step behind. I should not have played that. But we're going to be all right. And so, what do I want to do here? I think we're undecided, so we're going to just do this, okay? If he pins us over here with the bishop, we slide on out and attack this pawn. So if he plays this, we just get out of the way instead of trying to, like, overly protect this knight or whatever. And so, there you go, bro. Even if you study openings and you know the best moves to play, it doesn't really matter all that much, because if you just make one mouse slip, you know what I mean? Now it is for no reason at all. And so I really want him to capture so that I can recapture and have a natural development square for my knight. And we're somewhat worried about this, so let's just trade in the middle. I feel like that can't be a bad idea. Now I can develop my bishop with ease. I can bring the knight, and I think we're doing quite well. He's got the open file, but completely equal position. We're going to just castle. Dang, bro is just trying to steamroll me. We're going to go ahead and push a pawn over here. And now I'm going to bring the knight. Obviously, he has understood that capturing here is probably bad for him because it just gets my knight into the game. Even a pawn push in the middle makes sense. But probably the best move for our opponent is to develop the knight to either one of those squares. I think I'm going to just develop my knight as well. And I haven't played on chess.com in a while, okay? So yesterday I played 10 bullet games in a row, and I literally just won 9 games in a row effortlessly. Either I just won on time or smoked the opponent. Going over here. You put your rook there, I'm putting my rook there. You pushing forward, I'll capture. You capture, and then we fight along this open file. And this guy seems to be the most promising out of all of the players that I've faced so far. He seems to have a solid grasp of just everything going on. And so, arguably, he's got the better position. Man, I'm not going to mouse slip right now. So, what we're worried about is this queen move. So if I don't capture and his queen does arrive here, it's no good. But we have a more or less equal position. I have the bishop instead of the knight, but it's trapped behind this just incredibly dense structure of pawns in the middle. So I really kind of like the idea of take, and bringing my queen, and then I'm applying pressure before you are. So let's do that. His knight is going to step back. Ooh, he captures with the queen. But I think I'm pretty quick to step in. Question mark. We step in. New idea of bringing my bishop this way. The back rank checkmate idea is covered. Plus, I can cover it a bunch of different ways. So there's no huge reason to be scared of it. I'm attacking this pawn. I'm attacking this knight. And he's got the open file, but it's covered in a lot of different ways. Oh, dear Lord, what if he plays this? Do I really have to, like... Okay, I think this move actually would have made a huge amount of sense. I don't know what to play. I think going for a pawn break might make some sense. But I think we're still actually pretty scared about him playing this. And I don't want to just spend forever and let our opponent figure that out. So what if I step over? Trade, and then I have a 2-on-1. But he has a passed pawn. And he can just push it, and then defending it becomes kind of hard. What is the move to play? Step over. Take, push, here, push. We step back defending this, but I don't have a great way of attacking this. You probably bring the knight, I bring the king. Not convinced that that's going to work out in my favor. And we're still worried about this. I don't want to play this. I mean, that's so boring. But let's just do it. We're really fighting over this open file. And if I can figure out how to get my bishop in behind these pawns, maybe it's a good thing for me. But I think I probably have to like at least go for a little pawn break. And not go far below in the clock. And so we're going to be going for this pawn push. If he captures, then I think I'm okay with putting my bishop on this diagonal. Ideas of maybe bringing my knight this way. I think we capture. If you capture with the pawn, that really weakens this. If you capture with the knight, I can take, and that separates this. So all of a sudden, I'm thinking, we split the pawns. Now he has a weakness. He has two identifiable, really three. He has four. That simple trade right there definitely just gave my position new life. How do we immediately apply pressure to some of those pieces? The answer is I don't know. I could give a check, but then he just pushes a pawn. I think claiming this open file is probably the best move. And if he pushes, we don't even have to take. So I think coming over here and getting active on this open file. So he wants to step in. Probably that's a really great move. We could induce this and then come back. I kind of like the idea of giving this check so he covers it and then I come back and play the move that I was already going to play because I don't want him putting his pawns on these light squares. So it does not make any sense. I can also step forward. And if he does play this... Okay, so actually, we're playing this. He's got to do something. But now we're coming back to prevent all of this nonsense. Like if he comes in, I think that in this queen and pawn endgame, queen and pawn endgame, I think I'd be okay with just trading this off. I can even push forward. No, he would go here. And then I give him a passed pawn. So boom, boom, boom. But everything is held. I can step forward. If he comes in and hits me with this check, I can step up. He can get here. But I get in with check as well. Hard to say. If his knight comes in, is it really worth it for me to take? That is what we're trying to figure out in this position right now. He's got a lot of weaknesses, but the weaknesses don't mean anything if he gets his queen to this square, long story short. So what I'm calculating is boom, boom, boom. I mean, I can come forward, and if he takes, push here, queen. Not beautiful. Okay, so he just attacks all of my weaknesses. Very, very reasonable move. I feel like essentially I have to step over like this. Or I step up with the king. Or I give a check first. Defending a pawn with my king seems sketchy. Definitely when I step up, he could play like this. Then I have to push. Then he can get in. Seems sketchy, but I don't want to give my open file ideas away. So everything is feebly held.